Yeah, I think I messed up the YouTube stream as I typically do. Let's go. Incredible. All right, let me just make sure. I'll put it on at least 720p.
Testing.
Yeah, okay. Woohoo. Should be good here. And I guess a minute 15 seconds. And I guess 2 minutes. I do have to pee though, so. I'm gonna go grab a drink and also pee. And tag people to let me know I'm streaming. What's up, Renald? My goat, for real. This is gonna be painful. I'm gonna wanna Kirk myself by the end of this. He was on the panel. A few people dropped out. I know Gibbs is, Lactoid is, Prime is. Obviously Prime is. Incredible. I need to, like I said, pee and get a drink though. What's up?
Good evening.
Good evening. You can hear me all right, right?
I sure can.
Hell yeah.
I can
okay,
see
good.
and hear you crisply.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, but I'll be back by hopefully the time we start. No one else is here yet, so.
I'll hold down the fort.
my God, Corey, why are you so bad at stalling for time? You literally said nothing.
Yeah, you're right. I did say no. What am I supposed
Why
to
did you
say?
say something? Literally say something. I asked you to stall for. Literally say something. That's what I need to do. Something rather than nothing. Okay. Anyway. Sorry, the few people who are even in my chat right now. I just I was having sudden and dramatic technical difficulties where I wasn't having them before. But yeah, we're here.
Glad it's resolved. Sorry, I failed the test.
Miserably.
I know.
My man, what do you think? Start saying something. Something.
Well, I was waiting
Rather
for
than
Donphan
nothing.
to return because I was going to engage with him, but he said he was going to get a drink. I thought it'd be like 30 seconds.
Something. Rather than nothing. Just dead air. Like,
I'm pretty sure your stream can survive, 2 minutes of dead air at the beginning of a stream.
My guy. Something in the future, okay? If it ever
All
happens again, please. Something
Noted.
rather than nothing. You could have just been talking about your day.
You're right. I could have.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine, Corey.
No. It is noted.
All right. Hey everyone. So we are waiting on a few people to get here. Lactoid will hopefully be here soon, and we're waiting on Ali and.
I can confirm that I am healthy and thus present.
Yeah, man. Like, I've seen it happen so many times where one person cancels, and then like a whole list of people. Literally, I was thinking when I saw Scott cancel, I was like,
Dominoes.
the others are gonna go down immediately. I knew it. I knew it was gonna
I'm
happen.
on my 50th booster, so I'm good, healthy.
Okay. It's nice that you can get that over there.
Thankfully, yes.
We're
Yeah.
losing access to that
I'm sorry to hear that.
here in the States.
I'll save a dose up here for you, or maybe I'll fetish
thank
it
you.
down.
Thank you. Which brand do you get?
I try to get the Pfizer, but like generally you gotta more or less like, unless you really like shop around, you kind of have to like sort of accept what they give you, either the Moderna or the Pfizer.
Was Pfizer the one that has to be chilled?
They both, I think, have to be chilled. Pretty sure. I could be mistaken about that, but they're
I
both.
thought it was one rather than the other. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure at least one. Anyway, I know there was at least one type of a vaccination that didn't allow or that could be room temperature, which was useful for like taking it to low-income countries.
I believe that was a technical challenge of, when they were in development. I think that was more like, so as in like the mRNA vaccine, since mRNA is, maybe not the or can be degraded very easily. It's like those typically have to be, they might have changed since they originally, came out, but those have to be refrigerated, as opposed to, back then the original Johnson & Johnson or the AstraZeneca, your more mainstream technology that you don't have to refrigerate it as heavily. Like you really have to kind of like, again, I don't know if it's still the case, but kind of have to deep freeze the mRNA ones.
Okay. But yeah, so we're almost all assembled here. Let's get you in your proper places. All right. Lactoid doesn't like it, and I don't put him there. Test. I hear you.
Test.
Yeah. Like Lactoid gets quite upset when he's not first. You should see the DMs he sends me. Like it's not even a joke. Right? I'm like, oh man.
Filled with the N-word, I'm sure.
he calls me Nancy. You little Nancy boy.
Yeah, I don't know how much Prime would have me on if I did that. There'd be a line there somewhere.
But thanks for coming on. Hopefully, our last participant will be here soon. Let's here. All right, great. Love it. It doesn't feel right, Ollie, if you're not like on that spot, right?
Fine by me.
Yeah, the cool pink colors, right? They soothe my soul. So thank you for being here. Okay, so we're gonna get started quite soon. We're only waiting on one other participant, but I guess while we do that, first of all, like, I gotta handle some business with our friend Gibbs. Link that you were telling me, you send a link, Gibbs? You were telling me.
A link?
Oh my God, the conversation we were having earlier in our DMs.
It's been a long weekend. Let me
Come on.
go see what we were talking about.
You were talking about I think.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, give me like 10 seconds.
Okay,
And
yeah,
I will
take your
have it
time.
to
Take
you.
your time, friend. So working on that. And then after that, when he's finished with that, our friend.
It says you're unavailable. Like, do you have that disabled?
What? How? Did I have to enable it?
I don't think so. Here, let me. Lacto,
It's
you
like
live
that
yet?
shared streaming thing, but I would assume you have to enable it.
I'm doing it now.
Okay, once you go live, I'll get it from Lactoid, and then I can send you a actual link. I think that'll work.
Okay.
Who did what? What are we watching?
Yeah, what are we...
The best
We're doing
part.
it's a shared stream thing.
okay.
And I was chastised for not doing it previously.
More N-words? Unbelievable.
More N-words, more N-words, more Nancy boys. In my...
Seems like Corey's just
Showing jazz, I
hopeful.
appreciate it.
The ends are getting dropped.
Fingers crossed. You know me.
But yes, I was like, and I've been meaning to ask Gibbs about it before. But so anyway, but that's inside baseball stuff. Nothing the audience needs to worry about.
Okay.
But I'm also waiting on Gibbs because Gibbs wants to introduce the topic to us. Gibbs, why don't you introduce the topic and then we got the link.
I want to introduce the topic.
Well, you said you had something you wanted to talk
It's been a
about.
long weekend,
Wait, I think I
Brian. Come
fucked up
on.
my
It's been a long weekend.
kill me.
What are we doing here?
Hold on.
I don't know.
I don't know what we're doing here.
Okay. That should be good. Hopefully.
Am
I not too quiet now?
The gaming panel, right?
Should be good. Question mark?
Yeah, gaming panel. I guess. I don't know. You said he had a topic. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm back. All right, cool. Sorry, I have a short little intro what we can do. I have noticed something interesting recently in my degeneracy days. I've gone out and I see this online. I've seen the red pill. The red pill guys are always talking about how women only want dudes with money, right? They only want dudes with money, and if you want to get this guy, and I've come on here and I've come on other places to advocate that's not true. I see felons with no jobs. They're literally homosexuals and they're dating like the best looking girls in the world. However, I have stumbled to something interesting. And it's this. I'm kind of an interesting place, right? Like my adopted family has been in Texas forever, but they've never had like money until like recently. We've all started doing well, and we've kind of had this interesting look where we've been like the poor, and then now but we've known the old money people. And so now, like, we're kind of in some of those same circles. And I've noticed, so it's this interesting, like, two little, like, best of both worlds or worst of both worlds or whatever. I've noticed now, kind of when it's in the dating field and you're going out, there's this infatuation with the money to a degree. And I think there's always been that. But there's this kind of new old money perception versus versus, like, new and old money kind of thing that they talk about. And people don't even recognize some of the old money like flexes, right? Like I was watching the fights this weekend and it was they had Crawford on there and he had the brand Off-White on his shirt, on his shorts. So I Googled them and like this is all like what I would call like new money attire. I thought it looked hideous, etc., etc. And then you see like what old money people wear. And it's so interesting because if you go out, you'll see girls and like talk to guys with like Cartier watches or whatever. But then if you see a guy wearing a Rolex, you're like, what's this basic ass watch? And it's, I don't know. I've seen this kind of interest. Do y'all think that there is a aspect to the social brainwashing in regards to like dating with the new money kind of taking over? Have y'all noticed any of this?
Yeah,
I don't know if I noticed it 'cause I don't-
all the 17-year-olds that grew up, that got famous, right? We have a new influx of 17-year-olds who get famous, right? and then they get all this money. And so yeah, you're gonna have a cohort of like young kids who are gonna be attracted to like the FaZe Clan flex lifestyle, right? Or like the TGR like stock trading lifestyle where everything is brand, brand, brand. And because the brand is like it's a symbol, right? If you're
And some of these brands are shit.
yeah, I
Like-
mean most of them are shit, right? Like gallery department or whatever like doesn't have nice clothes. It's really just like it's a baggy t-shirt. The material might be like slightly better than like your average Old Navy t-shirt. But yeah, obviously you're gonna have when the young kids get the money and they're the ones who are setting culture for the younger kids after that. Then yeah, flex culture is gonna be it's gonna be insane, right?
It's really weird because I wore like Versace glasses out this weekend, and you know I think Versace is a solid established brand, and I wore them out, and like two different women came up to me like, "Oh, you're old school. You're kind of not hip with the times, huh?" And I'm like, "Bro, what? Hold on. Like some old money things are like timeless, but like, is that really the case? I don't know
Versace anymore.
exactly. Yeah,
These
who wears
were
Versace
women
anymore?
you
Like,
didn't know.
but you wear Champion, and like Champion, people are like, oh, look how sexy that is. I'm like, Champion's the Walmart brand, bro. Like, it's
Used to be, not the Walmart anymore.
I mean, it's just crazy. I just have y'all like, I don't know. I think it's interesting how like it develops like these perceptions.
Well, that interaction that you had with the classes, those were women that you didn't know. They're just like strangers that came up to you.
Yeah,
out of curiosity?
basically.
Okay. Even that in itself just seems so a stranger just comment on your glasses.
Well, you're at
I
a
don't know,
bar, yeah. Like people comment on your stuff. And they're like, hey,
but-
you
well,
know,
yeah,
whatever.
I don't hang on bars, so I'm ignorant on those things.
I mean, it was
but-
kind of like an icebreaker, I guess. I don't know. They came and started talking, you know, whatever. But like, it's just, you know, you just talk to random people.
An
at
icebreaker
bars.
by
I don't know.
essentially criticizing your glasses. That's what
It's
Yeah,
called
I mean-
it's called negging, Corey. All right, maybe if you
True.
watch some pickup.
Yeah, it was like
artistry,
playful. They
you
weren't
know?
like mean about it or anything. They
Oh,
were
okay,
like,
okay.
oh
It
yeah, you
sounded
don't
like,
know
you
how
know,
to touch, huh?
It sounded like they were talking down to you of like, oh, this person's like at least that's the impression that I got, which I was mistaken about. At least that's how it was sort of.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but it was like a playful, like, you know, like they weren't being like rude. It's just I did find it interesting that that would even be like a comment, not like I think maybe the rude aspect of that's maybe kind of getting hung up like, but yeah, it is like the negative. It's like a playful like banter kind of thing. Like, you know, you pick out something like whatever that they noticed. Obviously, they noticed, you know, you're wearing X brand, and then they comment on it. Clearly, you wore the brand to be noticed. That's probably partially kind of thing, right?
They're
Like,
saying Gibbs is old money, right? They're
Yeah,
saying he's
and which
old
is
money.
not
Like,
true,
look
but-
at you.
yeah, basically, but it's like kind of like this perception because then you're like, oh, you see them out, and they'll say that comment, and then it's like, oh, they'd rather hang out with like I don't know, well, not they would rather hang out, like people would be rather be associated with other brands, and I just find how people are choosing these kind of interesting.
This is why I want more people to just reject brands, okay? I refuse to wear branded
True.
clothing. None of my clothing has any brands in it, okay? I got a bunch of plain blue shirts, okay? A few different plain black shirts.
Yeah, but are they still like are they good quality, or do you go to Walmart or H&M and get some shirts?
Yeah,
These
I
are
think
wa-
you
these
like
are
that.
Walmart shirts. These are Walmart
See, that's
shirts. Don't worry.
that's the issue, man. Is you got to find the nice plain. That's the rich money or old money, new money, right? Old money, right? They're gonna be wearing their Laura Piana or whatever it's called. They're gonna be wearing their Brooks Brothers polos. They're gonna be wearing. So it's like you can still get the plain, the covert, right? But it's better material, better quality, right? You upgrade one day from Walmart to Uniqlo, right? And you know the shirt looks a little nicer, fits a little better, lasts a little longer. It's only $5 more, so it's what you're willing to pay for.
I buy straight from the cheapest sweatshop labor available, okay?
You specifically go for the garments made by children. I imagine.
Exactly.
The
Whatever
children
the best
bargain
prices
bin.
for non-fun, right?
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
brands are weird, and yeah.
Yeah, I thought that we
obviously-
might have gone off in a different direction than it did that. It didn't seem like there was much commentary on it, but you know, not everything gets
Brands,
to win.
brands aren't weird, right? Luxury brands are a little bit strange because they're getting away with charging so much because they're like they're established, right? That's people are willing to pay for them. There's some notoriety to their thing, but no, brands aren't weird. I think branded clothing is like not like screaming the brand, but like there is something to be said about like,
But, like, have
certain
you seen
companies
Off-White stuff?
use better materials. Certain companies do just make better clothes, right? And so it's like I don't know if the brand thing is necessarily a bad
No,
thing.
that's
there are
true.
brands
Obviously-
that are gaudy,
there's a range of
I should
quality.
tell you
when it
guys
comes
too.
to
By the way,
clothes.
the
Like,
Unfuck
there are
America
clearly
tour
people
apparently
I don't know if
they're
it is
continuing
though,
their tour.
Corey, and
So
social.
we're
Like,
fundraising for that, I
I'm
guess.
specifically bringing up like offline.
and I'll do the
hiking,
IRL
because this is the
stream
one
there.
that was really egregious to me when I like looked
I might
them up
still
because
go
I
to
had
the
never
local
heard of the brand. I
place
looked
and
well,
do an
and they
IRL
had
stream
some
there. Be a
shoes,
good
okay,
test.
and like they had a little tag thing on
Okay.
them.
You don't know who Virgil Abloh is?
No,
The guy has
just,
the guy has a Maybach. He has a designed
listen,
Maybach.
I'm not saying that whoever made
he
it.
was Louis Vuitton's like head
I-
designer
listen,
for
it's
X
just not a
amount of
brand
years.
I'm
Like,
familiar with. Okay, I mean, every once in a while you miss a brand.
yeah, that's
And-
what I'm saying.
Sure, it's fine, but like, and I'm sure it's wildly successful, especially if they can sponsor. You know, they have their name front and center on Crawford's dick. You know, I'm sure they're fucking gonna be able to afford to spend some money. So I'm going there expecting this to be kind of whatever, and so I see the fancy shoes, and I'm like, okay, these are cool. They're ugly. I wouldn't wear them, but like, hey, I can see people liking these. But then I get to the t-shirts, and they literally look the same like Cottonelle t-shirt that like you could get at Walmart. And then they basically just have their own version of that, and they just don't have that brand on there. And then they literally looks like they put a screen press on there with
Yeah,
like
it is screen press.
the cheapest designs. And I'm just like,
Mhm.
this is a $600 shirt.
Yeah.
And like people are gonna recognize that brand, but if you go wear like a polo, like you said, they're not gonna be like, oh, what is that? That's Walmart. I'm like, that's crazy. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, but that's because like the artist himself made.
When
a
did you guys
brand.
become bitches? Like, when did you grow vaginas? Why?
What do you
What is
mean,
this? All this fucking fashion talk? Like all of you.
I didn't
Start
start
with
it.
you.
First of all, in order to get pussy, you have to
fucking
understand women, and
brands, you know,
part of
God, you
understanding
better-
women is enjoying fashion.
I'm wearing
okay?
my Versace fucking glasses. Like, oh my god. I feel
Well,
like
I
You
I'm
know,
don't
wearing
I like
Versace,
fashion.
bunch of
I like
chicks.
fashion, dude. I'm sorry.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Why would I be ashamed of myself? I succeeded. I have a wife. We're chilling, right? So
Because
I'm good on my end.
when you latch onto these stupid brands, right? You're essentially surrendering your brain to this like fucking a massive conglomerate that's convinced you
Yes,
that their name means something. It means more than your name, actually. It means more than the fabric that it's
true. I
written
don't
on.
wear brands.
It's bullshit.
I don't wear brands, but there's something to be said about certain brands and their quality.
Nah,
There
fuck
just
that.
is. What do you mean? Fuck that. I'm not talking about
You
like
should buy
Versace, right? I'm talking about
$50
the-
shirts. No,
50
$50 pack. Hold on, $50 packs of shirts from Temu. Got like 200 little white shirts, and there you go.
No.
That's all you need.
I mean, hold wait.
Exactly.
I
They
use,
made it
I use,
mostly made
wait,
it
wait,
mostly
I use
plastic.
Shein. I use
and-
Shein,
and
but
you're
even
fine.
within Shein, right? Even within Shein, there are certain brands that have good quality. So like my jeans that I buy, right? They're $15, $20, but the brand that I bought one pair from and the pair that I bought another from, you can tell the clear difference. And one is a really cheap, it's gonna fall apart brand, and the other one isn't. And so, like, no, there is something to be said about quality from certain brands. And
So
I'm not
let
saying
it
about
fall apart.
I'm not saying about
Who
$80 t-shirts, right? I'm saying like the difference between a $10 Walmart t-shirt and a $15 Uniqlo t-shirt is vastly different in terms of like the quality of what you're spending your money on, the return on the investment of what you're making, right? How long or how durable something that you're spending 10 to 15, 20, $30 on matters, especially when it comes to like something like a t-shirt, right? If I want to wear a t-shirt and I can only get 2 washes of it before it's like deteriorating and looks like shit, well then yeah, I'm gonna want to spend maybe the extra $5, $10 to get a better t-shirt that'll last me longer and I'm getting better use out of.
Nah, fuck that.
I mean, yeah.
This is, I think, even thinking about this, right? And any as deep as you have, right? Think about it any deeper than you would like fucking which like plastic cup you're gonna use, right? When you're at like a party or something, is like just bitch shit. It just tells me that you've been like your brain's been invaded by women, right? And now you're like regurgitating their
I'm
obsession
one of
with
listen, hold on.
fashion,
I'm the
equality, quote,
baddest
unquote.
bitch in any room I'm in, first and
I
foremost,
know,
okay?
okay.
So let me understood. Not you know, like listen, it's the Lebanese in me, all right? Lebanese men are the
Actually,
in
that
the
makes sense. That makes sense.
So,
Lebanese and
yeah.
Armenian guys, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
let
I
me,
mean,
let me have my
And
fun, but
Texans, we
also-
like to be outrageous with our outfits. Have you seen our cowboy hats? Come on, bro.
Wait, but also you've seen how I dress. I wear pretty plain shit. It's just, you know, there's my style comes in like the jeans, the accessories, the hoodie, the extras, the ensemble. But yeah, my jackets. There's something to be said about like brands and what they come with. And I think it helps to be invested like not for nothing. These fresh like all the guys that are in the red pill, they all dress like absolute shit. And it's like, I know that they're getting women, but they're not really getting women, right? They're essentially paying hoes to sleep with them because it's just like the girls come for the lifestyle and then they hook up with the guy. There's nothing meaningful or fruitful that comes of it, right? And it's just like, I don't know, all that money and like no fashion sense really bothers me. It really, it feels like you could afford a stylist, right? You could afford like maybe just figuring out what your style is instead of just the whole skinny jean hoodie. I don't know. Look, it's a bit insane to me.
You just got to get some custom shit made for yourself. right? That fits you perfectly. They just for you, just the way you like it, and that's it. Just you don't need to do all the brand shit. It's kind of lame.
No.
Just
Once
get-
again,
just
once
get-
again, when I said brands, I said the luxury brands aren't necessarily worth it. But like in terms of like regular brands, yeah, it's worth shopping
Hold
around
on,
and paying
hold on.
attention to what you're
UB
wearing.
said you should just get custom clothing. Just get
Yeah. In
all
fact, you
tailors,
should buy,
right?
you
Yeah,
should
actually.
buy them. You should
It's
buy
not
them
that
from
expensive.
me.
Well,
Matter, of
because
course,
Doobie has
customization
money,
right now.
right? Doobie has money.
Thanks for that, Prime. I
So
appreciate it.
he knows to go get
Custom
custom
clothing,
clothing. He knows that clothing matters. So when he says no, the brands don't matter. That you can't be like that, dude. You can't be like, well, brands don't matter, and then be like, get
They don't
custom
matter.
Well,
clothing.
there is
The
something
brand
said.
literally doesn't
Tailored-
matter.
Well, no,
Tailored
Doobie, there is
suits
something to be
for the
said for
rags.
what Sociologic's saying, because I do make clothing, like a lot of custom clothing, right? And usually it's like where it doesn't matter, say like a suit and it's like a mass-produced suit, and then I rip out the inside, we do leather or something, then I would agree with matter. I will say there's a definite like difference between like Jildan and like some of these great value, Chinese brands in the t-shirt. Like they'll just hold up.
You can
like
buy
a
white
Crooks and
tees at the
Ca-
gas station.
Yeah, like if I get a Blake Crooks and Castle hat, it's gonna last a lot more than if I just buy like the Jildan flat back and then like I modify it. It's just a higher quality. But like I think there's a point that it reaches that it can't be higher quality.
Of course.
But, like other than being like ludicrous, like, oh yes, we used Italian lambskin, 300, like whatever. Then yeah,
At a
sure,
point,
that's
you are
like
just
one
paying
level.
for like the
Yeah,
brand.
but then at that point you're paying for all the different expensive items. But when it comes to like mass produced anything that you're gonna custom, then yeah, I think there is a brand production
Like-
kinda, like quality.
Like jewelry, right? Don't go buy designer jewelry, right? Like a Van Cleef bracelet, which is like all the rage right now, which is like the little 4-leaf
I don't know
clover with
what
the
that
gold.
is.
Well, I'm
some
explaining- I'm
moissanite,
telling it to
boys.
you, right?
Diamond created
I'm telling it
diamonds.
to you. It's a gold bracelet and it's supposed to have like some like stone in it, whatever. You look at the pricing, it's like $1,700-$1,800 for a minimum bracelet. Don't go buy that because you're just paying for you're not getting your ROI in terms of like you can go to a jeweler, they'll all make you the same fucking design. It'll be a third of the price.
Well,
And-
Non-Fom's going to tell you, Ali, that we should be supporting the like blood diamonds here because the child labor is good. So he's going to say the
I
boys night's bad. Tell him, Non-Fom. Tell him why you're right.
My understanding,
a-
most of the
I'm a
blood
synthetic
diamond stuff
diamond
was like involuntary, right? Like that was the big concern, is that there were like literally troops like ordering people. to go
Would you
extract
be
the
okay
diamond.
with a hypothetical child slave mine? And
Not
I'm
for
not like
blood.
slave mine, slave labor mine. If they're
not
paying them,
slave
like,
labor,
250.
child labor, Jesus.
Child labor. Yeah, I
There
took the
are-
slave word out there. I'm sorry.
There are not many cases where I would be okay with that. I don't think.
But you
because
said child labor is good last time.
Child labor is
A lot
based,
of a lot of child labor that exists in today's world that like we buy from or whatever is like probably good. It might not be like literally the best option or whatever, but it's probably better than a lot of the regulations.
Based.
Yeah,
Better than
no.
the option.
Based.
Here's child
We
labor.
buy them the Minecraft when
They
they
go
could
for
just be
mines.
mining.
The first thing that Lactoid says the entire stream is like, yes, more
Yes.
child labor.
Yes,
Correct.
more children
Yes.
working.
They're like,
Yes.
set them on fire.
Not every child's gonna be a fucking
I
physicist.
think actually, I think children should be practicing law, if anything, right? I think
Yeah.
children should be
No.
lawyers, right? They should
No.
be
No.
1,000
all
we,
lawyers-
we
all
should
lawyers
never
are
do
children.
that to a
if
child.
children can mine, children can practice law. I think that's fine.
No.
I think it's okay.
We need more.
Surgery,
We need
right?
more.
right? Like
no, we need
9-year-olds
more-
doing surgery.
We need more lithium.
Fucking
We don't need
based.
more laws. Okay. We need more
Wait,
lithium.
Wait,
Oh,
what
of
jobs?
course.
What jobs are okay for
Sure.
children? And what jobs
Lithium,
aren't
not
okay for
laws.
children?
Lithium, not laws.
I want 12-year-old bartenders. I want 12-year-olds.
No.
What do you mean
Let's
no?
go.
That could be dangerous for them.
I was a server. I was a server at 14, right? People would ask for the wine, right? Like, what do you mean? You want these
Okay.
children
There's plenty
to
of
work,
jobs they could
fucking
do.
work.
There's plenty of like newspaper couriers, delivery food.
Newspaper.
Yeah.
Who the
Maybe not-
fuck
maybe not
is-
drivers.
Wait. Who the
Slaughterhouse
fuck is the
attendant,
newspaper?
right?
You're gonna have this kid wake up at 7 in the morning for one
that
person.
would be a good one because they
The milkman, the paper
they're already
boy.
working, so they're probably capable of killing the animals. So if you
Clean
like,
the saws. Yeah.
no, not to clean the
12-year-old
saws.
clean
I
the-
was gonna say actually
Just like
do the shooting of
spray
the
the
animal.
blood off of them. That's all.
Hey, I
No,
just
no,
want to
that-
know.
I don't know
just
why
wanna
we
know
have
the work
janitors
environment. I want
in
to know
a
the
school.
work
No,
environment
what
where
we should
there's-
have the kids doing is
like,
the,
could
is
you
the shooting of
imagine
the
working
animals
with a
across the rod.
12-year-old,
That's what
like
we
having
should
a
have.
12-year-old
Yeah,
coworker?
oh, yeah.
That's the more
I don't want. No. I don't want that.
Anyway, they'll be dead into that anyway.
I don't
You
want
gotta kill these
12-year-old
animals.
coworkers. What I want is I don't understand why we have janitors for schools. We can just have the kids clean up the school. That to me, I think, would be very important to
This
establish important
Japan
lessons.
is America. Love it or leave it. Okay. All right. So
That's what you guys say when
You
I
wanna
bring up
become
taxes.
Communist China? You want the children to clean the schools when they're done
Would
with
you
class?
be okay with like putting?
pretty
them in,
sure
like, a
Japan
program
does
where they
that
can earn
too.
money? Hold on. What if
Communist
we,
Japan?
What if the
Communist.
school gave them an option to work for the school to like be a janitor?
Yeah,
like
child
for a
labor.
for like
What
a
if we-
class.
what if we
For like
paid
a
them?
class, they could be caught this and they could earn like minimum wage.
Sure.
Like as a
No,
janitor.
no. They earn
rural
credits.
skills.
Like instead of going to a class, like one of their classes could be like janitorial
They
engineering.
earn
Well,
social
which
credit.
I
guys.
say
They
that.
own
Royal
social credit.
They
engineering.
clean the
Well, hold on.
school.
We have a
Wow.
social
Yeah,
credit
because
score,
when I was-
right?
well,
This
well, when I-
this solves. We can now
Wait a
differentiate
minute,
between
wait a
the good and the
Does that
bad
also
people,
count to the
guys.
private schools, the expensive private schools? Are
They can have their
also
own
required?
policies. They
No,
can have whatever policies
they
they
can have
want.
all just for
Well, they
public
could
school
they could
kids.
do that too. They
Public
can actually
school
offer to
kids
pay
can
the
do
That's
that.
the
wage.
bro
for not
kids.
that.
That's the
Yeah, I'm
private
not going to
school.
tell
okay.
other people what to do
Well,
with
what
their
if
own
the private
property, but
school-
public
of
schools are
course not.
partially my
Yeah.
property.
Well, if the
Yeah.
private school paid their kids to do, they could maybe make a scholarship program. Hey, if you want to take this class and you get to work, whatever. But I'll tell you something. My high school did was we had like a process tech class, right? And it was and they had a partnership with the city of Corpus Christi water department, and then they would like send people to be intern at the end of the year. But to fund the class, because they did a lot of welding, a lot of other stuff, they would make like as projects that would get graded. They would make like barbecue pits, or they would make other like useful things, and then they would sell it. And then these kids would get graded before it would be a project, and then they would be able to make money off of it. And basically they would just sell scrap. Like that's almost like a pay class. kind of
It's
thing.
called
Oh shit. Oh man.
for like a fucking period or whatever it is, and you could work on the teachers' cars, right? Teachers were getting free oil changes and shit, and I guess that would be the trade-off, right? You're learning a skill. Teachers get a free oil change or a free spark plug, whatever the fuck your
Hell
basic-
yeah, dude. I love
basic
this.
ass need was. But like once again, that's like a high school, right? You only got to do that when you were like 17, 18. I don't know if you want your 12-year-old like what like
Make it age
expectation-
appropriate. Yeah, it'll be age appropriate,
what
right?
job,
So
what
like
job,
small.
like I just need to know.
Sure. So here's a classic example, right? Whenever I walk into a Chinese food store that's going to actually have good Chinese food, there's always like some fucking 8-year-old who's like running up
Okay,
and
true,
taking my
fair
order.
based.
Right, yeah. And so boom, we know they can do that. And so now every single cashier should be like 8. And then that should be between like 8 and 12.
Well,
And then
wait,
like between
wait.
like 12 and like
especially
15.
in 7-Elevens where they get robbed often, right? They should put an 8-year-old there.
No, no.
Hopefully
There's not going to be
Well,
robbers
security
once
guards
everybody
deal with
learns the
that.
value of hard work.
They should be able to work overnight, right? They should work at a Waffle House, right?
No, they shouldn't work at a Waffle House. No, they might have schoolwork.
Wait,
Look, I'm being reasonable about it. I'm being reasonable.
Oh, no,
Schoolwork.
I'm reasonable too. They should work at a Waffle House. Waffle houses, like they have such a fun name, right? It's such a fun environment.
Working at a Waffle House, that's
To be the
basically like
cashiers.
working at like an MMA ring.
Is it
I
like
don't
gas-
want people.
gas
I don't want them
station-
working at a
gas
Waffle
station-
House.
What about
Baby,
gas
people
station
don't wanna fight.
cashiers?
They want not MMA.
I was a gas
Prime,
not
do you want to
fighting
ban?
you.
Do you want to ban the cultural practice of small Chinese children bringing me my crab
I'm not,
rangoons?
I
Yes or
didn't say
no?
anything about banning
Yes or
anything.
no?
No. What I told you, you told me
Not a
what we
cultural
should
practice,
do
just
is
FYI.
ban the adult cashiers. And
Kinda
so
is.
I'm just taking. I'm like, okay, I'm following your lead, Lactoid, right? Let's ban the adult
Here-
cashiers. And
No,
let's
I'm not
bring
saying
the
ban it.
Waffle
I'm
I
House
not
want
saying-
a 14. I want all my
No.
managers at
Number
Walmart to be
7-Eleven.
15. I want
It'd
the
be the
all
market.
cashiers to be 12.
Hey, you know where they also have cashiers in gun shops, right? Maybe
No,
Why
no.
not?
The market would decide like the reason why all these 12
market will
the reason why these children are going to be like. By the way, farm work is great for kids. Some of the healthiest and strongest people I
Amen.
know
And then
grew
you're just
up on
gonna
a
have
farm.
adults rioting in the street against children
That's
for they
coded
took
people.
our jobs.
I don't
Like,
actually-
it's like the kids took their jobs.
I don't
No,
actually
because
think
that's
farm
their
work is great
kid.
for kids. I think farm work is typically bad, which is why the better opportunities
here
that
we
they
go.
get in
What
that
happened
they
to
that they
kids?
get in sweatshops
Yeah,
is better than the
greatness.
farm work
That's
that
what's
they
happening.
otherwise would be doing.
Let's go to Doobie.
I like where your head's at, but I
You're
disagree.
in
But
it,
go ahead,
yeah.
Izzy.
I don't know how you get to that though.
The evidence I've seen suggests children are more likely to be injured in farm work than they are in sweatshop work.
Doobie.
Did you guys see that Alex Jones tweeted that video of Destiny saying that conservatives need to be afraid
I
to
saw
go
it.
to?
Oh
events
yeah,
or
I
whatever?
was
Yeah.
I was gonna mention that in the
Shot.
opening. But if you want
I'll post it.
Oh,
Anyway,
we're gonna
it'd be
we're gonna talk
pretty
about
funny.
it.
Oh,
Izzy.
it's gonna be talked about. Yeah.
Okay.
Gibbs is gonna be unhinged this.
I put it in the group chat for you, Brent.
I'm waiting for it.
Thank you.
I've
No,
never
we're
watched-
gonna be
I've never-
surprisingly hinged, Ali,
I've never
compared to what
watched
we've seen the
this.
last couple days.
I've
Oh
never
yeah,
watched
for
it.
sure. You're gonna be
Hinged
hinged right
ever.
now because it's you know we're all gonna be very, very,
I'm a
calm,
very hinged person.
very calm.
Mm.
I'll be
Well,
unhinged as usual.
Oh,
I
last
I
week,
might
did
not
you
be
see the Piers
calm.
Morgan
I might not
video?
be calm, but I'm gonna be hinged.
Did it have
Lacto,
to
did
be
you
a
see the
Hutch
Piers
clip that you
Morgan
were sending?
appearance?
I did watch the full Piers Morgan video on 4 times speed, And so I
4 times. What's wrong with you?
watch
Yeah,
videos
you
in 4
hate-
times
you hate
speed because
sharing
otherwise I
life.
get too impatient.
Oh my god.
Have you ever
How
heard
can
of
you even
Adderall?
listen to that? Like it's not.
I can
Might
make
check
out
out
and
a
like
prescription.
you can make out enough words to kind of get what they're saying.
Oh my
But again,
god.
like if I'm at the point now where I'm so brain broken that if I'm at like 2 times speed, like I feel like anxiety. I
Yeah,
gotta
that's
go
nothing to
for
be
it.
proud about. That's like
Yeah.
that's actually a
Yeah,
sad
you might
state
want to
of
go
affairs.
see somebody about that.
I go through a lot of
you
videos.
you need to disconnect and go into the wilderness for a while. I think. Just,
I
like,
look
exist
whenever
in the
every
outdoors.
hunting season I do.
No, but I mean just like live out there for like a month. You know, no connection to anything, and then
Your
come
chat-
back. You'll be.
Is that even
pure again.
possible to survive that?
The chat just
We'll
brought up a
find
good
out.
point, Lactoid.
A
I bet that
month?
saves you a
Yeah,
lot of
you could
time
do a
on Pornhub.
month.
I don't do it at 4 times speed. And by the way, I don't even use that website.
You use
It's
it 4
so
times slow, or like
fucking.
is it like frame by frame?
Lactoid is
sterile.
a gentleman. He uses and pays for OnlyFans.
I do
Ah,
not.
What a
Not because I'm
supporter.
against porn, but I'm against paying people money.
Okay.
When it's
Sorry,
free somewhere.
I just
Oh wait, you're just
watched
paying
it.
people money. Period. You're stopping there.
I try to
just
generally
watched
avoid it as much as
Can
possible.
we actually
Okay.
get a list of the list of preferred sites that you like, since you don't like
Well, that's,
Pornhub?
I don't want to do that. Not at least not here on stream. I don't know if I can. Do
We
that.
all know Lactoid's lots of
He
spreadsheets.
searches
rating
really, really
people,
hard on
all
Twitter
that
and
stuff.
Reddit. Okay, he
Any
finds the good stuff.
I
recommendations
do
for the
not.
recommendations for the group to try later? Like
This is fun.
Yes.
Finding out what you
Unironically-
don't use is actually way more fun than finding out what you do use.
MILFs, unironically, okay, because I'm a well-adjusted person.
Mm.
Can I say so?
well,
Cold
that
End
goes
in
well
chat.
hand in hand with you
um,
liking Latinas. So I mean,
there's a
Mhm.
guy Cold End in the Twitch chat, right? The shared Twitch chat you guys have, and he said that he says Destiny and Hassan Abbey are both bad people. They should be shunned and allowed to sink back into the obscurity that their lack of talent and intellect richly deserves. Yada yada. Like I don't understand lumping Hassan into with Destiny. Like I really don't. Like I've looked into his statements and shit. And I
He is a
really don't
terrorist
understand-
sympathizer, Doobie.
Didn't you go to a brothel one
so
time,
what?
Doobie?
Oh yeah, he
No,
went to
no,
Brothel.
that
Okay.
is the main
Well, like, I
argument. He's a
don't-
terrorist sympathizer and like Marxist Leninist. So those
I
two
just
things
don't
make
understand
him...
like lumping him
like-
in with Destiny shit because
What-
like it's
what-
just
yeah.
I don't know. It just seems so far.
we got him. We got him.
So we can get into it. We just get into the topic. Sorry, and I'm gonna read a super chat. I see it, Lawson. I'm gonna read that super chat in just a moment. However, before I do that, because if I lose this, then it'll never come up again, and Dewey and I will never talk about it. Dewey, I've only seen one photo of you, right? And the photo he chose, everyone, the photo he chose was a gym photo, like a thirst trap gym photo with him bare chested, right? That's what he is.
Big sexy.
Right? Yeah, interesting, right? Just interesting choice.
There's no way that's a real photo.
Wait, what's wrong with that photo?
I know there's nothing wrong with the photo. Nothing wrong with the photo, right? No, but I'm just curious. Again, we're going to get to the topic in a second, right? I'm just curious. What do you actually wear? So I've never actually seen it. I don't know, like what you usually wear. What does that look
Just always
like?
bare chested, no matter what.
It's always bare chested. That was me. Like visiting my grandmother.
Doobie
I
wears
took a
polos
picture
and
and walked by.
chinos on the
No,
regular.
I actually no chinos. What the fuck?
100%.
No, I tend to
khakis.
What
wear
about Jenkos? Do you wear Jenkos at all?
I don't even know what Jenkos are. Okay, I just tend to wear dress shirts, button-up shirts, usually darker colors. Usually like slacks or jeans. No, I'm not too fancy.
Okay. All right. And they're all custom made?
Most of them, yeah. I have some older stuff like that. That it's not, but I don't wear that often.
Okay.
But like I
Of course,
prefer to wear stuff that's like fitted for me.
high quality.
I have a guy in Glendale that
and
does
mind
that for me.
you, like my taste in fashion was like, you're very bitchy. Says the custom tailored.
Okay,
clothing
I was
guy.
talking about the brand thing. Okay, the brand thing is what bothers
Yeah, you're
me.
right. You just went a step above and made your own brand, right?
It's not. It's not that serious. Okay, you just go get fitted, get a bespoke pattern for yourself. Right?
A what?
And
A bespoke pattern?
Spoke
Yeah.
pattern. That's right. He knows the language.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want
It's a
bespoke
unique
clothing,
pattern built
if
for
you
your
want
body.
bespoke clothing,
Okay.
matter of course customizations. Thank you, Doobie, for the shout out. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Bespoke
Okay.
clothing. Right?
That's like
what
rich
Doobie-
people speak for custom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
matter
I
of
know, I
course, one and
understand
done.
what it is, but I'm just like I'm trying
just
to
learned
take
that pretty
this all
recently.
in. Yeah, I'm trying to take this all in, right? Like, oh, he's saying for the rest of us, for you out there, YouTube and combined Twitch chat, he's saying for you, like the answer to your clothing needs, right? To your design dilemmas, right? Oh, it's just to get customized clothing, bespoke patterns.
I've
Right?
never
like
agreed
just
with
why
anything
don't you
you
just
said
get all
ever
your
before.
clothes like custom?
Doobie's
custom
the
design for you,
baddest
like, utterly
bitch.
unique.
I'm
It's
sorry,
not
I
a
didn't know.
problem.
Doobie, I did not.
Doobie's
respect
never
you.
said a more
I gotta
true
respect
statement.
your game, bro. You are the
That's
baddest
100%
bitch.
true statement.
Says Mr. Millionaire. Why don't you all out there? Why don't you just do what I do? I just all wear custom clothing.
Wait,
Thank
hold on.
you,
Okay,
Doobie.
but Prime. Before I had the money to do that, I was wearing like dollar store shit or thrift store shit. Like that's what I wore. Okay, so if
Okay.
you're not able to do the bespoke thing, yeah, just don't do the luxury brand thing because that really is just like a poverty trap. I think.
Who
I
is
agree.
saying do
You can also
luxury
custom your own.
brand?
Well, you can also custom your own clothing. Like I have a friend, and I'm actually about to hire him to like start being one of our designers. And he literally buys white T-shirts, and then he like cuts sponges into shapes, and then paints the shirts with like some kind of whatever clothing, and he resells them for like bukus of money because they look fucking cool. Like you can make your own bespoke clothing if you're really broke, until you like have enough money to buy the the better, higher quality shit. Bespoke clothing is the best clothing. Dude,
My favorite
absolutely
clothing
right.
is from Kanye West.
Well, that's sus.
Bro,
I actually bought some of his like $20 like weird sock shoe things just to see what they look like what they were. It was fucking terrible. I do not recommend it.
It doesn't work too well.
It just feels awkward. It really does feel like socks with like I mean, it is socks with rubber pads on them. Like it's
yeah,
not
but then you
a
get
real
used
shoe.
to it.
You gotta
That's how they
suffer. You gotta
comfortable.
suffer for the
Fuck
style.
that, no.
Did you order the Hitler shirt?
No, I didn't order it. That's the $20 sock shoe thing is like the only thing I ever got from.
So I heard that my friend of mine, multiple friends of mine, actually ordered that, and they canceled the orders. It's I don't know if they're actually ever going to get it.
When did they order? Because it took me a
You have
long time to
multiple
get
friends
it.
that
It
ordered
took
that
like
shirt?
it took a very long time to get those.
Well, it was only
socks.
up
You
for
mean
a-
the Hitler shirt.
Yeah, the Hitler
okay,
one.
yeah,
It was
okay.
only up for a day, and so because by the way, that was Kanye West truly is like a artist in the sense of a very creative mind. He ran a fucking Super Bowl ad, and then pulled off all the products except for a swastika shirt. Like when everyone would go, that's master level trolling. Okay,
Yeah,
that
when
is
you got that
master
kind of money,
level.
you could do what you want. It's called
Yeah,
fuck you money and such.
that is fuck you money.
I remember.
Hey, he's got new products on
He's
it
got
right
a
now. He's
lot
got new
less of
products.
it than he used to.
Well, it's the nitrous. Once
Well,
he
you want to
stops
know
that, it'll
another
be
way
bad.
to get the really expensive brands cheap? I found this out back in my. I was about to type this new
Buy
chat. but
fake.
Was the I used to be like real big into like Tap Out and Affliction because obviously I fucking was wrestling, doing MMA, and those were the big brands like
Giant
growing up.
douchebag.
Yeah, giant douchebag. I mean, I am still a giant douchebag if you hadn't figured that out. So I mean, I remember walking into a Sam's Club one day and they had all the fucking Affliction shirts and Tap Out shirts there.
Yeah,
for
Sam's
like
Club is a good
like
hack.
for like $15, $10, because these other companies when they run low will go buy them from like a Sam's Club or something and sell them in their store like short notice. So I was like, oh, bro, I'm doing this all wrong. I should just be going here to get my fucking name brand clothing.
All right, now we know. Okay.
Now you know.
This does make me feel more feminine.
He's selling
Talking about
dresses
this.
now.
Let's get to manly
Kanye?
things, okay? And
lingerie.
let's talk about murder.
Don't forget the super chat.
Oh no, I haven't got
Oh,
done.
No, let's forget the super chat. It makes me angry. I already just saw it. You fucking lost him. God damn it.
Okay. But the super chat is dealing with the topic at hand. So we'll wait in a second. But thank you for trying to remind me, Corey. You know, I simply cannot be trusted. So thank you.
And I can't be trusted to kill dead air.
That's true. Okay. Hey everyone. This is the Rugby Roundtable. We should have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Name's Prime. And we got a great group of guests here. We're going to talk about uncontroversial topics as usual here, right? Try to keep it clean. Try to keep it calm and cash, right?
Not me, never.
If that interests you, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give subs. We haven't done so yet. We do our pre-show warm up, right? We're warmed up now. Now we've all touched our softer, gentler side, our more bougie side, honestly. Yeah. So consider supporting the channel. If you haven't followed the channel on Twitch or subs to the channel on YouTube, so doing that. If you're on YouTube, of course, you can give us super chats, send us super chats in. I will read the super chats to all these wonderful people, and we will react to those super chats. So the super chats extremely helpful. Consider doing that. and we'll react to it, and it'll be fun. And sometimes some of our greatest, what was it? Not when you stray from a conversation. What's that called again?
A tangent.
Tangent. Thank you. Yes, some of our best tangents have come from super chat. So consider doing that for us. Okay. Let's get started. I'm going to read the topic, and I'll also read that super chat. I'm forgotten, but so let me put up the banner. Yeah. All right. Earlier last week, conservative commentator Charlie Kirk was assassinated. The suspected killer was caught, but as of now, the motive is unknown. However, that hasn't stopped Donald Trump from blaming the quote-unquote radical left for Kirk's death. Trump has promised retribution against those on the left that he perceives as responsible for this. In this moment of political crisis, do you think Trump is the man to lead this nation? Do you agree with his message? Do you think Trump's rhetoric will heal the nation? Is healing the nation even something we should be striving for, or should we be seeking vengeance against those who think have wronged us? Charlie Kirk got shot. If people want to talk about their feelings about that, they are free to. That necessarily isn't like the actual assassination isn't really the focus of this particular conversation, but I'm sure it'll come up. But more like the aftermath, right? And what's come, what our political parties are doing. We can talk about the response from the Democrats. Not really much to say there, honestly. But mostly, I like to talk about what the Trump administration has been doing, and other conservatives, what their response this has been. And is this what we want for our country? Maybe it's fine, or maybe it's not. So we'll ask our friends, and you can do an intro, right? And your opening statement. So we'll go to our friend Lactoid.
All right. So I wrote down an intro. I'm gonna speak quickly because it's a little bit longer.
Four times speed.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to talk as fast as I can at 4 times speed. It's unfortunately how I think now. 5 main points. The first point, this is by the way, really the first time I'm really talking about this. I did have a brief conversation on Wick's channel, but so I just have to get some thoughts out of the way first. Just been rant a little bit about what I've been saying. Number one, murder of Charlie Kirk was horrific and inexcusable. He was trying to share his opinions like all of us here are trying to do and will try to do during this panel. He was assassinated in cold blood. Absolutely reprehensible. Number two, the killer was indeed a left-winger. However, far more importantly, the general left-wing response has been disproportionately horrific. Mocking, insulting, celebrating, and misrepresenting. A lot of them will be awful and hide behind cheap whataboutisms to justify their evil. Not all lefties. Some of them have been surprisingly refreshing. I was actually kind of blown away by how human at least Hassan's initial response was. I haven't seen anything beyond that. But there still is too many horrific videos out there about the reaction here. Number three, these cheap whataboutisms aren't even solid. I am going to argue during this panel that the left wing spreads dangerous misinformation that overall leads to more unlawful violence than the right does, and the left does not play nice like the defenders of the left argue that they do, even beyond the absolute unhinged terrorist adjacent shit that Destiny's been saying lately. The left at large seems to be suffering from some collective amnesia about the BLM days. Because of this, well, we're just doing it back is flawed from the start, and it is informed by partisan propaganda. It is unjustified. 4, under the same standard that Trump incited an insurrection, the Democrats incited the murder of Charlie Kirk. For many lefties, fight like hell was sufficient to be considered incitement in the context of widespread mistaken election claims. Just for one example, the Unfuck America campaign, partnering with major left-wing streamers that we know, had Take the Fight to Charlie Kirk on their main website in the context of mistaken racism and Nazi claims, including on their website. Fight like hell apparently is incitement, but taking the fight to is not. If you want to say neither of them are incitement, that's fine, but just pointing out the double standard. Finally, in very direct response to the prompt, the Civil War rhetoric is dumb. Trump needs to calm down the shit that he says. I have never been inconsistent in saying this. I never have made fun of or talked good about the Pelosi situation with the hammer. I also never talked good or spoke well of the assassination of the Democrat senators in Minnesota. Trump also condemned that and condemned that violence, which is good. I think some of the rhetoric right now coming out of the right is problematic as well. We need to stay peaceful and destroy these losers with ideas. No vengeance. Vengeance is bad.
And just quickly before we go to Gibbs, just so people don't remember the Pelosi situation, our friend Latchford brought up, it's when a unhinged individual showed up at her house with a hammer and I think like zip ties or something, right? But in any case, he was attending to like accost Nancy Pelosi. She wasn't there. Her husband was there, and he attacked him and beat him over the head. He suffered severe injuries. Luckily, he survived, and the man was, caught. But after that, there was a lot of ridicule from the right about that particular incident. I don't want to go too deep into it and like put my opinion on the whole thing, but like it was like the response was quite varied to that particular act of political violence. But I'll leave it there. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, I tell you what, I initially on the day of, I was much more in the let's talk about it. Things we need to be cooler heads, But I over the next few days, I've gotten more and more angry, and it's not because of what the right is doing. It's what people on the left are doing. This is like one of those times where even people I thought were like, I don't know, like the reasonable ones, right? Have I done something that I think is a little bit sick? I'm really sick of the perfidious, duplicitous, and dishonest nature of this 1 degree of separation game that so many people are playing in like this moderate space, right? The idea that, oh, I can say XYZ and leave the last part unsaid. Like just this week, I've came at several other streamers because they'll say, "Oh, we need to wait. We don't know what this person is. The media is doing it. See, MSNBC or CNN just said something. Oh, this guy could be a groiper. It could be a right winger," and they ran with this. Where there's been no indication, and all the indication has been, we know the motive. They're left leaning. Their family said they were left leaning. Their friends said they were left leaning. There's this trans ideology aspect to this. There's the all sorts of other things that we know for a fact. These are facts that we've been given to us by the law enforcement. We know for a fact that he wrote these Bella Ciao, which is the anti-fascist movement symbol thing on there. We know the uwu bulge thing. That's a furry thing. We know this person is and has been confirmed by the neighbor that have been seen making out with their transgender furry roommate, which, it's crazy because this is the sad part about this. This person actually has worked with law enforcement, and now they're getting hate. We know that Discord has lied. We actually have a confirmed that he confessed in a Discord about it, and Discord said there was no evidence. So now we have more, I don't want to go with conspiracy, but it seems like Discord covered it up, and they don't want this associated with him, and that's bad. That's its own separate issue. But the idea that these are not a left leaner, and the fact that people push this idea we don't know the motive, which is part of even the premise tonight, I reject wholeheartedly. We knew the motive almost immediately when it happened. All the evidence pointed to it. People were jumping in joy. Some were claiming to have been the shooter. Honestly, these people should all be tried with the individual that confessed that we're killing with this man as accessories to the murder, because they made the manhunt harder by being fake confessors. All this is evil. Destiny has called for the death of streamers, saying conservatives should not be allowed to go or should be shot before they go to places in order to silence them. That's their goal, to silence conservative voices, because they've lost the debate. And so now they have to silence us in order to win. It's disgusting. It's just and I'm just really sick of it. And this idea that just, I can say all these things and then be like, well, I didn't use the exact term groiper or whatever. And their whole audience goes on the chat and just co-signs the unsaid part. They're like, well, I had nothing to do with it. It's disgusting. You know what you're doing when you do this. And you can, just because you can have the one little backdoor out saying, oh, I didn't use the one specific word, doesn't mean you're not just as guilty. And it's really gross behavior. And I think that this really was exemplified justified last Saturday when I went on a show, and I went through my DMs and I went through other appearances, and I took all the things from left-leaning people have said about me in chat, and I inserted these people's names there, and they said, "Oh my God, your rhetoric is so incendiary. Oh my God, your rhetoric is going to cause violence." And I said, "Oh, so then you, as a left-leaning individual, admit to knowing," this is to a Democratic senatorial candidate in Florida, I said this, "you'll admit to knowing that this is loaded language that you're using, and when it's returned on you, it's a problem. So, this is something moderates have said. This is all sorts of shit, and only then is the problem when the right plays this game." And I think it's time maybe we either, because it seems like playing the nice guy hasn't worked, and now maybe we just have to do them a taste of our own medicine so that they feel like how terrible this language is before they realize that something else is going to happen. And we do need to tone it down, because clearly the most reasonable voices in the room are actually duplicitous liars 90% of the time.
Okay. We'll have fun with that later on. But thank you, friend.
Whatever that was.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
I'll probably keep this short. But you can find my Twitch, Corey Comedy 4, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack is Corey Campbell. I suspect that this conversation is not going to be all that productive, but I hope to be proven wrong. The only thing that I'll say is to answer the prompt.
Yeah, lactoid.
Do I think that Trump is going to lead us out of this and actually call for you? I don't think so. I think he's a poor leader. And I do agree with the sentiment that he's just, contributing to fueling the fire, so to speak. The only thing that I'll point out, sort of, I guess, to close out is, lactoid, okay, despite everything that he said in terms of he criticized Trump, but he still voted for him, okay? And as far as I can tell, I don't think he regrets his vote. He's still sticking to it. And this is in the vein of the right wants to take, or wants to talk about, let's say, accountability, potentially. I think the left shouldn't take accountability for all the violence, which does exist, when the right actually takes accountability for everything that they do, which includes January 6th, which Trump still pardoned them, and he is rewarded for that, okay? Lactoid still voted for him, Gibbs still voted for him, and they're sticking by their vote. So what do you do when you're actually incentivized to in that way, and you're not actually held accountable? People still vote for you. I don't know what to do about that, but I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Doobie.
I think that both sides are being dishonest about how they've contributed to the escalation of the language and the violence. I was watching that Piers Morgan thing earlier, right? With Destiny and Anna Kasparian, Andrew Wilson, Jack Prosobiec is fucking drunk. All these people, right? Even Cornel West, who I fucking love. Okay, I love Cornel West. But even he was, I think, being dishonest, right? And I've seen this over and over again, where the left says, "Oh, it's the right that's been, using this crazy, violent rhetoric, calling us Nazis and yada yada," and the right says, the left says that the right's been saying all this kind of crazy shit about the trans, and they're calling them demonic, satanic pedophiles and shit like this, and the right says, "Well, you guys have been calling us Nazis," but I think that the reality is both sides have been doing this for fucking ever, and it's not even a recent thing. It's not even a Trump thing. When Mitt Romney was running for president, Biden was saying that he was going to put black people back in chains. He was saying that's what he wanted to do, right? So this kind of hyperbolic bullshit, right, to smear the other side has just been common in American politics for fucking ever. I think people need to stop pretending that it isn't common. I think people also need to stop pretending that the other side is entirely at fault, right? And I think that this idea that if we're going to bring down the violent rhetoric or whatever the fuck, we need to wait for the president to do it first. We need to wait for the right, quote unquote, right, whoever the representative of the right is right now, to do it first. I think it's just childish. I think both sides need to stop the escalation. However, I think there are some things that are true that you actually just can't talk about without there being an implicit call to some kind of action, i.e., Trump being a fascist. I think he's a sort of proto-fascist. And I think that Trump has been doing things recently that are direct attacks on fundamental aspects of American values and American freedom, right? So him attacking those things, and then people supporting him as he's attacking those things, right? I think at some point you do need to say, hey, that is bad. I need to call that out. And if calling that out makes some people angry enough that they use violence, well, that's on them. That's not on me for just calling the thing out. Like, if you don't want people calling you a fucking fascist, don't do fascist things. Like, it's that simple. I don't know. I think it's much more. I feel like there's an implication that a lot of these insults or these things are just like empty. They're like fake, and they're just like you're just like smearing the other side. But I think on both sides there's some truth there, right? In the criticisms, in the allegations being made, and I think those things need to be addressed in a real way before we can like move away from any kind of like tension or violence.
Okay. Let's go to. Sorry, I'm not even looking at the screen. 1 second. Ali.
Yeah, so I agree with Doobie. This whole the left is doing it first, the right is doing it first, the right is doing it. It's just so it's pathetic and like childish. But so I agree with Doobie. But in terms of like, do I think Trump is the man to lead the nation? Yeah, right. Not in a way that I want to. Not that I think he should be leading the nation, but like this is what the people want. The people want him, right? I know this is a sad time, but you know, the fringes on either side, right, especially on the right, they got their martyr. They get to kind of unleash and go unhinged. And I mean, yeah, this is what they voted for. This is what they want. Should he lead the nation? No, I don't think so. But is he the man to lead the nation? Yeah, this is what the people want. I don't see I don't see anything coming down any soon. I see the rhetoric's only going to ramp up, right? I see more of this political violence. I don't think it's good. I don't think you should be shot for saying words. But to Doobie's point, right? If people are going to ramp up their rhetoric and, you know, say some fascisty or Nazi or like racist, like extreme racist rhetoric, whatever it may be, and then people are going to call it out and something violent happens, it can't be the fault of the people who call it out, right? It has to be to some extent, you know, we're going to have to look at gun laws. We're going to have to look at mental health crisis in this country, or like where people are at, and then like plus the rhetoric that's happening. So yeah.
Okay, let's go to our friend, a newer friend, Non-Fun.
Yeah, first of all, I condemn all violence coming from the furry community, okay? The very violent furry community that's attacked us. But, I mean, I think it's relevant that, like, on a lot of sort of like 80-20 issues, Democrats are like end up taking like the 20% side because they're trying to appeal to the people to the more left of the party. There's like 2 issues they don't do that with, and that's Israel and political violence. It looks like every single elected Democrat, I think, has taken basically the right line on the issue. They've immediately come out and condemned it, and they're apologizing and blah, 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 blah. I don't think you see people on the, certainly not most elected Republicans even now, on the right doing things that I think are comparable to that. And I don't think Donald Trump himself has done anything remotely to heal the nation or whatever. And I think he probably will end up using this as an excuse to try to crack down more on universities because he already does not particularly like them.
Okay. So before we get started, I just wanted to read that super chat, which I didn't forget, right? And our friend Ali, I guess, wants to go after that. So the super chat from our friend Lawson Harrison says, "Why should we care about what an I can put it up on screen. I forgot about that. Why should we care about what an ex-reality TV star says days when the president of DGG can't even denounce violence?" So I guess we could talk about this first. And again, thank you to the $10 lost, and thanks for supporting the channel. If you want to support the channel, great way to do it is through super chats. Go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/PrimeKai, in case you haven't done so already. Join our YouTube community and consider supporting the channel. With super chats, we'll react to the super chats. All right. But going off of this, yeah.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay, great. Well, then we can. I'll just give a little bit of intro from what I've seen, and I've seen a lot less than I'm sure the rest of you have on Destiny's comments, like much less, and that's the way I like it. But Destiny it seems to be taking quite an extreme stance on this, and not. It seems like, unless my understanding is incorrect, that he's not just denouncing violence, that he's like saying that, well, maybe even encouraging it. Now, if I have that wrong, other people can correct me on that. But he doesn't seem to think this is a bad thing, from my understanding, and doesn't seem to think that we should we shouldn't be celebrating the death of Kirk, like actively celebrating rather than just like discussing it or whatever, discussing his politics. Yeah, like I think that I think this is an interesting moment for the left to grapple with. As to like where do we want to stand on these things. Now, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be like lecturing people on how they should react, because I think that's bullshit. Lacto tried to lecture me last week about that. But I'm not going to be lecturing people on their stances, how they should feel, because I actually care about
Or
freedom.
react or joke about.
Um,
I thought comedy was legal now. That's what I got.
I
That
thought
message from
comedy
Elon
was
Musk.
legal too. I thought comedy was legal. But apparently I was wrong. But yeah, but I actually believe in freedom, so I'm not going to lecture people about that. But like if there's, okay, I don't want to say anything that's a little slanderous. So I don't know if Destiny has made an explicit call to violence. Be very clear about that. Because Lacto is also my lawyer, the person I just insulted. So I don't want to do that. But in any case, I think this moment is actually quite instructive as to.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about.
I can give you the statement. Can I quickly just give you
the one degree
like
the one degree of
statement?
separation thing, though, is
Okay,
kind of what I'm
sure.
talking about, Prime. I think you're kind of touching on that. It's like he didn't explicitly say it, but it's like, okay, you said it, like, or you like did something, and you're like, oh, I didn't say that it was a right winger, furry or a right winger groiper that killed him, but then it's like you set everything up for your audience to do it, not you, but like I'm talking the metaphorical.
Yeah.
Like I've seen multiple people do this where they do it and then they don't ever use the exact word, and then it's like they have like, oh, well, I'm just waiting for something to come out. Like, come on, bro, you're being dishonest when you do this. You know what you're doing. Like there's several people that are doing this. And I don't know. I'm sorry.
So the thing that he said was right wingers have to be, or conservatives. It's gonna be slightly paraphrased, but need to be afraid to go to public events. Should be afraid to go to public events for like fear of being killed, so that they pressure their leaders to tone the temperature down.
Mm-hmm.
That was the statement. Like they should be afraid to go out in public and go to these events.
I think that statement is irresponsible considering the size of Destiny's audience that he has. Like, if you're a big streamer in general, you should be careful about what you say because you're always going to have crazy fucking people in your audience. But I think it's a general point there, which I probably would not go as far as Destiny, to be clear, is that like when Democrats come out and repeatedly apologize constantly and condemn all the violence when the right doesn't seem to do the same, Republicans have no incentive to sort of to pressure their leaders to try to tone the temperature down, and that's why Trump feels perfectly okay not saying anything about this, or not taking serious steps to actually try to unite the nation. I would say. Let's
let Ali in.
So Trump might be like a unique case, but like with Destiny trying to get the president to bring the temperature down, do we think that like politicians hold more influence than like streamers or influencers?
I think the president does. Yeah.
I think politicians do in general, and I'll tell you why. It's because they're the leaders of the party. They're the ones actually either like implementing the law, and a lot of times, even if they have like super PACs or they have organizations around them, or even like the non-fund, all of that all trickles down from them. So streamers, when they're advocating for a stance, like I'll say Hassan's kind of like an odd one because he's like kind of like anti-American in some ways. So like he might even be a little more whatever. But even then, like Destiny, for example, is like kind of trickled down from the dim leadership because he's gonna use their stances and he's gonna push their policies. So yes, they are the more influential, I think.
Except in this moment right now, where all of the Dems are essentially denouncing, and he's kind of like saying it's cocked, right?
Well, I think
in terms of like the politicians, right? The politicians have denounced because that's what they're going to do, right? And I'm saying in terms of like how people are going to react to this.
Well, the only people who are denouncing are because of what's happening. Like their press secretary people are telling them, oh, you got to do this.
Their
PR.
PR.
It's a bad look. But despite we have them on clips saying all this violent rhetoric in the past.
Yeah. So like
Ilya and Omar just got stripped of committee seats for her awful reaction to the Kirk death. So
yeah,
but
like,
it's
so
not
when
like all
happens,
leadership is not
when something happens like a death on the left or like a murder or whatever. Like it's not like the right's rhetoric is like peaceful and kind and like wishes and so on and so forth. They kind of go crazy as well, right? It's just that this was a political death, so it's like you guys feel like it's different in that.
Sure. Okay. I wish there was a better way to quantify this, but certainly, it feels like sort of the politicians on the right are able to set the culture for the Republican Party and for the right more generally a lot better than politicians on the left.
Well, because
are.
the right is more unified in what they want and who they voted for. In
I don't
terms
even
of,
know.
Like,
well, that's. I think they're.
This is the
more
vibe they
unified in
voted
who they
for,
voted
right?
for.
Collectively.
Yeah, but I'm saying it feels like Trump is able to make issues out of things that the right never like considered an issue before, and Democrats I think struggle to do that a lot more, and that's relevant when I think Trump could certainly, if he made it political violence on the right an issue at all, instead of essentially tacitly supporting some of it at the very least, especially like the January 6th pardons,
But
for
he's
example.
not going to, because he doesn't support that, right? He kind of like, this stirrup is good for him, right? It only riles up his base more.
Yeah.
You guys, yeah. So like, so he's not going to tone down the rhetoric.
Well, yeah, because he's an egotistical maniac. Yeah, I agree. He's not.
So I'm curious
agree
about.
he's not going to, but I think Trump is in a position where if he made it an issue, a lot of MAGA Republicans would essentially listen to him. I think the right is a lot better able to control that. And as I mentioned, like even in my opening, it feels like Democrats struggle to do that.
I think they'd see through the PR and kind of do what they're doing anyways.
I don't know if that's
Okay, so I'm curious, Lactoid and Gibbs, right? So my feeling about Trump is that he is basically like a proto-fascist. I don't think he actually has an ideology, really, but I think what he's done, right, and the kind of his bent, right, the way that he leads and the way that he tries to get things done, I would feel comfortable calling him like a proto-fascist, right? And I think that he's done things that are fun or attempted to do things that are fundamentally at odds with American values, right? So, for example, this push that he tried to ban flag burning, right, or to punish flag burning, right, using fighting words laws or whatever the fuck. I think just the president doing something like that, pushing something like that, right, that we're going to punish people for burning the American flag, it to me feels totally like antithetical to like Americanism. Right, like one of the great things about our country, one of the ways that we sell our country when we're talking about it, is hey, in our country we can criticize the government. In our country we can say "fuck you, government," and they can't do shit to us, right? They won't put us, they can't put us in a cage for it. Whereas other shitholes, if you criticize the government, if you burn a flag, they're gonna throw you in a fucking cage and beat the fuck out of you, right? So the fact that he even like tried to touch that, right, even if he's not successful, that he like pushed in that direction, to me is like fucking egregious, right? So like how do you like and to me that would be enough. That right there is enough that like I can imagine somebody being upset enough about that to do something crazy, right? If not to Trump, then to somebody supporting Trump as he's doing these things. But then that's not even the only, like he was talking about like denaturalizing citizens, right? Like denaturalizing them and deporting them for criticizing Israel, right? Like crazy shit like this, right? That I think is like bad enough that if you just talk about it honestly, people are going to get angry and they might want to take some kind of violent action, if not against Trump, then against people who support Trump. And Charlie Kirk was one of the primary people driving the youth vote to Trump, right? And Charlie Kirk has his own fucking issues. He's like a Christian nationalist, right? Which is its own like bag of shit. So like, how do you talk about this stuff without like there being some kind of implicit call to action or avoiding language that might cause somebody to take some kind of violent action? Because the actions themselves are bad enough that some people might want to take action. Like it just, I don't know how you like detach those things or you even talk about them.
Well, I'll go first if you want. I do agree with you that the concern for right-wing authoritarianism is something that people should be concerned about, especially since, like, I know you just kind of framed as Charlie Kirk is white, like a white Christian nationalist or something, right? But
no, I don't think he's a racist. I think he's a Christian nationalist.
Okay, yeah, Christian nationalist, fine. Yeah, my bad. That's I don't necessarily have a problem with someone classifying as that. And I know that some people are going to disagree with what I'm about to say next, which is that Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, was somebody more moderate on the right. Like he's in the center, like right. He's not as far extreme.
No.
Hold on. Yeah, I know y'all are going to disagree. Hold on. And this is what's crazy is y'all are all saying this. And so like us, most of us on the right, we all are like, yeah, he was a fairly moderate milquetoast guy, didn't have any convictions or anything, all this stuff. He was a good youth leader. And then y'all are already, just here on this panel, just with the laughs, already painting him as some extremist, right? And so when y'all are going, oh, hey, yeah, I'm worried that, there's going to be more authoritarian Trump. Yeah, I think that is a real concern, because now you have people like Milo unretiring. You have people that are way more extreme now going to be having a bigger voice. I saw a rumble that Nick Fuentes outperformed Kai during his marathon 3 thing going on right now, or Mafiathon 3 thing going on right now, which is crazy. That Nick Fuentes just had pulled those, and it's because of the Charlie Kirk. And like you're going and you've killed this guy that most of them the right think is moderate, and especially Christians who think he's a moderate Christian guy. And y'all are going, oh, these are the radicals. And then you're like, well, we don't want the authoritarian to rise. Well, guess what? That's how you get somebody authoritarian, because you kill the guy that's in the middle, and then all the really extreme guys are the ones who are going to be not afraid to speak because they push extremist views. And I think that is a concern. However, that being said, I think another thing that's happened on the right is all the right-leaning factions have basically unified. Like I've never seen, I don't have the urge to go after like Andrew Wilson right now for some of his shit takes on like, oh, feminism or something. Like I don't or oh, it's men's fault, women's fault, or dating stuff. I have zero desire to do that right now because there's a bigger problem. The left is fucking killing our people. That's what it is. They're killing it with the policy. They're killing it. They're literally killing them with like Charlie Kirk. They tried to kill the president twice, and then they try to do this dishonest framing, like, oh yeah, this guy was a right leaner, even though he like donated money to Biden. All this other bullshit. Like we know the games, we've seen the games, we're sick of the games, and now y'all are terrified because y'all created a martyr.
I don't think anyone ever argued that this was effective political strategy. I obviously don't think like the left should not support this because it makes the left weaker. I don't think anyone ever said otherwise, Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
I can
he
respond.
should have been shot. Okay, like to be clear, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
I know you're not saying that.
Yeah, so just to like give you like something direct. So the Piers Morgan panel that I saw earlier, Andrew Wilson and Jack Brasovic, like one of the things that they were talking about is being called a fascist by people on the left, and they were saying this as if it was like ridiculous and you're like smearing us by calling us fascists. But I mean, if they are supporting a guy who is doing fascist things, like what else are you supposed to call him and them? You know what I mean? Like if that's a smear, and the smear is just accurately describing your actions or the actions of the guy that you support, like how the fuck do we even communicate with you or about you?
I mean, you say that though, right? And like, I listen. I know Lactoid's going to be sympathetic to this because he's a libertarian. He doesn't want authoritarian. Doesn't want to do that. I'm a Texan, and we don't trust big government. I've said this about Doge. If it's a tool used correctly, great. However, I'm worried that like the left is going to take over and turn it into something that it wasn't intended, or make it expand the power. I like worry about big government. I worry about authoritarian government. I also agree with
they're
you.
not banning lab-grown meat, right? That's big government.
Well, hey, shh.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No
hold on,
accountability.
I mean, there's hold on, no, hold on. I absolutely think there's needs for regulations. I'm not a libertarian. Like, I definitely think there's reasons why we should do it. Lab-grown meat's another leftist plot to weaken America. We don't have to go into all that right now, but that's fine. We're gonna sit here and like with Doobie. Yeah, I definitely get the concern, and yeah, I can see why you want to argue this. But you can say someone's authoritarian. Like if I call like Trump a populist authoritarian, that's not the same as me using the buzzword and calling him Mussolini incarnate. Like that, like, oh, he's a fascist. He's basically Mussolini. Oh, he's a Nazi. He's basically Hitler. That's loaded language, and you can talk about this in a way that's not like that. But y'all aren't doing that. And then this is the biggest thing: is the other thing that's happening is if I comment on left policies and y'all don't like my framing, like I'm gonna give you a list, right? If I said the left stands for open borders, open crime, free crime everywhere, and critical race theory, and they want to put transgender people into women's sports. You would say, I've literally heard this week from a person running for office in the Senate in Florida. They told me that was dishonest framing and that was incendiary language, even though that's actually can be tied directly to policy. And that's much less incendiary than me calling somebody a fascist.
So
I'd like to respond.
Lactoid, and then our friend Corey, and then Ali.
Yeah, I just wholeheartedly reject this characterization of Trump as a fascist or a proto-fascist. I think that it's myopic. I think that when you look, you have to compare Trump, if we're going to talk about whether he represents some kind of new threat, some kind of proto-fascist, you would have to compare Trump to presidents past, right? So you look at Donald Trump and compare him to, let's say, somebody like George W. Bush, right? What's more fascist, right? What about starting $2 trillion wars leading to shit tons of death, and also launching the PRISM program that is illegally spying on millions of Americans. And then when the person who calls the alarm on that, he puts out information exposing the government for spying on its civilians and its citizens illegally, then all of a sudden he gets a bunch of flack and has to leave the country and is continued to be sort of this target by the establishment, both on the Republicans and the Democrats, but the establishment. Well, that was George Bush. To me, that's infinitely more fascist than what Donald Trump has done.
But can't there be more than one fascist?
Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Look, if you categorize most American presidents as fascists, then maybe you have a point. Okay, what I'm saying is that if you characterize like George Bush as a fascist for that, if you characterize Obama drone bombing U.S. civilians, you consider him a fascist. If you consider Biden a fascist, you're trying to get OSHA to illegally force. Maybe you do, Prime. Okay,
yeah.
But for most other people, okay, sure. Most other people, though, right, trying to through executive fiat push OSHA to force millions of vaccines in executive order, which was not the full scale, was not the scope of OSHA. We know that, trying to extend beyond what the legislation allows them to do. Potentially arguing for, potentially packing the court, and the Kamala, of course, having history of actually arguing to pack the court. I mean, we had I think the closest peer person you could probably argue with was a fascist, and even this is like, I don't really feel, super comfortable saying he's a fascist, but he is the closest by far. And this is FDR, right? The left's kind of sweetheart, the guy who put Japanese people in camps. This is the closest we get, right, to fascist. And this is nothing like Trump, right?
People in camps now.
No, like putting people in camps because of their race, because specifically targeting, because that was not targeting people because they were Hispanic. This is targeting people because they're in the country illegally.
Where like the government fought against a restriction that would say you couldn't target people for their ethnicity.
No,
right?
So no. There's nuance to that. What that Supreme Court, and by the way, the Supreme Court ruled in Trump's favor on that, was that you can use a multiple of factors to investigate whether or not somebody is an illegal immigrant. And one factor you can use to investigate whether they are an illegal immigrant, which is the thing that's being targeted, is their race or ethnicity. Because because people coming up and say, because people come because Hispanic, because the this is wholly different. This is wholly different than the internment camps.
So exactly
this is wholly different. This is wholly different from the internment camps. The target with the with immigration enforcement is targeting people who are breaking the law of the country, whether you agree with that law or not. When it comes to the Prime, when it comes to Prime, let me finish, please.
We're like,
no, they didn't break any law.
Right?
No, they didn't break any law. They didn't break any law. Prime.
The law says they need to be in an internment camp. If you're outside the internment camp, you'd be breaking the law.
That's not what the law. No, that's not what the law said. Those were military orders to put them in camps. The law did not allow for that. Right? It was only afterwards the Supreme Court kind of semi-justified it, and then has since the government walked it back. Right? That was the closest we got to fascism. Arresting people for illegal immigration is not that. Flag burning, I criticized that immediately when that was proposed. Flag burning has also been, I think by the late 80s, most states had flag burning legislation. There's been multiple attempts on the federal level to ban flag burning. If all those governments were also fascist, then sure, right? It's not good, but this argument that, hey, president is doing kind of authoritarian thing that I don't like, right? Therefore, he is fascist. When you compare, this president, you can point to plenty of things that he's doing that's not fascist, right? You really thought a Republican would be on board with gay marriage coming in 2016? This has been
what is this argument? What is this awful argument? This is an awful argument. Hey,
is it? Is it an awful argument? Two wars, the prison program.
I'm not going to tell you exactly.
Hold on.
Was okay? You think Biden was a fascist? Was Bush a fascist?
Bush had a lot of fun. It actually goes straight to my point, right? Hey, guy. First of all, why would I have any problem calling Bush a fascist? I don't know.
Do you think he's a fascist?
Yeah. What did I just say? Why would I have any problem doing that? Hold on.
Was Obama a fascist?
Yeah, Obama is a war criminal. I'm not sure if a fascist, but
him and Fabian agree on all these things.
But 1 second. Yeah,
I could have told you he was going to say this.
Who do you think you're talking to here, right? I trust all of these people, right? Biden, genocidal maniac, deserves to be in the Hague, right? Zionism is fascism, is Jewish fascism, and he is a pro-Zionist to his core. So yeah, he's a fucking fascist. I have no problem saying that, right? with Obama, he did the drone strikes, which I think was illegal. I don't know if I would necessarily call that fascism.
Funded
necessarily.
fascists in Ukraine.
Sorry, what did you do in Ukraine?
Funded fascists, right? This was the
Did-
2014-15 was at the height of the Azov Battalion.
I'm familiar with that, but if you say so, I'm not gonna deny you. If
Sure.
you're saying that happened, okay. But I don't need to defend Obama. I trash Obama all the time. I don't give a fuck. Fuck these people. Fuck
Okay,
Obama.
well then maybe
I'm
you're
gonna-
the
I'm
wrong
gonna
person
give
to
you
talk
something.
to on this. I don't know what to say. You think they're all fascists. So then I guess Trump is a fascist according to you, and you're pretty consistent, I suppose.
He's absolutely 100% fascist.
Okay, well you're consistent in a way that's crazy.
No. Listen to me. Right? Before we go there, right? I'm just like, you want me to bite bullets, so I have to just bite your bullets for you. Because I wanna gobble them all up, right? I got no problem with that.
Yeah.
But right, I would say that and like when people like seriously discuss fascism, not just like on Twitter, right? When people are seriously discussing fascism isn't a light switch, right? It's not simply, oh, you're in a fascist regime or you're not in a fascist regime, right? We understand it's not a binary. Everything, like I like to say, is a spectrum, and fascism is definitely included on that. And so, yes, you can have presidents who can take more authoritarian actions than others, right? Who can engage in brutalities that we might call fascism, right? You brought up FDR. Hey, that's a really good point, Lactoid. Good work, Lactoid, bringing that up. That's a good point, right? But different. We've had like other presidents in this country sponsor genocides, right? Either directly by the American military, right, that we've done, or indirectly, where we had authoritarian regimes literally do a genocide their population. That's the thing that we've done. And I'm not talking about Israel. I'm not talking about Israel here. I'm talking about before then. This is not new, right? So like you can say if you're saying that's a fascist act, right? Yeah, it applies to a lot of presidents. What you've just discovered is that, yeah, a lot of presidents do evil shit. A lot of presidents do evil, heinous shit, and they should all be in jail for those actions. Absolutely.
Okay.
When we're judging,
Prime.
that doesn't invalidate. That doesn't invalidate the actual criticism itself. Trump has secret police. Secret police.
Prime.
Hold on. Let's establish this just quickly, right? With our good friend Lactoid. Hey, Lactoid, right? Is it
ICE?
true? Yeah, is it true or is it not true that ICE is approaching people ununiformed and masked? Is that true or not true?
They're approaching people they do have signifiers on that they're ICE. They have masks on.
No, we've seen.
I can have the same signifiers, brother.
Their signifiers are like literally just regular street clothes. We've seen the videos.
That would be impersonating law.
They literally don't. They literally will.
How would you be able to tell?
Okay, I haven't seen this. This sounds like a bad idea. I don't think it. Can I answer?
Okay.
Can I answer, please? I don't think it necessarily makes them more or less fascist if they have uniforms or not.
No. Oh, building the picture of a secret police force, right? Building the picture. So we start there, right? That they're masked individuals, not identifying themselves, and then dragging people into unmarked cars. Is that true?
Seems like they would just be the police then if they had uniforms.
I don't want to. Gibbs, please. Lactoid, is that true? Have they been dragging them into unmarked cars?
I'm not aware.
Oh, you're not aware. Okay, well they have been.
I'm willing to accept that they have.
Okay, great, right? Have they literally black bag people?
Potentially.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've arrested people too.
Sure. And and then where have they sent them off to? Have they sent them off to prisons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outside of U.S. control, at least full U.S. control, where they've been tortured, where they've been physically abused. Is that a thing that's happened, Lactoid? Under actual authoritarians, those prisons run by actual authoritarians. Has that happened?
You're talking about CCOT? You're talking about CCOT?
Yeah. Oh,
yes. There have been some people sent to CCOT for sure.
Oh yeah. They've been physically assaulted. They've been sexually assaulted at that prison. This is the testimony of the individuals coming out there, right? So we have a police force that brown people up in mass arrest, right? Millions of individuals for all kinds of like spurious reasons. We can get into that some other time. Sorry, I don't want to like pull this whole conversation into this, right? But like we are taking them off, exfiltrating them out of the country as fast as possible, right? And then putting them in a prison where they're getting tortured, there, physically abused, sexually abused in that prison. And then you say, well,
eventually
what's
half saved it,
fascist
okay?
about
You half
Donald
saved
Trump,
it.
right? And then what's worse, you say, oh, well, Trump does things that you wouldn't consider fascist. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter, right? Like he can do things that I like. There are things. In fact, there's something he did recently that I really praised. Right? There's something he did recently I really praised. We haven't really talked about that. We'll talk about this some other time, right? I don't want to get off topic, but he can do things that a person like doesn't negate like the authoritarianism that he's engaged in, right? Like we can point all these things out. That's what exactly what people are doing. That's an honest conversation to have.
Can I respond? So I never deny that you can point to specific examples. But like what I said at the very beginning is if we're going to use the term like label, if we're going to label, because labeling here matters. The only point of labeling something is to distinguish it from something else. You wouldn't use the same label on everything. Otherwise, the label loses all utility. The point of a label is to distinguish. If you're going to say, which you have, that, yeah, well, all the fascists are fascist, or all the presidents are fascist war criminals, we could just, they should all be arrested. Then again, maybe you're the wrong person to have this conversation with, because you're gonna say, well, Trump is a fascist. Okay. And I'm gonna say, oh, by what metrics do you label someone a fascist? And then you're gonna describe metrics, and then you're gonna describe metrics that would include, as in your own words, like Bush and Biden and potentially Obama. You weren't quite sure about that one, but like it was kind of close.
I'm willing to give you Obama if you give me Obama. I want to give you Obama.
Okay, you're even willing to give me Obama. I'm going to bring this back to Doobie. But Prime, can I bring this back to Doobie? No. You ranted for a little while, Prime.
No, I can go as long as I want to, and I will if I want to. But I'm not going to do that. But I'm just saying, just give me a second here. All I'm trying to say is that if you want, you can we can do the thing that we make to make white people feel better, right? What we can do when we're talking about bigotry, right? When we talk about bigotry, and we say, oh, okay, this person isn't a racist. Right. Instead, they've done a racist action, which doesn't necessarily implicate their character. Right. Again, to call the feelings of white people on this one. So this is something you can do. You can say that this person is essentially a fascist. Right. They have done taken fascist actions, and then you can tally up how many fascist actions a person has done and the severity of the actions a president has done. That's another path.
Trump is relatively lower in the fascism degree compared to other presidents.
Okay, wait, likely.
But I this one went Doobie's, because Doobie was the one who asked me the question. Then I want to talk with you, Nafon. Doobie, do you agree with Prime that Bush and Biden were fascists?
Not in the way that Trump is. I think Trump is way worse, actually.
You think that the Iraq War and Afghanistan War and the prison program?
I don't think going to war equals fascism. I don't think going to war is fascism, right?
I don't think it's comparable, or like I guess a feature of fascism is kind of warlike behavior.
No,
not really.
No, that's about as good of an argument as the secret police argument.
No, not necessarily.
Going to war, not necessarily.
Launching various wars without like international justification.
Be in jail for them, but that
some of them are.
I don't classify everything I don't
Iraq
like
was
as
not legal.
As we know from our greatest ally, liberal westernized democracies in the Middle East go to war all the time.
You criticize them for this. You call them fascists for this.
Well, they're nationalist Jewish supremacist countries. Yeah, I do consider them pretty.
And you factor in the war, don't you? You factor in the airstrikes.
But I don't think the average person would say going to war equals fascism, right?
No. It adds fascism points, like Prime was talking about. Like being a warlike country is like emblematic of a fascist country, as opposed to being a peaceful country.
Okay.
Militarism is a key tenet of fascism.
No, hold on. Actually, it's not true. Hold on. No. I'm not there.
Wait, I do want to.
This is actually not true.
Hey, everyone shut up. No, everyone shut up. Doobie was talking. Someone Doobie to finish, and then you guys can jump in.
Yeah, stop bullying me, okay, fucking assholes.
All right, I'll be quiet.
just no, actually. So I don't think it even
We
matters
gotta
that
get to it
quick.
at some
Right? So
point.
I don't think we need to get lost in the weeds of what a fascist is. I think you believe that Prime believes what he's saying, right? When he calls Trump a fascist, right? You think he's being honest about this. The issue that I have that I'm trying to like point to is how does Prime express these honestly held genuine opinions, right, that he has based on the behavior of these people? If calling them a fascist, apparently, it might lead to somebody shooting them, right? Like, how do you even engage with the topic?
How do I engage with the topic if people calling somebody a fascist? Like, I try to add the context, right? Like, if people who are saying that like Trump represents some kind of unique threat, which, by the way, by the time of the next Republican administration, the Democrats are going to be saying the same shit about Trump as they're talking about Bush, like, oh, he was so nice, he was so good, like, totally, like, trying to again compare whoever the current president is as like make him look as bad as possible by lionizing the prior president. But the question of whether or not Trump is like a fascist, if you're trying to use fascist in terms of like this new like horrible threat that's like changing the country to some like the features of the country to some kind of substantial degree that was not the case when it comes to Bush or Obama or Biden, et cetera. Like that's the kind of like designation that I think most lefties are talking about, and that's the kind of designation that I think is most harmful and most inaccurate. But if you're using fascist in terms of the incredibly broad way that Prime is using, and as long as he explains that, then I don't know how anybody's going to see what Prime said and say like, oh, like Trump is like uniquely bad. They're going to say, well, Trump is simply one member of like a long line of a broken system, which I think that narrative is much less likely to be conducive to violence.
Okay, just real quick. Like, Lactoid, I think the fascism word is silly to debate the semantics of it sometimes, but you, I think, would agree with Trump has a kind of unique view of the powers of the executive branch. We didn't see Bush doing the same things, pushing unitary executive theory the same way I think Trump wants to.
In certain regards, yes. In other regards, no, right? I think Biden's attempt to use OSHA without Congress's approval to push mass vaccine mandates was like a massive overstep in executive control that Trump has not attempted to do. I think that the idea of packing the Supreme Court is like particularly anti-constitutional and represents a destruction of our third branch of government. That was something the Republicans have said they're not going to do as compared to the Democrats. Yes, Trump, there's other things that Trump has like talked about. I think Trump has been pretty like gone overboard recently on executive orders. Like that's, you can criticize him for that. That's fine. But again, I don't think that makes him uniquely bad compared to the shit that was happening before or was threatened to happen.
I think for one, the reason Biden did a lot of things that you might see as being, sort of overbearing or overstep the executive branch's power is because he genuinely has some concern for well-being people, right? Like Biden genuinely thought COVID was an issue and wanted to get the vaccine mandate as the thing to fix that. I think the reason Trump wants to do things that are an overstep of the executive powers branch is literally just because he wants power and he's egotistical, right? Like him, him saying, oh, I want to have the power to have some say over interest rates, right? Like, I don't think does he really sincerely believe that like monetary policy is being severely mishandled? I think he just wants that power because I think he knows it's going to do well. Or I think he wants that power for himself because he knows it'll give him more power over voters. It'll give him more power over the economy. I think that's something that's kind of unique to Trump. And I also think Trump uniquely has sort of control over his own base that is relevant to the actions that Trump takes rhetoric-wise.
We gotta let some other people in here. So we gotta agree Corey, Ali,
Sure.
and Gibbs.
So Gibbs, earlier, if I heard you correctly, if I understood you correctly, which I might not have, I think you mentioned that, the left calling, or I've never done it, but you, obviously, I don't think correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm confident I've never called Trump a Nazi. But you seem to frame it as like a left calling Trump a Nazi that somehow like invokes violence. But did I understand that sentiment correctly?
Yeah, I do. I that would be correct. Yeah, I do.
Okay,
That it
so
was
then
violence.
you would agree that J.D. Vance was violent towards Trump by calling him a Nazi.
I would say that would be a example of violent rhetoric towards Trump. Yeah.
Okay, so his own vice president is violent towards the president, right? That's
he
fair...
was at one point, and
okay,
then he became allied with him, and changed
we're forgiving
his tune on it.
people.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
Even
don't talk
someone
about
as goated as
accountability,
J.D.
right?
Vance can make a mistake, and
We're forgiving
atone for
people.
it.
No,
It
you're
seems
not.
like he's atoned for it and asked for forgiveness, and they become good friends. It seems
Okay, and so in
working
that
colleagues.
in that vein, then you
shows our
you would,
acceptance levels on the right.
so then you would say also that Trump is using violent rhetoric when he says radical left Marxists.
No.
Okay, so can you finish this phrase for me? Better dead than.
then red. That would be
Oh,
yeah.
what
yeah,
is that invoking?
That would be it'd be better for me as the individual to be dead than be a communist.
Okay,
because
so
the communists are evil.
someone calling a Marxist.
Not us killing them.
That-
It's
that's
better
not-
for us to be dead than red.
Okay, yeah, so that's not
So I
calling
guess
for
that's
death.
self-suicide. I guess
so-
yeah, that's violent towards other
Okay,
people.
so it's better be dead than a Marxist, right?
Yeah,
That's
I would
the-
agree with
okay,
that.
so Trump.
I would
labeling
rather be
people
dead than be a
Marxist.
Marxist.
Okay, so but you would agree that Trump is being violent. That's violent rhetoric.
I
right?
mean, if we're counting violent rhetoric towards oneself, then I guess we're also counting every My Chemical Romance song. Like, I mean, what, like, are you fucking kidding me with this logic that you're using?
Well, no. How is your logic? How is your logic then in terms of
one of
the
them,
Nazi
one of them.
labeling? Why is labeling
let's
someone a
examine
Nazi
those-
violent and someone Marxist not violent?
Well, let's
Tease that out to me.
examine those two expressions. One is, oh yeah, he's a Nazi, and we should assassinate Nazis or punch Nazis out. This is a
Well, wait,
common theme.
where in the definition of Nazi does it say we
Hold
have to
on.
assassinate them?
Well, I mean, that's what people have called for. People have called for that ever since the Nazis existed. right?
That doesn't
That's
answer my question.
Hold on,
Where?
hold on.
where-
There's a difference. Also, just in the own expression you used, we're going to use English. Let's break it down. Better red than dead implies it'd be better to self
No. Whoa. You reversed it. You reversed it.
I don't know. I didn't
reversed
reverse
it.
it. I'm just explaining simple English.
Better
That's how that
dead
works.
than red.
Better dead than red. It's better to be dead than be red. So it's better to die than it is to be a communist. Or that's what that means. It's not, oh, go kill the commies. Like,
Well,
that's
no,
not
no,
what that's
wait,
saying. Or it's
where-
saying it's
where-
better to
where-
fight
where-
them and
where-
die fighting them.
Wait, there's
than
an
to be killed the
expression.
communists.
Where,
Either way,
where,
it's
where?
a self-harm thing.
Explain to me where in labeling someone Nazi that means we should assassinate them or kill them. Where?
I don't know. World War II? Like, I mean, are you fucking? Like,
Give me a
I mean,
definition.
are you like, this is history, bro? They went and killed the
Yeah,
Nazis. That's what they're doing. Fight
is
for
that-
Hold
help,
on.
protect the Nazis.
Corey,
Hold on.
can I just expand it? I'm curious, right? Because would you apply that to people on the right, including Charlie Kirk, by the way, calling people on the left child grooming, satanic, child mutilating pedophiles, and also people who are like pro-Palestine, calling them like terrorists and terrorist supporters? There's the same level of violence attached to those things, I think.
Well, nope, this is the difference. Once again, you say something like that, and if you're actually a Christian like Charlie Kirk professed to be, you know, one of the things he did mention was tolerance, acceptance, and forgiveness. That was a big thing.
Oh my God.
And so he would argue, and this is what Charlie Kirk would argue.
Charlie Sheen too.
Charlie Sheen might.
Satanic child
He would
mutilating
argue that
pedophiles.
it is
Like,
your
that's what you
duty.
mean.
It is your duty to witness to these people and try to bring them back to the light
It is
and
your
show
duty to
them that they are following demonic paths. It's not to go kill these people because the Lord is the judge. There's a difference there. But you know,
So,
that would be a fake
just a
representation
question.
of Christianity that you're pushing forward.
A question in terms of like, because Lactoid was talking about like
Also,
the
I still
labels
want
and
to be
why
on
we
the
use,
long
why,
list. I have
why
another point. I have a point.
yeah, and why we use certain labels to differentiate one from the other. Like you were calling Charlie Kirk moderate right. You said you guys see him as the moderate right, right?
He is the moderate.
I do. I do. Yeah.
You do. You guys. So, and because there's like Nick Fuentes and like you know, a couple other people who exist.
I mean, we're
Is
both
that in
more
the same-
radical
is
than
that-
Kirk.
is-
Like,
Yeah. Is that in the same regard? Like Hassan is the moderate left because like Haas exists and like what's his name? Jackson Hinkle exists, and they literally go hang out with the Houthis, and they have an active American communist
no,
party.
Hassan is
right?
not the
So-
moderate
so-
left.
Well, I
He's-
mean,
he's
but
much
like
further
there's people
left.
to way more
Why?
extreme. than
I
him,
can
right?
tell you why. Because Hassan himself will tell you that he's a far left, like socialist that wants to
No.
destroy
I mean,
the
so
current
with
state.
Charlie
That's
Kirk.
not
Charlie
the
Kirk will
moderate
tell you he's a
position.
Christian nationalist. He believes in Christian law.
Yeah, which is
He
a
said
not
that-
moderate
He
position.
said that, stoning gays to death is God's perfect law. So, like, obviously,
Which
the
is
guy's
something
not
that you believe in
moderate
as a
left
Muslim.
or moderate right.
Wait, hold on. That's
Clearly,
what
he's
you
a little
believe in
bit-
as a Muslim,
He's a
right?
little bit on the far right. It's okay. He's a little bit Christian.
Wait, what do the
nationally,
Muslims
it's
say to
okay.
do? What are the gays? Hold on.
I
No,
clarify?
Don't let him run away with this. Like, what do the Muslims say to do to the gays? And if it's the
Who fucking
similar,
Oh my
cares what the
God.
Muslims have to say?
oh
to
no,
do?
because
the
if these
Muslims aren't fucking making law in America.
It
So kiss
sounds
my
like
ass
y'all
with
have-
the fucking
it
Sharia
sounds-
whataboutism.
it sounds
Kiss
like-
my ass with
again,
Sharia
you
whataboutism.
have the
Kiss
same
my
address
ass
this
with
stoning.
Sharia
I'm gonna address-
This is
whataboutism
called throwing
and pick
stones
another
into
fucking
glass
lane.
houses.
You're pointing
It's
to
the
I'm going
same-
to address.
Wait,
I'm
Gabe,
going
so
to
you're
it's
okay
address.
with it when
nationalist
Charlie
to
wants to
say
stone
the
the gays, but
least.
I want
Wanna
Ali
call
wants
him
to stone the
moderate?
gays? Like, is that
It's
really
the
your
same
position?
position.
I'm going
Seems like it's a moderate
to.
position,
I'm going
man.
to.
Let's-
I want to
let's
address.
not
I want to
ask
address the
Sharia, bro.
specifics, the stoning question. So Charlie Kirk did not call for like
That's what they
stoning
call
of
for in the
gays.
Bible.
It was a specific
He said it was
question
God's
as to
perfect
like
law.
it was a specific question as to like biblically what does the Bible call for?
Yep.
This would be a very similar question like what does the Quran call for? And then you explain what the Quran says without necessarily saying that should
Does
be
Charlie
enacted
Kirk
into
wanna
that
repeal gay marriage?
that
Does he
should be
want Christian
that
law
should
in
be
America?
hold up without that being implemented as law in America.
Okay,
You're
gotcha,
not.
that's
You're not. Hold on, unless maybe Doobies can correct me here. You're not going to find Kirk saying that element of Christian law, specifically stoning gay people,
Which is
should
revoked.
be
Hold on.
be-
Christian law is revoked in the New Testament anyway.
Guys,
No, but that's going to inform the
hold on.
policy he
Yeah,
wants to push.
Guys,
finish your quote.
Yeah.
Black Flag.
should be. He did not say that should be implemented into American policy.
Of course not.
He did talk about like biblically this is the case, and by the way, biblically he's right. If you look at the Bible, that's what it says.
And he
that doesn't
also-
mean that doesn't mean you put it into policy.
Wait.
But if you're doing an analysis of the Bible, that is accurate,
No,
just like
and
you
when
do an
you-
analysis of the
Old
Quran.
Testament law, not New Testament law.
And when you describe something as God's perfect law, right? You may not want that specific law written directly into policy, but that's going to inform the type of policy that you're going to then push for, especially within your group, which I would not consider a moderate position. If you want Christianity,
Not necessarily.
if you want
Is God's
Sharia,
perfect law? Is that an
No.
endorsement or is he?
This is the problem. This is the problem.
it.
Like this, no,
If
it's
I
not.
said
This is the problem. You're.
law.
I know this is dishonest.
Something positive about that, or
This
negative
is
about that?
the reason why this is dishonest is because the specific conversation that you're referencing was a discussion about the Bible. Unless you're a fucking liar, if you read the Bible is very clear about what to do to gay people. It just is. Now, maybe if you're just want to lie,
Old Testament.
sure, and that is part, and that is part of the Bible, right? And
Which
so
is
when you're
physical,
looking,
which is revoked
and so
under the New Testament.
let me, can I please finish? And so when you're reading the Bible, and that's in the Bible, and you are not a dishonest hack, you're going to say, "Hey, look, the Bible says this. This is what the law, the biblical. This is what the biblical law prescribes." He did not, in that conversation, very specifically, did not call for this to be implemented in American policy.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. But in the same regard, if you had the same a Muslim political influencer who is speaking about like Sharia law, he's like, "Listen, this is what it says in Sharia law. I'm not necessarily pushing for it, right? But like, these are the things I believe."
That'd be honest.
Yeah, you'd be honest.
He also goes on to talk about.
That would be honest.
This is okay. This is very. Hold on. There's a second part to this. Hold on. I have to say something. This is very dishonest for you to have the Bible. Hold on. I really have to say something.
God, he said God's perfect plan. God's
Law.
perfect plan.
Okay.
Is that an endorsement?
God's perfect law.
Or not?
It's not an endorsement because you're misrepresenting. Hold on. Hold on. Can I fit? I have to say something. You are misrepresenting.
Sharia's God's perfect law. Sharia's God's perfect law.
Answer the
misrepresenting the
question.
Bible.
If I say that Mein Kampf is a man's perfect law, would that be an endorsement? You would say it's not.
No. In that case, yes, but in this case, no. Because hold on, this is the part you're doing wrong. Hold on, no, it's not a nice try. It's because this is how dishonest you're being. It's either dishonesty or purpose ignorance. Okay, in the New Testament and the Old Testament, they're both parts of the Bible. Lactoid is correct. That would be the canon biblical law back in the day in the Old Testament, right? That's clear. Now, Jesus himself, the inheritor of the mantle of God, in the flesh, in person, on earth, as the representative, states that with his death, the old law is no longer needed and the canon is broken. Hold on. And this goes on and is repeated with several examples. The Holy Spirit coming down and speaking to the Gentiles and speaking to the people in front of Peter, and Peter and Paul being sent on a mission to speak to people of other faiths.
What is all of this?
Hold on. This is important because y'all are misrepresenting. And Prime is laughing. And honestly, I am a little offended at this Prime try because what is happening? Cool, that's fine. Because what is happening? Hold on. What is happening? What is happening? That's fine. What has happened? That's fine. What is happening is that you are lying about what Christians believe, and you're lying about what Christians.
I'm not lying about.
Let me finish. You are lying about what Charlie Kirk said. No, let me finish. Y'all just lied about what Charlie Kirk said because Charlie Kirk goes on in that later in the same speech when he's talking about that and talks about how there is a division between the Old Testament law and the New Testament, where they talk about where the power of Christ comes in and pays for things with the power of his blood. And that is the New Testament canonical law, whether you're Protestant or Catholic or Greek Orthodox. And so when you sit here and prescribe that he is, no, it does. When you sit here and prescribe, prescribe that he is sitting here saying we should stone these people and it's God's perfect law, because he believes when he says it's God's perfect law, it's because everything God does is when he says is God's perfect law. Everything God does, everything God does is perfect. Everything God does.
So Sharia is God's perfect law.
If you're Muslim, then sure, yes. Yes, I will absolutely agree with that. I will absolutely agree with you, Ali.
And it's okay to say that?
If you're a Muslim, you believe Sharia is God's perfect law.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
That is true. And no,
Nice
this
try.
is what you said.
Nice
You said
try.
he said, "Oh, it's God's perfect law to do
hold
this,"
on.
and it is
And
God's
what
perfect
did I-
law
and
because
what did I
God
ask? I
is
asked only one
perfect
question.
and nothing
I
is
asked only one
imperfect, and that's
question,
why
and
it
you were
changes
fucking
in the New
dishonest, and you
Testament.
were
But you
fucking
clearly
dishonest
don't
about it.
understand
I asked
religion.
you only one
You are being
question.
dishonest.
I didn't say he advocated for stoning people. I didn't say that. Doobie brought that up, right? You can ask Doobie about that. But I didn't bring that
You
up
just
at
said
all, right?
God's perfect
And
law
then I
5 times.
asked, hey, like when you say this is a perfect plan, is that an endorsement?
It is
or
because
not?
it is and
That's
it
the only
isn't
thing I've asked,
because
right?
it changes
And then you're
in the
dishonest
New
about
Testament
that.
from the Old.
You're
No,
hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
being
I asked
dishonest.
you
You're
one
being
question.
He's not being
dishonest
dishonest.
because you don't understand the religious
You're
aspect.
fucking dishonest.
You are
And
being
then
dishonest because
and
you
then
don't
wanna put
understand the
words in my
religion.
mouth that I
You
didn't
don't
say,
understand
right?
the
And you're
religion,
crying
Brian.
about that.
You are literally lying about the religion. You are literally lying about the religion right now. You are saying, yes, you are, because well, then you don't understand it because it's not a strict endorsement.
What did I ask? Hold on.
You
Repeat it.
Oh, I will.
What did I
You will
ask?
say you asked is this case, and you listed one case, which was is it God's perfect law, and then I said, oh, okay, no, in this context, no, because he explains how that law no longer applies in modern Christianity. It's
He still thinks
ridiculous.
it's the
And he's
perfect
done
law.
this. Hold on, because every law by God is perfect as to people, and that's why it was perfect at the time, and it has changed under the New Testament. That's why we no longer put blood over our doors during the Passover. No, this is just facts. You are being dishonest because you don't understand the Christian religion, and you want to bash every church. Yeah, it's very disgusting. I mean, it'll never work.
Don't worry, I'll be more disgusting if you later.
So you think Charlie? Hold on. So can I ask? I'm just going to ask.
LGBT is a disease. Yes.
Wait. Stop. I'm going to ask very
Yeah.
specifically. So hold on. Is your honest opinion then, Prime? Honest, because you're very imposing here on your demand of honesty. You honestly think that Charlie Kirk wanted the law to throw rocks at gay people until they die? That's what you both think that Charlie. No, so you don't think Charlie Kirk believes that?
Yeah, I
No,
never
Ali,
said that.
no.
Have I ever stated that?
Wait.
Rewind the
I
tape.
believe.
Did I say that? No, I
believe
didn't. Once again, Gibbs is being a fucking liar.
I
You're being a liar because you don't understand the difference between Old and New Testament law.
I believe.
Is there a difference between Old and New Testament law? Yes or no? Is there an Old Testament and New Testament difference in law? Is there a difference between Old and New Testament law? Yes or no?
All I asked was one question.
You were framing this dishonestly.
Then
you know you're just saying this dishonestly.
And I asked Gibbs a question.
Well, yeah, you framed this dishonestly. Yeah, you've just framed it dishonestly. No, you're being a coward. You were being. I answered your question honestly, and you are being dishonest right now.
Good luck, Ali.
That's fine.
That's fine.
You're too much big of a
I mean, I stated all the facts. You just are sitting here. You were trying to use a clip to frame something wrong. That's dishonest.
Hey, Lactoid, let's see if you can be brave the way Gibbs
be brave like Brian and lie about the
context. Shut up for a second while I talk to Lactoid, right? I don't want to talk to cowards right now. So
yeah, I mean, stop talking to yourself.
Shut up.
I mean, you're the one acting like a bitch right now.
Lactoid, shut up.
What? He's gonna mute me next because he's a bitch.
Lactoid, I will make me if you want me to. I will.
I mean, it's a pussy move.
Well, shut the fuck up so I can get to this. All right, thank you. Let's Lactoid. Hey, if I say something is a perfect plan, I describe something, right? I say this is perfect. Is that an endorsement or not?
In most contexts, but not all contexts.
Most contexts. But
can I offer more
context? What are places where it's not an endorsement? Give me
You're describing the Old Testament.
Oh, okay. Nice try. All right, nice try. You can see the dishonesty in this group.
So can I offer more?
How is it
real quick, wait, hold on. And you, by the way, you have to agree with that, Prime, unless you think that Charlie Kirk was endorsing throwing stones at gay people until they die. If you think he was actually advocating for that, then I guess you can say that was an endorsement.
That's a dishonest framing. That's a dishonest framing.
How is that a dishonest
because framing? I don't think he was advocating to change the actual policy to us have gay people in the town square and stone them to death in 2025. However, I do believe that he believed that this was the correct law. This was the correct thing to do to gay people. It's just that we're more civilized. It's just that we're more civilized now. So what he would do is push for repeal certain pro LGBT, will repeal all pro LGBT
Yeah,
policy.
not the stoning
So
protections.
he's not going to advocate for stoning, right? But that doesn't mean that belief isn't going to inform the type of policy that he pushes for,
Ollie, did you just admit
which
that
is
there's
still
New Testament,
detrimental
Old
to
Testament
the
law?
LGBT. So it's like just
I'm
because he's
sure
not advocating for specifically
Is there a
stoning
difference
doesn't
between New
fucking mean
Testament, Old
much.
Testament law? Is there a
Doesn't
difference
fucking
between New
mean
Testament,
much.
Old Testament law? Yes or no?
No, that's why I keep asking. If Zoran Nandami was like, listen, I think Sharia is the perfect law, you
I
guys
would
would be
argue that
fucking you guys would.
No, I
you
would,
guys
but I would,
you-
but I
you
wouldn't
guys-
say.
you-
Hold
you
on,
wouldn't
I
say
would
that
say it's an
informs
endorsement.
that's going
but
to
I would
prefer
say
that
his
to
policy
communism,
in
honestly.
fucking New York.
Ollie, I'll build a bridge with you. If he said that, I will accept that he believes that the Sharia law is God's divine plan, which is what Muslims believe,
And
because that is their perfect law, and there's nothing wrong with him saying that and advocating.
There's nothing
for
wrong
politics.
with
Now, I will hold on, hold on,
Zoran
hold on,
Nandami,
hold on,
the mayor of New York, saying
Oh my
Sharia
God.
law is God's perfect law.
Hold on, I will fight it.
Ew,
but
no
not
shit.
hold on, I will fight it on the grounds that no, I disagree and I think it's religiously flawed and it's not the correct law and not the perfect law. However, I would actually applaud him for fighting for his beliefs and pushing something.
Wow,
Wait,
damn,
do
that's
any-
a
just
fucking
please,
bullet
do
you're willing
any-
to bite. Okay.
No, I will bite the bullet because
All
if
right.
you're the same, look, hold on,
So
I will
Lactoid.
back a Muslim
Lactoid,
pushing for
Zoran
their laws.
Nandami.
I'm just going to
Zoran
fight them
Nandami,
whenever.
there's a clip of Zoran Nandami. He says Sharia law is God's perfect law.
Well, that's
The
what he
mayor-
believes.
The
It's his
potential
religious
mayor of New
belief.
York. And you would be,
Ali,
would you say that
let me-
isn't
can I
an
answer a full-
endorsement of Sharia law? Yes or no? It's really a simple yes or no.
No. Let me get the full answer, okay?
Oh, okay, cool.
If Zoran is talking about like Islam, if he's on a podcast and they're having a conversation about Islam, and he talks about Sharia being God's perfect law, and then he goes on to describe how he's not, like, he doesn't say he's going to put in any policy. He goes on later to describe how it's not really applicable in modern day, but that like the Quran very clearly talks about the law and how it's like the perfect law. But he also goes on later to like say that he's not implementing it in current policy, which, by the way, you guys agree with.
Muslim as Charlie was a devout Christian.
Which yes.
Okay, can I-
Then let me please. Then that would be okay. And when I say okay, it's at least okay in the sense that I'm not going to think that he's like actually prescribing stoning gay people, which is the very obvious implication when you bring up this out of context quote.
Would you believe that he's endorsing?
We gotta let the people in.
I just need to know. Like, it was a yes or no that he didn't answer. Was it yes or no? Would you say that Zoran Nandami was endorsing Sharia law by saying?
What do you mean by endorsing? What do you mean by endorsing?
As in the potential mayor of New York thinks Sharia law is God's perfect law.
You
be
mean
okay with him
implementing it?
running and winning potential mayor for New York, and you wouldn't use that against him.
And
That's
implementing
what I'm
it?
going to say.
And implementing
Please,
it?
Oh my God,
And
wait.
implementing
Okay, cool.
clearly something different, not endorsing. But
All right, go
So
ahead.
that's why I asked what endorsement
Hold
meant.
on.
Go ahead, Doobie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead, Doobie.
I'm gonna let other people in, guys.
I asked what endorsement meant.
Okay, I just want a few very
Non-fun,
simple
and then
things.
you be
Okay,
recorded.
do any of
Oh,
you
very
seriously?
simple.
Do any of you dispute the fact that Charlie Kirk wants to ban gay marriage based largely on his religion?
He also is advocating for a partnership
Probably.
separate from marriage because marriage is between a man and a woman.
Okay,
under
that's
Christian law.
great.
That's a
You don't
different-
deny that he
that's
does what he
similar
wants
but
to.
equal thing.
That's great. Okay,
Yeah,
do
it's
you guys
It's like
dispute that
40%
he-
of Americans or something, sure.
Do you guys dispute that he also wants to ban all of abortions, including rape and incest, largely based on also his religious beliefs?
I mean, which is murdering children, so yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read you a tweet now from January 5th. Quote, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. Okay, I'm going to read you another tweet now from September 1st. America does not need more visas for people from India. Perhaps no form of legal immigration has displaced so many American workers as those from India. Enough already. We're full. Let's finally put our own people first. Do those 4 facts strike you as more moderate or more pretty extreme leaning Christian nationalist?
Pretty moderate.
The
Those
reason
four
why
things
I
are pretty moderate.
Well, then Hassan is moderate.
the
in
reason
that regard.
no, hold on. The reason why I'm going to say moderate, the reason why I'm going to, or at least
Hassan's
maybe a
moderate
better,
too.
maybe a better term might be like mainstream, is because these beliefs that you described represent like probably 30 to 40% of America.
Hans and GQ.
They
I don't-
represent this person actually has like an established, did or at least have an established voice within the Republican Party. Meanwhile, Hassan is like treated like a black sheep. He is excluded from the Democratic Party. He is not like platformed by the actual like political machine of the left.
This is the,
And so
this is the issue with the Republican Party.
so-
Thank you very much.
And so
Buttloads of political power and
and
is
so-
mainstream.
maybe things change with Zoran, but as of right now, I wouldn't call him like mainstream.
AOC and Bernie.
AOC and Bernie, I would probably call more moderate and mainstream compared to like Hassan.
Yeah, and he hangs out with them and he endorses them. and they endorse him.
Sure. I mean, I
So
think
Hassan
I don't
is
think they
moderate
I don't
because
think
we
they
have
endorse
Haz and we have
Hassan.
Jackson Hinkle, who
I
actually
don't
hang out
think-
with the literal fucking Houthis.
Like,
we
I
have
don't
more
think
extreme
I don't
than
think they
Hassan.
endorsed
Jackson
Hassan.
Hinkle's not
I know. I
moderate.
think Hassan with his 9/11
They
take
hang-
tanked like any kind of like real political interaction that he is able to have.
He
Like,
was
I'm sorry,
just
you're
with
saying,
Zoran in New
he's
York.
moderate. He said America deserved 9/11. You don't
Wait,
really come back
I
from
mean,
that.
Charlie
Sorry.
Kirk
wants
not
to
moderate.
repeat
Wait,
here
I just want to be clear,
X amount of things about Islam, about black people, about so on and so forth. Like, yeah, and in terms of like rhetoric, yeah, Charlie doesn't have the most moderate rhetoric.
Nothing like nothing. He said nothing like America deserved 9/11, which is what Hassan said.
Well,
We got to let other people in.
can
So
I give you
let-
guys more context?
That is
about
not moderate.
about Charlie Kirk and what he believed. So I think it'd be
Sure,
helpful.
and then we'll go back to non-farm because non-farm wanted to tie into that as well. Sure.
Okay, yeah, just really quick. So my understanding is he was a seven mountain mandate dominionist, which means that he believed that that Christians have a mandate from God to seize the seven mountains of cultural influence, like schools, politics, the media,
Family.
like family, like etc. Like these are all like spheres of cultural influence. So they seize those spheres of cultural influence, and then once they have them, they use them to transform the nation into a Christian nation, explicitly Christian nation, with laws that come from the Bible, right? That are influenced heavily by the Bible. So I don't think that's something the average Republican wants or even thinks about, right? I think this is very, very far on the fringes, actually. I don't think that the average Republican would want to ban gay marriage, for example, like a non-farm brought up. I don't think the average Republican would advocate for, would say that he doesn't believe in a separation of church and state. He actually didn't think there was one. He thought that was like a made up thing, and there shouldn't be a separation of church and state. So he was explicitly advocating for there to be a Christian government in the U.S. Right. So I don't think that's like an average normie Republican position.
I would say you're wrong. I would say you're wrong about that. I know
If that's the normie position,
No, I would say at least 40% of the Republican Party is probably in the Christian nationalist camp. Or
This is exactly hold on,
in
this
the
is exactly
Christian
problem with
40%.
Wait,
Yeah,
Doobie,
I would say
what
30,
percentage? What percentage of Republicans do you think support gay marriage?
I just looked it up. Yeah.
Wait, but
it's-
before you answer, Prime, I want Doobie's answer.
I'd guess somewhere around like 40%.
Yes, 41% of Republicans support gay marriage. And so when you keep pointing out Kirk's like opposition to gay marriage is like him being like extreme or him being out of line with like
60%
mainstream
agrees.
Republicanism, this is just not true. Like
Yeah,
this is actually
60%.
very much in line like with most Republicans.
Yeah,
And,
the Republican Party is an awful party. Thank you for
Well,
reminding
the
me
other
of
thing
that.
is y'all
Exactly.
sit here and preach for the Bible. Kirk is sitting here. He's used this story multiple times. I've heard him, seen him watch clips, and he'll talk about he without first with sin cast the first stone, which is in the New Testament, which circumcedes over the Old Testament, right?
Mhm.
So we're sitting here going, we all know that, and if you're being honest about the Christian religion, and you know
Real
this,
quick.
and even if he advocated in God's perfect world, hold on, and even in God, no, we're gonna finish this. Even in God's
No, I'm talking to
perfect
him.
plan,
Talking to me.
even his perfect plan or perfect law, then he's admitting
After
that the
non-farm.
humans are not perfect because the New Testament, he says, he without sin throw the first stone. They don't throw the stones because Jesus teaches that. And then he says his sacrifice. So if you believe he's a Christian and you believe he's advocating for Christian beliefs, then you know that y'all doing dishonest framing by using this one clip out of context and ignoring hundreds of other
Thousands of
clips
clips.
where he talks about this regularly as a
Yeah.
Christian witness. So y'all are being bad faith and y'all know it. This is the same as the
actually
Trump
true,
thing
yeah.
where the good people on both sides lie and hoax. This is the exact same 1 degree of separation bullshit I was talking about in my opening, and it's disgusting behavior.
Okay, let's go
Gibbs is
to
right on this one.
non-fun Corey. No, he's not. And then we'll go to Ali.
I mean, part of what I was going to say got mentioned, but like obviously, like Lactoid laid out exactly the problem with the Republican Party is that on the left, on the side of left wingers, people like Hassan are marginalized, and on the side of right wingers, Charlie Kirk, who believes like there shouldn't be like any immigration from Indian people, and that like the vice president has the unilateral authority to choose whatever elector or reject fraudulent electors. In his words, like this is the problem with the Republican parties, that voices like that are put into the mainstream.
The problem with this though is, and I think because we all have people that like we are, don't really lament the fact that like they get got, right? I don't think anybody here is crying about Hitler. But like the thing that like I think
We got to think about his humanity, though.
scaring a lot of like right wingers, right? Is that when you guys are like saying, well, you know, or celebrating his death. I mean, not you guys specifically, but when the left is celebrating his death and they're saying, look, he supported this, and then when you look at that and you realize it maps onto half the country, like the concern there is
25% of the country.
The concern there, well, half the sure, but like most Republicans, right? Okay, it maps onto most Republicans. The concern there is, okay, so you guys are like, you guys want a significant portion of the country dead. Like, that's the scary part.
Non-fun, you can respond, then I got to move on.
Okay, I don't think I wasn't like trying to, and I don't necessarily think you were accusing me of it. Like, I wasn't trying to like justify why or why not. Like, Charlie Kirk was, you know, like asking for it or whatever to some extent. I was just adding on. I forget what Doobie's even initial claim was at this point that got us in this whole conversation.
Going stones, killing
he was a big Christian guy for sure.
He was a big that's. I was really just trying to provide evidence at that point. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like, and Ben Shapiro's like very like, you know, his Judaism is like informs his moral philosophy. Religion, I think it's very difficult to like have religious beliefs and not have that inform your moral philosophy, because like in the same way that like there's secular ideologies that can inform your moral philosophy as well. Like there are things that we believe in that inform our decisions. Shapiro. And when you and I don't think Charlie Kirk's beliefs were all that different and all that like extreme compared to like significant major demographics of the country. Okay. That I don't want this to become the new norm where like we find out Grandpa Joe died and then hey, Grandpa Joe didn't like gay marriage, so let's go like piss on his funeral. That's fucked.
Also, just no elected Democrats have done this, but yeah. I was gonna say no. I'm sure there's some have.
Corey.
Destiny has, but
Corey.
Not elected, but
the ultimate elected Democrat.
Corey Ali Doobie.
Okay, so also rewinding, Gibbs, you mentioned earlier, same conversation that I brought up earlier, of, I think you said more or less the sentiment was the left is literally killing us. So, like, is it your impression that, like, the killing is just one way? It's just the left killing the right?
I would say it's disproportionate, right? Like when I hear things like righty violence or something.
Okay,
it's much smaller scale.
Okay, so out of curiosity, which one do you think the right should be held accountable for? Or which one do you think they should own up to?
I don't know. Give me an example. Like
I any ones that you're aware of.
Like I mean, like I don't know. I'm like asking what you.
Okay.
So some of them are like questionable.
So coincidentally, there's no right individuals that have killed on your radar.
Sure. You know what? Let's go. Timothy McVeigh.
Okay, that's
right
okay.
Right?
Let's say in the past 20 years, since Trump was elected.
I mean, since Trump was elected, I don't know. Wasn't Dylan Roof?
Okay, what coincidence? So
I don't think Dylan Roof really espoused the ideas of the Trump administration.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so either. But he's
so Lactoid. Like, are you of the same sentiment as Gibbs? It's just one way, just the left killing the right.
No.
Okay, so then, are there any that you would take the right should take account for? Like they should own this, or are you the same sentiment? I'm not aware of any.
No. Okay, just to be clear, like. My point this entire time has been that I am criticizing the reaction. I'm answering the question. I'm criticizing the reaction, and I'm saying that people like shouldn't be so awful about this.
I agree.
I think that when those senators from Minnesota were assassinated, that was really fucked. They were Democrat senators. It appears that the killer had a conservative motive. Trump went out and condemned that, as he should have. I condemn it. Not good.
Okay.
Okay. Wait.
I think at the time you argued. Hold on. I think at the time you argued with us on whether he was a Republican or a Democrat.
We didn't know. We didn't know at the time.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember you talking about flyers in his trunk.
Yes,
right?
we didn't know. We didn't know at the time. I think. And by the way, there's still evidence both ways. I think I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt and like lean towards it being a conservative, especially considering who was targeted.
I appreciate you saying that.
Sure. We don't know for sure. Okay, but. Trump still condemned it right away, which is good, and I condemn it.
I like that. Let's keep that evidence for later because we're going to bring that up again. But I thank you for saying that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done. Just maybe a quick. So far that's like the only one that you're aware of. That's the only one that the right should take account.
That's the one that pops out for me. Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
All right.
I mean, I don't think Dylan Roof is going to be like a Republican. I think white nationalism is different.
Wait.
Okay, and Gibbs, do you agree with Lactoid's assessment?
I mean, like Dylan Roof I would
That's not
agree.
what his assessment was. The different, as far as I know.
I would say that he probably had a mostly accurate assessment.
Okay, but how come you didn't bring that up earlier when I asked you?
I mean, I brought up Dylan Roof. I mean, like I didn't have
No,
like
no,
all
no,
these
no.
people off the top of my head. I mean,
it's not a bad example.
I mean, you okay? I'll give you the example.
Why?
What
Why?
was-
No. My question is, why did it have to go to Lactoid to get that out, and why didn't you mention it?
Well, I mean, there's other examples you could go to. Like I've heard. Okay,
Then why did you bring them up?
Hold on.
I asked
well,
you.
Well,
I gave you free
hold on.
airspace.
Because a lot of the times, this is the problem.
Because the right.
This is the problem.
Just like in my opening statement, the right will never take account for anything.
No, this is bullshit.
Lactoid
A lot of the times, y'all want us to act like immediately take accountability for shit that's dubious at best. Like we've seen evidence to suggest that this guy with Pelosi, for example, they had a previous history, like with their husband, right? So we've seen evidence suggested. Now, I'm not saying that's true, but you know what? I condemn the violence in general. If he's right leaning, he's left leaning. If the guy is Dylan Roof, put him in the wood chopper. If it's this guy, put him in the wood chipper. The right will be like, yeah, the guy's bad. He shot gay people.
I literally
put him in the fucking wood chipper.
I literally asked you an open-ended question.
The Pulse
open-ended
shooter.
question.
You know, like put him in the wood chipper. Like all these shooters.
Yeah,
like,
so
put them all in the wood chipper. Like,
why did it have to go to Lactoid to get that information out? Or
I've said this other times. I just don't know. I don't know which one you want me to say because the problem is I'll say something.
Because I'm a politics god, Corey.
Yeah, the problem is like you'll say something.
You're like one step above.
Okay. No. The problem is we'll do like we did with this prompt, right? Where we know this guy's obviously a left-wing nut job, and then we sit here, we see the people on the left go, oh, he's clearly right-wing because his parents were Mormon, even though he's living with a transgender furry and they're fucking, and then they're sitting here in Discord groups saying this shit, and they're saying this shit. And they're saying it openly, and they're doing this, and we have witnesses. We have anti-fascist messaging on the bullets. We know this is things. We have other people. Hold on. We have, and then hold on. Then we hold on. No. Then we see this. Hold on. No. I'm answering your question. I know you don't want to answer. Because then what you'll do is you'll frame this, and y'all are trying to say this guy's a right winger. So then we have someone like the guy that shot at Trump, right? He comes along, and there's evidence that he was a registered Republican, and okay, cool. But then we find out he also donated to Biden and was part of BlackRock, which are more left than a right. So it's like you go, but they're like, oh, he's a right winger. He was a registered Republican, even though he doesn't. So it's like y'all have these
commercial for BlackRock or some shit.
And then it's like you'll want us to co-sign this guy's inherently right wing when there's like mixed messages, just like the guy that killed the Minnesota people, right? Okay, I would probably say he was probably a right winger, right? Maybe, probably.
Why did you say that at the time?
Hold on.
Gotta give you one.
Once again, even in that case, there's other evidence that supports that it might have been a personal vendetta of some sort in like these cases because of point. So it's like, well, yeah, sure, you want us to like co-sign things that are not super obvious, and then when something super blatantly obvious comes along, y'all are like, oh, it's totally the same situation.
So I don't see and I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying I don't see why a personal vendetta would change anything about the question. And there's not an attack towards you, Gibbs. What I'm saying is that like these things are mixed, right? Like we can understand that these people are crazy people, right? Like the type to do mass shootings. Hopefully, no one here will be that type, right? Because those people are insane, right? Like one way or other.
Well, okay, that's why nobody's saying the guy that killed the Ukrainian girl is like, motivated by left-leaning violence. Yeah, we might say it's racially motivated, but nobody's going. Hold on, we're talking about DI. We say he's racially, might have been
some racism, but he's also crazy.
Yeah, but we're not sitting here going, oh, this guy specifically was a leftist, right? Because we know that it was probably mental illness and whatever, and then it was DI that killed him. But it's like when we
trying to reach out. Yeah, okay, I'm trying to reach out to you. Here. So I'm not trying to, again, I specifically, I'm not trying to attack you. I'll attack you later. Don't worry. That's coming.
That's fair.
But like, I'm saying that, I'm saying, okay, what we choose to identify as a political, an attack with political motivation and one that does it, right? Like that has complex and it has lots of rules as to what counts and what doesn't. Like I like to say, everything's a spectrum, right? Like what is a political attack? You can actually go down this line, right? And you can find gray zones where this, like you're attacking like a marginalized group, right? But like, did you feel any hate towards them? I mean, you did shoot at them, or is it that hey, they just happen to be literally the closest people near you, right? You're like, I want to die by cop, and there's a group of Lebanese people near me, and so I'm going to shoot at them, right? And then if you're a white guy, it might say, hey, this is like racially motivated or politically motivated. Like this is how these things work. So I'm just saying that like it's very complex as to what counts and what doesn't. I'm just trying to like acknowledge that. I know we got.
Can I add one thing on my answer? I got to add something onto my answer that I answered Corey about. So I as charitably as being as I am, of saying that hey, the list was all Democrats. So I'm comfortable saying there was likely some kind of anti-Democrat motivation there. Not only did Trump condemn it right away, but was there really any kind of significant celebration on the right of them dying?
No. We said throw them in the wood chipper.
I don't know if there was a celebration, but like Donald Trump.
Was there TikToks of people dancing?
This is the issue. Like we're asking like Twitter liberals on Blue Sky to change their behavior, but then like we make all these excuses for like Trump, who is president of the United States, and also
Trump condemned it.
I understand. No, I understand Trump condemned. Well, Trump condemned the Minnesota lawmaker shit. He's been very flaky,
and nobody celebrated it. Nobody in the right celebrated. So Trump condemns it right away.
True, but I do know for the policy hammer attack. What? I'm telling you, I don't know. It could be true, but like Trump the flags. Trump has never been good at.
The hammer attack was a little bit odd, right? I agree, it wasn't good. I didn't celebrate it. I think some people unfortunately saw some level of humor in it, especially since nobody died. I think when nobody dies, like we're usually a little more willing to see humor.
I don't even care about like the people.
Gay lover. But I just want to make it very clear that I think this is an important distinguishing factor. When those senators, people keep bringing up the senators, when those senators were assassinated, Trump condemned it right away. So this is the president of the United States condemning the violence immediately, and there was no mass celebration on the right.
And if there was, it was very.
I gotta let in other people. We've been waiting patiently, right? I forget if it was Ali or Doobie next. Well, we can say Ali.
Yeah. So it's like one. Those were politicians, right? So like I don't know if the same thing is extended to like the people who die on the left that people want to criticize, like George Floyd or whatever it may be. People criticize them and celebrate and dance and mock and do the whole spiel.
Any type of unifying message to try to heal the nation or whatever.
So like
he never does this shit. He never does this shit. He didn't order the flags be at half mast for the Minnesota lawmakers being killed.
Brother, I'm not gonna lie. As a Muslim, the guy literally hated Islam as the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. This is just
conservatives don't like Islam.
Not only is he the president of the United States, but he's the president of the United States with
rhetoric in terms of
unbelievable control over his base.
Said about Jews to be
Joe Biden doesn't have stronger control over the Democrats as Trump does over the Republicans.
Just because it's an ideology you don't agree with. Just because it's an ideology you don't agree with, you're going to sit here and say that this guy was a moderate.
So you're admitting the left are Nazis right now because they're the ones persecuting the Jews? Is that what you're trying to say?
Bro.
You can criticize Islam. That's fine.
You just said they wouldn't use it. They wouldn't use the rhetoric that you're saying that it's pre-Nazi rhetoric because they're doing it to the Muslims
and painting Muslims in the same way.
Yeah, and if they're painting the Jews that way, then it's whatever. And then we've had people on this panel, which is their political position, say things that are similar, if not worse, than anything the right said about the Muslims.
About Jews.
About the Jews specifically.
Are you
saying that's pre-Nazi rhetoric?
Hold on. Who said what about the Jews?
Well, okay, so I'm going to give you an example right here from this panel, and I'm going to give you an example from the other night. So first, we'll go with the other night, right? I laid out a bunch of policy, and I was told just saying their policy was inflammatory rhetoric. All right, cool. Now, just on this panel we had today, and you don't have to argue whether this is policy or not, but it's the same kind of logic. I heard people here Doobie say, they're a Jewish ethno-state supremacy group, a supremacist nation that is starting wars with other countries for ethnic cleansing.
That's
right?
true. The nation.
So
the nation about the Jews. It's about Israel.
It's
about the
Israel.
nation.
Sure. But then you're going to go on to say a lot of people are like, anybody that believes in this brand of Judaism is Zionist and they're evil. That's the same kind of rhetoric that
Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism.
I mean, are you arguing that? Hold on. If I pull up a quote right now with Hitler saying the exact same things as the Free Palestine movement, what would you do?
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Wait, hold on. You're arguing. You're just fucking picking at straws.
I'm just asking you because you said it's the same rhetoric, Ollie.
It just seems like what you keep doing is like you are making a vague statement and say like, well, if someone else did this vague statement.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is Ali made a claim. Ali made a claim claim, and I actually have a direct quote from Hitler,
okay.
where he says,
but
political. Hold on. He said he
Can I defend my claim, Prime? Can I defend my claim?
Let's not talk
a
about
literal Nazi
No, let's not talk about Hitler.
says the same things that
Let's not talk
Ali
about
is
Hitler yet.
advocating
That's
would be
not what
not
I'm
Talk
saying.
about Hitler yet. 1 second. We'll talk about Hitler. Don't worry. Hitler's
You don't
coming
know what
up.
my claim
We're
is.
not. You can't escape Hitler. You can never escape Hitler. Right? He's all around us. He's inside us. Right? Okay. So, you made a claim about the people on the panel saying things against Jews. Okay,
which is what's happened here.
You gave an example where it wasn't against Jews. It was literally like
that's a different distinction without a difference in this case.
The Jewish nation.
Yeah, we're
state?
talking.
Yes.
A Jewish ethno state is talking about as a description of the nation of Israel, right? Not saying that like it's a nation filled with Jews. It doesn't mean like you're making a statement about Jews. That's crazy.
I need to respond to that.
A derogatory statement against Jews.
No, let me tell you this. Here's the thing. I have a direct quote from Hitler. I literally watched the clip today, and I went and fact checked it afterwards. And I just coincidentally, it's coming up now. And Ali's claim was this is the claim. He said if they use this rhetoric, and they said it about Jews, it would be Nazi rhetoric. Okay. In fact, I would agree. He's right. The same exact rhetoric has been used by Democratic policymakers and by the Free Palestine movement is actually taking direct quotes from Hitler. That would, and that by definition is Nazi rhetoric. He talks about how the Zionist regime, supported by the British, is oppressing the Palestinians, and he goes on further and further and makes the same thing. It talks about from the river to the sea. These are exact quotes from Hitler. All right. And so when we sit here and you say, okay, well, one's Nazi rhetoric or would be Nazi rhetoric against Jews, and I agree with you and say, they've actually said the exact same rhetoric as Hitler. That's Nazi rhetoric, yes or no? If you use the exact same quote, is it?
So anyway,
the sky was blue. If Hitler said the sky was blue, we'd say saying the sky was blue.
Wow, what a coincidence! That Hitler said the exact word.
So in the way I'm referencing it, Gibbs, I'm saying that we have a bunch of political influencers like Charlie Kirk, like Valentina Gomez, like these people, like a lot of people who are using Islam and Muslims as scapegoats, right, to blame all the issues that are happening in the country, down to the point where we have Valentina Gomez actively going in front of these people, saying that Islam is the religion of rape. They're raping your children. They're raping your women. If you don't want your women to be raped, you need to get these Muslims out of your country. And this is rhetoric that is shared by these people. And so, they're like, I don't understand how you want anyone from the LGBTQ community to share like an empathy for Kirk when he actively fights against them. I don't want how you want anyone from the Black community to fight against Charlie when he said all these things about DEI and Black women and so on and so forth. I don't know where you want this empathy extended just because someone died. Right.
Also, I want to say, by the way, it's funny. In my opening, I literally said the two things that elected Democrats don't cuck out to the far left on ever is Israel and the political violence shit. That they're all pretty pro-Israel and they're all hardcore condemning the political violence.
Let's go to Doobie and then Corey.
I don't even know where to go from this actually. So I'm just curious. Like I don't want to make this an Israel-Palestine thing, right? I just don't understand how me criticizing Israel equals attacking the Jews in some way. Right? That's I think the fact that you're conflating Jews in general with a genocidal ethno state is pretty anti-Semitic in itself.
That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing at all.
It's pretty fucked. It'd be like saying that all fights are like Nazis, right?
No, Doobie, that's not what I said. I said a direct quote from Hitler is a Nazi statement, and Ali's claim was that, hey, if you were saying this about the Jews, it would be Nazi rhetoric. And then I quoted Hitler, which is the same thing that the Free Palestine movement and many on the left said. And your response was, these are true statements. But it is a Nazi rhetoric, though. So you agree
but if Hitler, again, like Prime said, if Hitler said the sky's blue, that wouldn't make the sky's blue Nazi rhetoric. It's just true. So if Hitler said,
but that's
I'm not aware.
You're going to say a thing that Hitler said. It was a fundamental platform.
You're on the hill. Hitler famously known for saying from the river to the sea.
I just and I haven't done any additional research, so this is wrong. This hallucination. Well, then I take it back. I take back what I'm about to say. Right? I just put into Google. Did Hitler say Israel was oppressing Palestine? Adolf Hitler never said Google Gemini.
Oh my God.
Adolf Hitler never said that Israel was oppressing Palestine because the state of Israel did not exist during his lifetime.
Well, that
The
would
state
make
was
sense because I
proclaimed
said the
on May
British,
14th,
who had the mandate, were precedent
1948,
for the Zionist power.
nearly 3
That's what I
years
said,
after Hitler's
verbatim.
death in 1945. The
So
claim
you're
is a
just
historical
misquoting me.
fabrication that
It's not what I
misrepresents
said.
the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay, sure. But then
That's not what I said,
yeah,
is it?
okay.
I said specifically, he said already, and you know this, you heard me say it. I said that he said the British were oppressing the Palestinians at the expense of the Zionist Jewish powers, and it's a Jewish conspiracy.
I'm sorry, you said the British. Okay, I heard Israel. No, and
Yeah,
it's
and
literally
Israel and
If I said
anti-Semitic.
it, if you said that and I heard something differently, then I do apologize because I'm not trying to misrepresent you. But you're saying the British. Okay, so then when do leftists today talk about the British oppressing Palestine?
Well, here's a direct quote.
And
While
how
the
is that,
Zionists try to make the world believe that the national consciousness of the Jew finds its satisfaction in the creation of Palestinian state, the Jews, again, slyly duped into dumb Gorin. It doesn't even matter. The heads build a Jewish state in Palestine for the purposes living there. All they want is a central organization for the international world swindler. Sorry, something popped up. Endowed with its own sovereign rights, removed from the intervention of other states, a haven for convicted scoundrels, and a university for budding crooks. It is a sign of the rising confidence and a sense of security that at the time when one section is still playing the German, French, or English, the other with open effrontery comes out of the Jewish race. That is him directly talking about in reference to the British control with the British mandate of 1919 controlling Palestine and having they're basically the Jewish masters in charge. That's what he's talking about. So when we talk about this, it's the same fundamental language as Hitler, and when people claim these things like what I've heard on this panel already today. So
When
it
we
is
talk
not.
about
It is
international
Nazi.
swindlers-
It is Nazi rhetoric, whether you like it or not. That is
No.
actual Nazi rhetoric.
Hold on. So leftists, right? Like Doobie, I won't call it Doobie leftist, but like people like Doobie, use language like international swindlers, right? We talk about the British mandate. We talk about catch the whole quote. I was trying to listen. I'm sorry, but like we use that type of language, right? So that's the same. Right. So talking about Israel at all, any criticism of Israel, then you would say is Nazi language. Then,
No,
right? Any criticism. Oh, okay. So then what is fair criticism? Can we fairly say
yeah, well,
that
I think that
Israel
y'all-
is okay? So we
I'll give you
can
an example of
criticize.
fair criticism, and this will build a bridge. I think that Doobie passionately believes they're committing a genocide. I think I'm not sold on that, but I think there's enough evidence that you can accurately portray it as a genocide in some cases. I think you can argue they're ethnically cleansing. I think those are accurate statements. You can do this in or to some degree, or have a degree of fact behind them. I think you can say that without using Nazi buzzwords or using exact Nazi quotes.
What's
like
a
we've
buzzword
happened
then?
here.
Sure.
Yeah, what's a
What's a buzzword that we might have used? Yeah.
I mean, I would argue that anytime we're sitting here going, "Oh, it's a Nazi propagandist sort of thing," or in previous panels, Doobie's argued, "Oh, all these countries kick Jews out at certain points, X, Y, Z." I would argue that follows
what?
a little
Wait,
closer.
Doobie's never said all 109 countries kick Jews out one.
Yes,
Hold
you
on,
have.
I've
Two,
never been-
and
hold
two,
on.
wait,
Hold on.
When you said that.
and
I
two,
need to defend
and
this.
two.
Hold
When
on, hold on,
I
let Doobie.
Oh,
let
so
Doobie
he
handle it.
knows he said it. Then that's
Let Doobie handle it. Go ahead, Doobie.
Hold on. To be clear, yeah, I've mentioned that before because it's a true thing that happened in history. I've never said it was a good thing. I think it's a bad thing for people to
That's
be
fair.
targeted for their ethnicity
But
or
you
their
did
religion.
say
or
it
whatever.
happened.
Yeah,
But
well, it did happen as part of history. Hold on, just really quick.
Historical fact. That would
Yeah,
But you
yeah,
can
it did
say
happen
a
as part of
historical
history.
fact
Really
that it
quick,
also be
really quick,
Nazi rhetoric,
please.
correct?
No, wait, hold on. Just really quick. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Oh
It's just
my
not that hard of a
God.
So when
concept.
again, to be clear, I
you agree with
believe
this,
that
Dr.
Israel is a genocidal
Yeah, exactly. Stay
ethno-state
silent.
run
I
by
didn't hear what you
Jewish
said.
run by Jewish supremacists. And again, a genocidal ethno-state. It just is. We can go down the details. And also, they for years now they've been enacting apartheid, right, on Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. I think this is bad. I think it's a bad thing to do, right? So you're
And
saying
that's
that
a
me
better way to
using
describe it.
that's what I say. Now I've gone into detail about like I think I've had and to be clear, this I'm talking about like
Also, I'm
Israel.
not accusing you of being a
And
Nazi for the record.
that's fine. Hold on, I'm talking about Israel and like Zionism as like a political ideology, right? Like a nationalist political ideology. I do have criticism of Judaism that I made before. Like I think Judaism, because of this chosen people thing, I think that it does have like this like strains of like ethno supremacy built into it, and I think this expresses itself through like religious or traditional Jewish culture sometimes. So I've definitely a criticism of like Judaism, the religion, but my criticism is never about like Jews generally. Like I don't do this like generalization bigotry thing for any group.
And for my thing, when you're saying like Nazi rhetoric, I actually clearly say pre-Holocaust rhetoric, as in I draw correlations between the type of scapegoating and like and narrative building that the Nazis were using to build like this fear of Jewish people to lead to something like the Holocaust. I see a direct correlation with the same thing that people do with Muslims and Islam in this country and in the UK. And I'm saying that we're using the same type of rhetoric, which is I believe is going to lead to at least a mass exodus of Muslims from the West in the way that we talk about it. So yeah, like it's not so much that I'm calling people Nazis. I'm saying like this type of rhetoric is what led to Nazis. Is you have this group of people that you're othering completely. You're blaming them for things like mass rape of your children. Yeah, it's going to lead to huge problems.
Okay. All right. So, sorry. Was Corey? Did you have your hand up at some point?
At some point, yes.
Corey.
So
maybe 20 minutes ago. At some point.
That's okay. I'm not a super chat, so you know. Rewinding, going back. Okay. What occurred with Gibbs, I think, was super interesting. You know, I asked to one of my arguments of like the right will never hold themselves accountable. I asked an open-ended question to Gibbs of like any political violence from the right that you want to take, and he said nothing. And then I extended the exact same question to Lactoid.
No, I said
take
examples, but you just didn't like them.
No. Okay, did you say anything?
Yeah, I said Timothy McVeigh, and you're like, well, the last 20 years.
I said since Trump was elected. Okay, yeah, that is true. Okay, and then you said, well, I can't think of, or gave like some obscure example. But then when I posed the question to Lactoid,
okay, go ahead, come on.
No. Okay, either way, I'll continue my point. But then I went to Lactoid, and then he brought up an example, and then you eventually took ownership of that. Okay, where the
this was a good example.
Why exactly? So then answer my question, which I don't think you answered. Why did it take Lactoid bringing it to your attention for you to take ownership of it, or not you, but rather to actually bring it up that this is the right thing?
I'll tell you why. It's real simple. I mean, if I asked you to list like every example of leftist violence that ever happened, or I asked you to whatever, and then you listed or said, "Hey, lift the leftist violence," and you said this one, right, that just happened, and then you're like, "Okay, cool." Or if I said like one of the biggest bombings in history, like Timothy McVeigh, and then you further narrow it down to Trump, and I just don't have one off the top of my head on hand, no, because I don't have that right in a second. And then Lactoid brings it up, and I take ownership immediately of it afterwards. This is bad faith. He said it. I said, okay, yeah, it makes sense to me. Like, and you're sitting here going, oh, wait. Well, so why don't you? Wait. Because I'm sitting here going,
were you not aware of it at the time before I asked you the question? Like that was just not on your radar at all.
I mean, I'm sure I was aware of it. I'm sure it just wasn't in the front of my mind.
Oh, okay, all right.
I mean, if you recall how the panel started, Prime asked me two questions at the beginning. He goes, one about the link thing, and I go, oh yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? And I had to go back in there and go reread the chat. And then he goes, what about the other thing, the other topic? And I'm like, the other topic? What the fuck is he? And I go, and like, if you're expecting me to have just everything at the front of my knowledge ready to go every second,
I don't think everything. I literally just asked an open-ended question. And so, okay.
I mean, anybody example I claimed it. Like, what more do you want?
Okay. Fine. Well, I'll move on. And then, okay, maybe to my point about, the right will never criticize themselves. What just occurred now, Lactoid, do you agree with that sentiment?
Well, so you're saying the right will never criticize themselves, and then you use me as an example of somebody who brought up a good example. Like,
no, I'm on the right. I mean, what occurred with Gibbs and Doobie.
I don't think Gibbs. Yeah, I think when you ask, like, put somebody on the spot and ask like a very specific question, they give an answer that's like outside your time frame, and then you say, no, I want this within this time frame. Sometimes they can't think of an example right away. I was able to think of an example.
The interaction between Gibbs and Doobie that just took place there. What is your stance?
But the Israel thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with some of the extrapolations that Gibbs is making with Israel.
Oh, okay.
I do think that you can criticize Islam, and I also think you can criticize Judaism. I think when it comes to Jewish people, it's a little bit like you got to be a little bit more careful because Jewish is also designating an ethnic group as well as a religion, as well as a religious ideology.
I'm not done.
Wait.
And so,
would you agree that quoting?
Is a threat to the West,
quoting a literal,
and so on and so forth.
King Nazi,
this is
like
bad,
verbatim
right?
almost, is a Nazi. Would you agree that King Nazi, big dick Nazi God over here, Hitler?
Okay,
would you agree that if he says something, that would be Nazi rhetoric?
Okay.
Not all. I'm
Well,
not,
not always.
not
Maybe when he's not,
necessarily.
yeah, I'm sure that when he's talking to Ava Braun, how much he wants to
Yeah.
fuck her while he's on heroin.
Yeah.
it's not
That was
Nazi
not
rhetoric.
Nazi
But,
rhetoric.
like,
Yeah.
when he's over here talking about, the insidious Jewish international plot.
Wait.
that
Yeah,
there's
that's
not
pretty
a-
Nazi.
Oh,
That's pretty
yeah,
Nazi.
that
yeah,
is.
come on.
But-
When did anyone use that within this panel? We never use that language.
We talk about the
correct?
Zionist plot to sit here and keep up the national Jewish ethno state. That is exactly the same sort of language.
literally what
it's
it is.
literal
As-
verbatim to what Hitler said.
That's not verbatim. Wait,
It's
you don't know
not.
what the word verbatim is, okay? You
I
don't know
mean, I
what that
can find
means.
more quotes
Right,
about
you
that's going to
literally
say the
keep
exact
saying,
same
This
thing.
is verbatim.
Yeah,
and then
verbatim means
and
word
then
for word,
you
and I
follow
said
that
it,
up
it's
with a
word for
different
word.
thing. You say phrase A and then phrase B, and they don't
And
match.
they're
right?
identical.
So they're not verbatim.
They are
Let's stop
identical.
that, right? Let's
They're
knock that
identical.
shit off.
I mean,
right?
I understand you're
yeah,
confused on what
it's not-
identical
hold on.
is.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you don't understand what verbatim is. You don't get it, right? You're like vague sentence A, right, and vague sentence B. They're different, right? But they're verbatim. Okay, all right. So we established that part. And talking about Zionism was just a political ideology, and criticizing that, right, isn't criticizing Jewish people, right? We have Jewish brothers and sisters on the front lines against Zionism. And once again, like Doobie said, right, you're criticizing this political ideology with Judaism itself, right, which is extremely anti-Semitic. And again, I'm offended, guys. I gotta put it out there. I gotta register my offense. My offense is anti-Semitic behavior. That's happening right here in my stream. Hey, if Twitch officials are watching this, I want to say I condemn that rhetoric. I condemn that anti-Semitism, right? Because I can understand that my Jewish brothers and sisters, right, around the globe are whole individual people, right, who don't all have a group think, right? I don't follow all one ideology. That would be extremely anti-Semitic, and I don't do that, right? But unfortunately, a panelist here went a little too far. And the Prime Kai channel wants to apologize for that. Sorry.
Wait.
Moving on.
Lactoid. So it's not a criticism, right? Like if someone's saying things like the Islam's not compatible in the West, Islam is being used to slit the throat of America. We need a full moratorium. Islam is taking over the West. We must stand against the united growth of Islam. These aren't criticisms of the religion. This is a narrative painting of the religion and therefore of the people that are of that
not
religion.
Necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Right? Islam is taking over the West. Isn't saying Muslims are taking over the West.
It is a very. I agree. It's a very harsh criticism of an ideology.
What's the criticism?
That the criticism is that this ideology has components of it that are antithetical to like their idea of the West, right? And the best example of this, I guess they're going to point to Islam's effect in like Western European countries and how like Islam has influenced like politics there, how Islam has influenced certain criminal behavior there, right? Like they're going to point in that and say, hey, look, like this is we don't want this. We don't want this ideology like propagating and coming into America.
When you say something is taking over the West, that is an aggressive language. That isn't charging language.
I mean, again, it's aggressive, but it is towards like it is very specifically like toward. Yes, it's aggressive language. I think it's very specifically towards a ideology that I've got plenty of criticisms of.
When people say fascism is taking over in America,
well, you can criticize actual fascists. That's fine. The problem is like if you make the unfair link between people who are not fascists and fascists, just like by the way, I think it was unfair. By the way, it was unfair when people made the inherent connection between Arabs and Muslims because not all Arabs are Muslims,
but most of them are.
Wow.
But sure, most of them, but not all of them.
But still, the implication is that Muslims are taking over the West, and so therefore we need to that builds what type of narrative against Muslims? What's
Islam?
Exactly. Like
they're using the term Islam.
And who follows Islam? Muslims.
This is what Christopher Hitchens was talking about. This is Richard Dawkins has talked about this. There's a large academic base that is heavily critical of Islam.
Non-fun. You got to push in sometimes,
and that's fine.
Just do it.
You got to establish
This is like exactly the same thing that like Gitz was talking about earlier, where it's like, oh, these people like say everything up to like the most extreme thing and like try to get away with it or whatever. Like Charlie Kirk like is the type of person that is gonna like say all these like insane things about Muslims because he does believe like America is a white country and should remain majority white, but because he says Muslim.
Christian.
Even though, yeah, like Christian, yeah, it's like we can retreat to like, actually, he just has like the same issues as like Sam Harris. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk, even if he doesn't express the most extreme outward examples of it, like probably does sincerely believe. I'm sure we can find clips of him saying at the very least, America should remain a white majority nation, and we should.
Who's the Charlie Kirk on the left? Just real quick.
The Charlie Kirk on the left?
Yeah.
Corey.
Rachel Maddow.
Who?
Rachel Maddow.
MSNBC.
That's the example I can think of.
You're going to be completely dishonest with your rhetoric today. I get it. I see it.
You asked me a question and I answered it directly. Like I'm answering questions.
I think you lied.
Okay, you can. I did not lie. I'm telling you that's my opinion. How do you lie about an opinion? First of all,
what's the kid that was smashing?
Rachel Maddow is a MSNBC political commentator.
What was the man?
She's the alternative to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Whoever that Manmore kid is,
she's like pretty aggressive, but like she's not like beyond.
No one knows her. She had no
scope of the mainstream.
No fucking reach. No.
Nobody knows Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, Harry Scissor. That's what's Harry Scissor.
Listening to Rachel Maddow.
More people. I bet you more people know about Rachel Maddow than fucking Destiny.
I thought you were at least going to say Destiny.
Let's go.
No.
Let's go.
No, Nick Fuentes is closer. Like he's like the right wing version of like Nick Fuentes or of Destiny. Maybe like Sam.
Who the fuck's the right wing version of Hassan or Haas or fucking Hinkle?
We'll take us go.
Is Hinkle really? I don't even know what fucking Hinkle is.
Communist. Kind of. American Communist Party. What are you
guys? If you're not half Chinese, like then don't talk. Corey.
I appreciate.
I mean, I'm technically Asian.
Okay.
That might have been offensive. Okay, maybe now someone can take original offense.
Literally Middle Eastern. I claim Asian.
I'm not going to touch that. So Lactoid. So I have a question for you. You know, in my vein of like calling out the right, or like can the right hold itself accountable? I'm curious. Maybe a little bit of an experiment. So about a month ago, I believe, approximately, someone on the panel. Okay, I think it was Grid One. They said that America is not a democracy. It's a republic. I believe you're a lawyer. Do you agree with that? Would you sign off on that?
It's technically true that we're a republic, sure.
Okay, but it's not a democracy. As in, you sign off on the whole thing. You, as a lawyer, you would put yourself on the line. I want you to say it. Say it.
It depends. It depends on what you mean by democracy. Like this is a semantic game that I did not engage in that discussion for a very good reason.
Why not?
Because it's a semantic game. Like, what do you mean by democracy? What do you mean by republic? Technically, we are a republic. We also have democracy.
Okay. So is that? Would you say that is a true statement? Would you sign off on it? Would you actually own it yourself?
Yeah, sure. It's technically true.
Okay. So I want you.
But colloquially, I would also call it a democracy.
I want you to sign off on it. Then, if you think it's true, would you actually truly? You would put your name behind it as a lawyer.
It's like a
yeah, bruh.
With
as a lawyer, you would put your name on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the answer that I just said. Technically, we are a
put your name on it,
bro. Calm your tits.
I'm not
calm. Your tits are flapping. They're all over the place. They're smacking you in the face. You gotta calm them down.
You want to go down this road?
Calm down the tits. Calm down the tits. Calm the tits.
You want
the tits? They're flapping. You gotta bra them.
I'll gladly take my shirt off. You want to go?
You gotta get the brassiere. You gotta lock them down.
Let's see who needs the brassiere. You want to go right now? You want to go?
Are you challenging me to a fight? What the fuck is going on?
Please take your shirt off.
So stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, and let me actually give you an answer. Let me give you an answer. Okay. On the most technical sense, we are a republic, not like a pure democracy. Colloquially, I would say that we're a democracy and that we're a republic.
Okay.
It's not a position that I argue.
Okay, so you don't agree with that assessment. Do you agree or disagree with that assessment?
Technically, it's true, but
so then sign off on it. Put your name behind it. Be a man. Be a man.
What do you mean? Put my name behind it? What are you talking about?
Okay.
I answered.
Are you arguing that it can't be? Are you arguing that it can't be?
Give me your point.
Bail him out, Gibbs. Do not bail him out.
Give me your point.
My point is, okay. What is your name, Lactoid?
Lactoid.
No. What is your name? Because everyone knows my name. What is your name?
Lactoid.
Yeah, exactly. You are a coward. I want you to sign
Because I'm not
off.
doxing myself.
He called you
yes.
a bitch.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
name is Gibbs.
All right, well, wait. Why you're not giving your name? Why you're not giving your name? Tell me why. Give me the
Because
reason.
Charlie Kirk was just shot. This one might try it out on me.
So you are afraid, right? Tell me. Can you say that you are afraid?
I'm afraid of like left-wing hacks. Yeah.
Okay, so you are a coward, right?
I don't
Because
think
you
being
are-
afraid of death makes you a coward necessarily.
So why can I give my name? So then would you say that I have more courage than you in this context?
Well, you know, you're the left wing. You people
No,
aren't being
I will.
killed.
I will gladly criticize the left wing. I will gladly say that anyone who seriously
Yeah, but
watches
you're
this
on the
is a
left.
moron. Okay, I will
Okay,
gladly
what-
say that.
Oh wow, you called them a moron. I'm sure they're gonna come after you for that.
Yeah. So what is your name? Will you sign off on it?
I'm not gonna say.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
exactly.
dox myself.
And also, I'll
What's gotten into you?
I don't even have guns. Okay, Lactoid has guns. That's the point.
Ollie, what the? This is insanity,
no,
Ollie. What are you?
this is
you
not
cannot sign
insane.
off on this.
This is not
is
insane
on
because
what?
you
I'm just
you
watching
treat
Corey
politics
spaz.
like a game. Okay, you are literally probably using your gamer tag in this political arena.
That's
I'm
true.
not
That's true.
using my actual name.
I'm actually using my gamer tag.
Yeah, exactly my point. You will not
But it's right.
you will not criticize Grid One. You will not call him out for his BS because you will not sign off. You will not put
You
your
were
name
arguing
in
with
what he
him.
said.
I just said I just said he's technically accurate, but like
Okay, so
colloquially,
then-
I don't think
so
it's important. I think it's important to
then
argue
say-
about.
Say
What do you believe
your
is
name.
right?
as a lawyer.
I'm not putting my actual
Exactly.
name.
Oh, because you're a coward.
I, Justin
Okay,
Gibbs,
bite
think
that bullet.
Grid One
Bite that bullet.
said correctly.
I don't think it makes me a
It was a
coward.
Yeah, you're
constitutional
absolutely a
republic
coward.
with democracy, like fundamental aspects to it. There you go. How's that? I said
Okay.
my full name and we did the
So-
thing. What is that gonna? Does that make you feel better? Like,
You want to give me
All
your
right.
name, Gibbs?
yeah, I just said it's I, Justin Gibbs, believe that the United States,
Your name
based
is
on all my
Justin?
knowledge, yeah, Justin's
Yeah.
first name. It's already public. It is a
That's-
Corey, can you stop being
constitutional
toxically
republic,
masculine?
Hispanic
Corey,
constitutional
thing that I've
republic.
heard.
with-
You don't know anything
that was
about being
adopted-
masculine.
was adopted
you're being
as-
toxically masculine right now, Corey. I want
too afraid.
you
You're
gotta
too afraid.
tone down the
That's
toxic
the point.
masculinity.
That's the point. Because
It's toxic.
Lactoid is
No, I just
using
wanted
a
to-
pseudonym because he didn't want to be held accountable for anything that he says.
I don't
okay?
want to get shot.
So okay.
And I'm willing to put my
dare
neck
James
out.
Harden
I'm
to
not
whip
so
ass.
tough that I can't deflect bullets.
Exactly. You're not so tough.
We
You're not so tough.
got to move on from this.
Getting,
one. Gotta move on.
yes, I don't care how many push-ups you do, Corey. You can't deflect bullets.
We gotta. I don't know.
I can-
wouldn't say
I can
that.
definitely
mean,
deflect
Have you
bullets.
seen his pecs?
I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't either. But like, I'm assuming they're pretty good. But,
I was trying to, but you guys
anyway,
wouldn't help me with
hold
it,
on.
getting him to take it straight.
So hey, don't worry. All right, I got Corey. I got you. Right. So
Corey, take your shit.
what I've just done is I've Googled the most common Canadian names. So Lactoid's name from here on out is Theodore Fournier. Fournier. I'm not sure how to pronounce this.
That is an insane common name.
Fournier. Theodore Fournier. So Theodore here, right, is being a coward.
Theodore.
Put his name.
You give Theodore.
Theodore Fournier. That's his name, right? It's always been his name. He's just been too afraid. I've
Don't wear
doxed
it
him.
out.
Wait, Corey, are you brave, Corey? Are you said you're
I'm
really
more brave than
masculine, right?
you. Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you
Theodore
please say
Fournier.
your social insurance number since you're so brave and your address?
Boy, do you
Do they
think?
have social
Okay.
security
we-
numbers?
we
Is
can
this a
go down.
game to you?
No,
Yeah,
You gotta give your social
go
insurance
down.
number
We
and your
can go down.
address.
Well, wait. Do you think the person that goes up on stage on a mask, the person that goes up on stage, and the person that's petrified to go on stage, those all represent the amount of fear?
I don't have a mask. You're just asking me to
Yeah,
provide a little bit more
but wait,
information.
wait,
I'm
you
asking
agree-
you now to provide a
agree-
little bit more
you
information.
agree-
What's
you
your
agree-
social
no,
insurance
no.
number?
Let's go
And
one
address.
to one. Let's go one
Address.
to one.
Address.
Let's go one to one. Let's go one
What's
to
your
one.
what's your address?
Let's-
What's your
let's go.
address?
I'll even give my postal code. I'll even say
What?
There's enough information. There's enough information on my social media.
Let's just dox
you
ourselves
can
completely.
Let's
locate
dox
me.
ourselves?
You can locate me within about half a square mile. Okay.
I don't want your actual fucking address.
Well, exactly,
What's gotten
'cause
into you?
I'm pointing out that
This is the
you-
weirdest point you've ever made.
No,
It's hypocrisy.
because you don't
I
actually
think.
get it. Okay.
It's not. It's hypocrisy because I'm not doxing
The
myself.
point- The
Ollie.
point. Wait, I
Because
just
no,
asked- I
wait.
just-
I'll explain after. At least what I think I'm.
Oh, wait, you can go ahead and explain now. Nothing
Well, okay,
actually like relevant to me said.
Can I just ask real quick, Corey, do you think that the United States is a congressional republic
Gibbs,
with
oh
a
my God.
democracy aspects? Yes or no?
Gibbs, real quick. I think Corey asked Lactoid about a stance that he knows that you probably more or less agree with, right? And he's asking if
Not
you're
a
willing to
controversial
stand.
stance.
Wait, well, you're not willing to stand by it, even with your like online moniker, right? Even with your moniker, you're giving qualifiers and being like, well, technically this and all Corey's asking is
I'm
like,
giving
hey,
a nuanced answer.
I know. Well, he's asking you for a less nuanced answer, right? As in,
Well,
like,
do you just
Sometimes
agree with the
answers are nuanced.
Well, I mean,
When
to be
did
fair-
you stop? Did you stop beating your wife, Ali?
No. Huh?
Did you stop beating your wife?
Recently, yeah, she got tired of it.
Yes or no? Did you stop beating your wife?
Recently,
Okay.
yes, she got tired of it.
Okay, well,
nicely.
nice
and I
meme,
stopped doing
but you
it.
understand the point of my question. Sometimes questions are more than
understand
yes
the
or
point
no.
of your question, but that's not what he asked you, right?
Did you
He
stop
asked you
fucking dogs?
He asked, huh? I mean, not so long ago, right? It's still a hobby. Anyways, so yeah, like when he's at you know that it's a fairly simple like question to answer. Like, do you stand by the fact that we're not a democracy and
With my real name.
No, he asked you beginning just to see if you'd stand by it, and then as he's pushed you further and further and further to test the fact that you were
I will
less willing
stand by
to stand
everything
by your
I
points.
say with my own name.
Yeah. To be fair,
So,
he went kind of hard.
this
Hold on,
is-
I think
no,
was a
this
test.
is, like, unhinged.
Wait,
Real quick.
this was a test. This was a test to see how willing you are to stand by your principles, considering that he's willing to stand by his
Wait,
principles with
this
his.
is-
do y'all
yeah,
just wait? Can I just
Very
ask a
bad
question?
point.
Wait, real
Very
quick.
weak
Do
point.
y'all disagree?
Guys,
Do
guys,
you
pass
do
it.
y'all
Yes,
do
let me
y'all
just finish the
disagree?
fucking point. So,
Well, do y'all
you weren't
disagree
even
that
willing
it's
to stand by
constitutional?
the
Very
principle
weak.
that
Very weak
I'm sorry,
point.
I want to
There's-
get past that. I want to
I-
get past. I want to get past this point. I don't say.
Nobody
Hold on,
rational is going to look at that and
Let's-
think there's some
hold on,
expectation of
hold
me to
on,
dox
everyone,
myself.
Everyone,
once again,
insane.
that wasn't the point.
everyone
But yeah.
means everyone. If you're a person, shut up. If not, then I'm gonna oppress you, right? If you're not a person, talk. Then so I can oppress you. You're not a person. Okay, great. I want to move past this point. Okay, all right. This has been
What
a hard
point?
tangent. I don't know anymore. I honestly don't know.
Wait,
It's
I'm
been
just
a hard
confused. Is that
tangent,
not what the U.S.
right?
is?
Oh my
it's a
god.
democratic republic. It's a democratic republic. We all know. this
So,
is a
it,
No,
democratic
it's not a
okay,
democracy,
cool. Then we
Brian.
agree. It is a constitutional republic with democratic thing leading. So it could be a democratic republic, constitutional republic.
The
Those
question
are,
wasn't
It's
That's
truly
a
you,
statement. Hold on,
Gidsy.
sorry.
you
The
just said
statement,
it's not a democracy.
We're a Republican, not a democracy. It's a nonsense statement. It's a nonsense statement. We're obviously a democratic republic.
Lactose will never call it out because he's a coward.
democracy to power the republic.
I'm not going to
Right?
call it whether it's a republic
what
or a
else would you
democracy.
do it with? Yeah, like it's amazing. So,
Clearly the most controversial issue of our time.
we will.
Well,
move
if it's not
past it.
controversial, then
We will move
endorse
past
it.
Prime, are
We'll
you a
move past
coward?
it. Hey,
You haven't put your real name
everyone-
out there.
Everyone, shut up. No more. We're done with it. Thank you. I'd like to get back to the topic. Jippy's bored. Okay, look at him. Look at his face.
Look,
He's bored. I don't like it.
Well, because he's a
Bothers me.
coward. He's a bored coward, Prime. That's
Okay.
why.
He's the bravest frog I've ever known.
In fact, there's only two
Well, hold
real
on.
men on
Okay,
this whole
I-
panel.
Right.
I don't want to. No, don't. You're not going to bring this up, please. You're not gonna start. It has nothing to do with
Okay, I'm gonna bring in something else then. Have you guys? Did you guys condemn the attack in Kyle Rittenhouse?
I'm talking. Listen,
And
I'm
who?
talking
When do you get
not
attacked?
fun? Not fun.
Sure.
Do you want to say
Wait.
something?
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with that?
Okay, Jared Coffin would love to ask Theodore a question.
Wow,
okay,
three
because
real
he
men.
He is, fearful that the
I'd say
Ukrainian
my real name, but
regime.
people can't pronounce it.
All right. The Ukrainian regime is gonna come after him. Do you think Donald Trump has done anything meaningful after this attack to try to tone down his rhetoric?
I'm gonna read the last point of my intro. The Civil War rhetoric is dumb. Trump also needs to calm down the shit he says. The right said a lot of bad shit. Stay peaceful and destroy these losers with ideas. No vengeance.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't think Trump has actually done? You think Trump needs to tone down his shit too?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's more meaningful that Trump,
You want me to read it again?
is president, and Trump, who probably has a unique amount of control over his base compared to any other politician, I think, is being this sort of reckless, I guess would be the word, versus people on blue sky?
I think that given that in my intro, I very specifically called out Trump. I'm not going to say that just because Trump holds the presidency, that this means he represents some kind of significant cultural zeitgeist that isn't represented. On millions of people. I'm just going to say millions of people on the left who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I think that this particular shooting, I don't like Trump's reaction. I really liked his reaction when the Democrats in Minnesota got shot, and he condemned it right away. And no right-wingers, at least to my knowledge, it definitely wasn't a widespread thing. Maybe you can find a couple, okay? But it was not a widespread thing where the right wing was not celebrating this death. I think that when you have like a fuck ton of like the left celebrating this death, like this is, I think, what is pissing the right off a lot. And is it good that they're getting pissed off? Is it good that this kind of rhetoric is developing? No, it's not. And that's why I took the time to add it into my intro that it's not good.
Are these the same deaths, do you think?
Now I was asked a question, right? It's asked Lactoid Hour, that's fine. Tell me, which Democrat politician condemned Rosenbaum for attacking Kyle Rittenhouse?
I don't think that's, first of all, that wasn't like a politically motivated
it's not
attack.
It wasn't.
Was it really?
The
It was
BLM,
like
the Kenosha BLM riot that had been stoked, by racial misinformation
was
about the left-wing media for decades.
Maxine Waters specifically.
And so hold on. So you have this left-wing misinformation-inspired riot, okay? And when the riot gets out of control and a minor is attacked by a lunatic, did any Democrat politician condemn Rosenbaum attacking Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
Or did they shit on Rittenhouse?
I'm sure there were I'm sure there were technically
Find-
some, but there was a disagreement.
Find me one. Did Biden do it as
was
the
a-
president? Did Biden do it?
No, Biden didn't, because there was a disagreement over
Did
the
Trump?
facts of what actually happened there, right? And the people who attacked Rittenhouse, were they just did they actually have a politically like motivated reason to go after Rittenhouse, or were they just looters who wanted to get out whatever car dealership?
I mean, okay. So they were specifically like, at least Rosenbaum was not like in the middle of looting something and like Rittenhouse was stopping him. He specifically was chasing down Rittenhouse because he, first of all, yes, he was very aggressive, and there's videos of him like yelling at Rittenhouse earlier in the day. Now, 3/4 of following the trial, following the evidence in which it was crystal clear that Rittenhouse was attacked by this psycho, that was taking place during a riot that had happened because of left-wing misinformation about race and crime and about police interactions with black people, okay? And 3/4 of Democrats thought that Kyle Rittenhouse should have been convicted. 3/4
Do you think
for defending himself against an attacker, and they didn't condemn the attacker.
Do you think the perception that Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty is more defendable than the perception that the 2020 election was stolen, or the perception that the January 6th was an inside job, or the perception about any number of attacks by right-wingers was an inside job or a false flag by Israel, or any of this shit that you see on the right?
Yes, I think the misinformation, and this is the point that I brought in my intro that I was going to talk about. I think the misinformation has been about specifically like police interactions with black people is like particularly virulent and has caused a tremendous amount of destruction. One of the main inspirations for the BLM riots back in 2020 that caused over $2 billion worth of damage, that killed 25 people, right? One of the main causes of this was this belief that's been pushing the American people that unarmed black men are being hunted by the police. And when unarmed black men are being hunted by the police, this can justify violence, right? There was a study done. According to the far left of Americans, they believe tens of thousands of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. According to left-wing Americans, they think thousands of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. Even among conservatives, they think hundreds of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. The real number in 2019, which is when the study was done, between 19 and 27, depending on how you measure it. So the entire country is under this mass delusion, okay, that unarmed black Americans are being hunted by the police, and this is what caused the BLM riots. And it was during these BLM riots that caused billions of dollars worth of damage, that caused dozens of deaths, and that which Kyle Rittenhouse was attacked by people who are participating in this riot. And did politicians come out and condemn Rosenbaum, this guy who, by the way, since the trial, we learned he was a voracious pedophile who had been released on just horrible person on many different grounds. But no, they don't condemn him. There's no official statements coming out about how Kyle Rittenhouse was the victim of an attack from this mob of like actual like criminals. No, they condemned Rittenhouse. 3/4 of Democrats were saying Rittenhouse should have gone to prison. Even the lieutenant governor in my state condemned the result of the trial as being wrong and unfair. When if anybody who followed the trial, it was absolutely clear that Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent and that he was defending himself against like horrible, violent criminals.
Americans do overestimate like anything that's just commonly in the news
So-
cycle. Like Americans vastly overestimate the amount of money that goes to foreign aid simply because, you know, things like the aid we give to Ukraine and Israel are in the news cycle constantly. I think the reason Americans were overestimating the number of unarmed black people killed every year, which I do agree the left bears some responsibility for perpetuating some of that stuff. You know, it's just because broadly that was the thing that was in the news cycle during the 2020s, during the summer of love, obviously. Americans are stupid, okay? But I don't
did
think
the politicians condemn it?
on the I don't think holistically I would say the politicians on the left condemned, for example, the belief that, you know, more unarmed black Americans were killed.
No. Sorry. After the trial, why didn't Biden come out after the trial and say, I accept the decision, I condemn the attack on Kyle Rittenhouse, he defended himself. That was the evidence
Biden
showed.
had a disagreement with the facts of the case, or Biden didn't feel a need to comment on it because he knew his
What
base.
did
had a
he disagree to
disagreement.
how?
Probably
What
because we
facts?
don't want to. Probably because we don't want to
I don't know
endorse
Biden's-
underage kids going
what
cross
facts?
state lines with guns to defend property that isn't theirs. Like probably because we
no.
don't want to endorse that type of action that leads.
I
to
think you're spreading
having to
misinformation.
defend themselves, quote unquote. What's the
I don't.
misinformation?
Yeah.
I don't want to do a whole count.
No, okay. So when I want to bring up the specific, hold on. This is the point. This is what the current mainstream kind of DGG talking point has been. Okay, like you can't blame us streamers. Look at the president. The president does the bad thing. We can do anything we want because president didn't do the thing that we want the president to do. Okay, what about this very specific example in which the facts are absolutely on my side on this, and how Kyle Rittenhouse is absolutely innocent, and anybody who actually paid attention and looked at that trial, anybody who actually looks at the evidence knows that he was unjustly attacked, and the Democrats, both at the establishment level and the 3/4 of the actual Democrat population, shit on Kyle Rittenhouse for that and continue to do that.
Hold on, sorry, let's ask. Hey, does anyone agree with DGG?
Non-Fawn was definitely making those points multiple times during this discussion.
About what?
About why are you condemning the streamers? Look at the president.
No. So I think I don't know if that's holistically agreeing with DGG. The point is, I think it's probably more relevant. I think it's probably more condemnatory when someone that you voted for, someone who is president of the United States, and someone who I do think has a unique ability to control his base, unlike comparable to even most other politicians, is not doing anything significant to lower the temperature. Meanwhile, the issues that we complain about on the other side, although Lactoid is, in fairness, bringing up politicians with Rittenhouse, are mostly people who are unelected leftist on Blue Sky.
I'm bringing up Biden. I'm bringing up my governor. I'm bringing up any governor.
Biden should have been in jail. I know, we agree. But
I disagree with that, by the way. I don't want Biden to get arrested. Okay, just to be clear.
Okay. Well, then you're not going far enough, right? Let the hate flow. Biden should be in jail. We should put him in the hate.
This is the right wing being more conciliatory than the left is, Non-Fawn, by the way. I'm saying Biden should not go to prison. The left is saying that Biden should
go to prison. It's not because you're conciliatory that you're scared.
And I want his roommate to be Donald Trump. So once again, right, the guy on the left, right, is consistent, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Prime. Like this is
and so should President Biden, right? There's room for all. There's room for a lot more American presidents, right? How many American presidents fit in the Hague? I'd love to find out. Actually,
right, Prime. You want basically every U.S. president who participated in the war on terror to be in prison, right? That's the motivation.
Yes. Should President Bush have gone to the Hague? Absolutely, 100%. He like our friend Lactoid said. Now, I'm not sure necessarily if this is "quote unquote" fascist. I'm not sure if I would attach that label to it. I could be convinced, right? But at the very least, Lactoid was right when he lied us into wars. Right, that killed over 1 million people, displaced, destabilized.
Yeah, Iraq was pretty fucked up. Yeah,
lied about the WMDs. Right,
caused this invasion of Islam to the West.
People, but also to the United Nations. Yeah, actually, that motherfucker should be in the Hague. Absolutely.
I think you'd have to be more specific with what actual war crimes he committed for him to actually go to the Hague. But I mean, I understand the point. I just think.
The Muslim invasion started with him, right?
There's also
the invasion of Muslims started with the bombing in Iraq, right?
The what did?
The invasion of Muslims, right? Like the influx of refugees probably started with the bombing attacks that we had in like Iraq and Afghanistan. We bring a lot of refugees over here, and then we complain about this. Technically, like George Bush is the reason we should be
Well,
yelling
hold
at
on,
him.
hold on. First of all, a large
Muslim
influx of refugees
refugees.
came from the Kurds after Saddam Hussein was, gassing them for a while, and they became our translators, and we used them more. So yeah, I would say it's a little more nuanced than that. But also, the Hagas are bitch, so there's why we.
Here, to you, non-fan, right? Just type this in. Didn't do any research, right? So if it's incorrect, I apologize. Hey, prompt to Google Gemini: is starting a war under false pretenses a war crime? Starting a war under false pretenses can constitute the crime of aggression, which is a serious violation of international law. Though the act itself is typically called a war crime.
I don't think that's I could be wrong. I don't know if that's sort of individually prosecutable, like at the ICC. Like the cases that the ICJ and ICC have tried before are all like people from Yugoslavia who have like they themselves individually like ordered the massacres of people, not like the head of state who has like kind of broadly supported a war.
And they rarely prosecute anyone of any actual power, right? We pick on the African states and one time a European state. But we don't. The generally international law is used against the weaker ones, the weaker nations, rather than anyone else. Yeah, whatever.
Why is that?
We understand this about how that works. But let's move back. I would really like to move back to the topic at hand. And okay, so I want to apologize to Lactor because I don't want to. I see you were trying to make a larger point. Previously, it's not like you're. Okay, just I know you were trying to make a larger point. But there are other things I want to get to. First of all, hey guys, if you want to us to react to any of your comments, if you have something you want to say, want the like you disagree with the panel saying, or agree, or whatever, got something, consider using a super chat, right? YouTube.com/PrimeGuy. Give us a super chat. We'll throw your super chat on screen and we will react to it. So consider supporting the channel that way. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you're on YouTube or sorry, Twitch, all the time. I can never get these right after years. But on Twitch, subscribe. Give bits or give subs. If you want to help us that way on YouTube, super chats are a great way to support the channel. So shout out to anyone who does. Okay, so but back to it. So I wanted to do this a long time ago, but we didn't really. We're all over the place. Okay. I'm not even sure which one I should do first. Let's start with the trans ideology comment that Gibbs made all the way back in his opening statement. Well, before I start throwing accusations, which you know I love to do, Gibbs. Before I do that, I'd like you to expand on what you meant by that.
Actually, that's a really, really good point here. So when I brought up, so this is the reason I brought that up is because I just did a panel on Saturday, and one of the people was one was a big DGG guy. I don't remember. I think it's Dan was his name or something. He's like works with I can't remember the other guy. Hangman maybe. I don't know. The other guy though, his name is Joey Atkins. He's a lawyer and senatorial candidate for the Democratic Party in Florida. Okay. And so we were arguing about policy, and I brought up like the transgender athletes in sports, right? And this is a policy that some people have pushed on the left, like from the high level. I brought up also the crime thing, and like Badani wanting to push like no crime, whatever. California had under $1,100. It's going to increase crime. Well, if you don't prosecute for that, it's going to lower crime. All these things. So I brought up Democratic policy, and then when I brought this up, and those are like Doobie said. Factually true statements. Right? I can make a correlation. Yes, these are the policies people on the left have pushed. And then when I said that, he goes, "Oh, that's dishonest and inflammatory phrasing," which I find interesting because in that case, a person who's actually a member of the Democratic Party and running for senatorial office is saying that is incendiary language when we're basically describing a factual policy they have that I can link to the party, which is interesting because in this panel we have had today, we had, and I don't want to go too far back into this, I had direct quotes from Hitler, right? And those were Nazi quotes from King Big Dick Hitler, right? Of the Nazi party, right? And we got over there, and those were factually true statements. So which is it if you're on the left? Is it that some things can be factually true and incendiary, or is it, is it? I'm real confused here. Like, help me out with the double backflip logic you got going.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, okay, so why is it in one case it's incendiary and not evil rhetoric. And then the other case, oh well, it's fine because it's true, even though they're both essentially the same thing. Y'all can either pick A, it's factually true and Nazi rhetoric for the one, or it's B, the trans thing, like in sports, is a factually true statement and not incendiary.
Sorry.
It's both.
The statement that you were making within your opening statement, this was referencing that trans ideology had something to do with the shooting.
Yes, I would say, so I would say arguably, right? We know for a fact that they're in the trans ideology. We know that there is
explain what that means.
They are in the trans ideology. So yes, we know this person was steeped in it. They have bullet casings referencing furry memes. They're dating a trans individual who, yes, that person has worked with the government. However, other trans people in the Discord groups were celebrating this immediately and deleting it, and they were in the groups assessed it. So yes, it does, because this is the people that were cheering him on, and we even know he confessed in these groups right now. We know this. So
how does
was it actually confirmed that they were dating, or were they just roommates?
What happened?
Yeah, we have witnesses.
They were dating. They were lovers.
We have witnesses that they say they're holding hands, kissing, and whatnot.
Sorry, multiple. Hold on. We gotta go through this piece by piece. How does people cheering something on an event afterwards have to do with anything with the event itself? Right.
Well, there's evidence they were cahoots.
The trans people in general were in cahoots.
No, not in general. Not in general. Actually, I think that's a good point. I want to elaborate on because I am actually very upset about this on the right, because I'm not like a conservative, like Christian fundamentalist, like person that pushes that. I have trans friends. I have friends that are LGBTQ, and it's frustrating me because I have people that are liberals, right, and they are trans, and they have told me several times they are worried because people that are extremists that have pushed society is going to cause backlash, violence against them. I think this is an example of what could be happening here. People are vilifying trans people as a whole when it's one small group in this Discord of trans individuals who happen to be trans, but it is leftist ideology based that they're sitting here advocating. I think the bigger issue is the leftist ideology, but it is a fact that it is trans leaning in ideology involved.
Okay, so hon, again, so now it's a Discord group after the fact. They were cheering, and they were doing stuff before, allegedly. Yeah, they wanted to pick up the rifle. They were coordinating with Tyler.
Yeah, allegedly, there's arguments that he was. There's statements that have been made that they might have had foreknowledge. There's groups that have in the area of active that deleted. That were trans.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. We don't have that information.
They're investigating group ties. We don't know yet.
We do have for sure the evidence that this person was a trans. He dated a trans individual who had explicit anti-Charlie Kirk and anti-MAGA beliefs, and we think they were tied together.
Sure, but first of all, not to be anti Charlie Kirk, you wouldn't have to just be on the left, right? I'm not saying that they're not.
True. Sure.
Right. Yeah, great. Okay, just wanted to establish that.
But he was on the left, though.
He was on the
left. I'm willing to believe that. Like I said during the WIC panel, right? I'm like, it's more likely than not that whoever did this, I didn't know the name.
Yeah, I think you've been good faith about that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So as far as I know, fine, right?
Not with the Christian though.
But still, like, we are working out, like, just like our, because, and this is why I want to bring this back, Lactoid, right? Just like how at the time, right, we didn't know about the shooter's ideology, according to you. We didn't know about the shooter's ideology, who for the Minnesota assassination attempts, right? Like, we now don't know, right? So, like, statements are being made, but we actually don't much know.
Well, so there was no Kings flyers that were in the car, and that was kind of, I think that lended some credibility to we don't know for sure. When I first saw pictures of the shooter, I thought I saw like a map,
which one?
Like their screen when they're in their dorm, when this person's in their dorm, there's like a computer monitor, and there's like a on the screensaver, it's like a map, or I thought it was like maybe a map game. And when I saw the map game, like Crusader Kings or Hearts of Iron or something, that was massive evidence that this guy was a groiper. And I thought maybe this guy's a groiper, right? But as it was pointed out to me, that's just like a screen.
Is a groiper game.
If you, I'm just saying.
Bro, you all else being equal, Deathly Ill is a groiper because she plays.
All else equal, if you're playing Hearts of Iron, you're more likely to be a groiper. Okay, I'm just saying. But then it was discovered, like I was explained to me, it was just a screensaver of like a natural like landscape, And then we figured out what was on the bullets. And then, you know, the investigative agencies were coming out and saying that this guy had been like indoctrinated into left-wing ideology. And then we find out that like his partner is, you know, he's actively romantically involved with the trans person, which I mean, I guess right-wingers could be, but like statistically speaking, all the stats are pointing to this person being very left-wing.
So I want to talk about that, right? And one, I don't know if this person is trans, but if they are trans, then I can
His
accept
partner,
that.
yeah.
The partner, yeah, not the
partner.
But okay, so and I want to say again that individual, and Gibbs mentioned it in passing, but this individual is actually working with the cops, right? The roommate, possibly lover, is actually working with the cops. So let's definitely keep that in mind.
Very good.
It's important.
Sure. But like being romantically involved with a trans person, of course, doesn't mean that you're left wing, right?
It indicates you're more
It
left.
doesn't necessarily. Hold on.
Well, Prime, can I ask you a question?
No.
It is evidence at the very least.
Let me ask me a question. Hold on. Sorry. I didn't get the point out that I'm trying to make. This is, hey, something I talk about often, right? You've heard, if you've been here for a while, not non-fun, because he hasn't heard me yet say this, but something I've talked about on many occasions is, hey, it's actually quite illuminating when you listen to sex workers, right? The things they have to say. They say a lot of interesting things, right? Trans sex workers make money. They make a lot of money. They make, well, not a lot of money, depends on who you're talking about, but they can make a lot of money, right? And they make a lot of money with conservatives. Conservatives like this
who are closeted.
Yeah, so who cares?
It was known they were lovers. So obviously they weren't doing that good of a job being closeted.
No, whatever. That's not the point that I'm making. I'm saying that like conservatives, right, can have oftentimes have sex with trans people. Like trans people oftentimes are fetishized, deeply fetishized by the people who hate them. This is a thing that happens in marginalized groups, that the people who oppress them, like fetishize them. That's the thing
like
that
Mark
happens.
Robinson.
So these conservatives,
that must be why I'm into women.
Well,
right,
I mean,
this individual who came from a seemingly right-wing family. All the evidence is pointing to a right-wing MAGA family. That doesn't mean that they're not conservative. Again, I'm willing to say that they're probably liberal, right? But I'm just
his parents are conservative.
Yeah. So I'm saying I'm complicating. I'm complicating this narrative, right? Like, hey, like the reason why people are unsure in this moment, in this case, is because there's conflicting information, and it seems, especially by like what he was writing on, but especially it seems like what he was writing on his bullets, right? That this guy is a serious like a turmoil online, like
true.
Reddit or 4chan type of person, right? Like with the Helldivers reference, and then the Bella Ciao, which seems to be, well, one is in the Helldivers games, is what I'm being told, but also it has been an anti-fascist song, but has been ironically adopted by Groypers, and I forget what the other ones that he put in there. Oh yeah, if you're gay, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO, right? Like this type of individual, like whether this is like politically motivated in that way, like it seems like brain rot, right? And I think like people are reading into things that don't necessarily even have a meaning, right? This is just like deeply like layers of irony poisoned messages that we're getting out of this individual who is alive, luckily, and can still talk at some point, hopefully, right? So I'm saying that at this moment, again, and I'll keep saying it, I'm very much willing to believe that this is a left-wing motivated attack, right? That there was, he had maybe to defend his trans lover. That could be a thing that that happened. But people are making positive statements. The governor's making positive statements. The governor of Utah is making positive statements that we don't know. And then like people online, a lot of commentators making positive statements that we don't know. And these statements, right? If we're talking about an ideology, if mentioning an ideology is dangerous, well, then mentioning trans ideology would also be dangerous, right? That would be a dangerous thing. If I can't mention fascist, it would also be dangerous, right? Gibbs?
Oh, well, here's the thing though, Rod. I guess I got two questions for you. Right. So
Go.
one, let's just go through your logic. I'm gonna start with the smallest like point of
Sure.
contention that I think you can agree with first. Is part of the reason we think Gen Z is the most conservative generation in a long time. A, yeah, Charlie Kirk's work, but B, it's kind of that like rebound effect where people rebel. And if he was raised by a conservative family, would you also agree, since you said they're fetishized, the idea of rebelling against your family and espousing views that are against them,
I didn't.
well, no, would you agree
That's not what
that
I
it's a
said.
possibility? I know, which I know you didn't say this.
Okay.
Would
okay.
you agree that it's a possibility that instead of what you're just saying, where it's like it's undercover thing, I mean, I know you're not saying that, but just like the positive this idea, it could also be the opposite: is that he has taken stances opposite of his family and is openly living with them in a like state of rebellion. You would agree that could also be a possibility,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I think we're on the same page here. The issue that I'm having, right? Because like I said, I'm really concerned for some of my trans friends now because the right wing has taken it's all trans ideology, all the trans are bad, and that is very concerning to me. But on the flip side, I think the problem people on the right are having is and you haven't done this, so I'm good on you for this. The problem I'm seeing is when people have posted and they've like not quite said they're a groiper, or not quite said that whatever, let their audience underneath say this, and then there's no evidence that there's any trans motivation, and then it turns out, oh, this guy's actually dating a trans individual, and there people are like on the right, where's the right's apology for this? When it's like, okay, yeah, the guy wasn't trans, but he was dating a trans individual. Would you and I agree that's like a 1 degree separation? It's kind of like ticky tack, like.
I'm sorry, the right doesn't
I
get
don't
an
know if anyone
apology
else
for
hears
constantly.
Gibbs's echo.
Sorry. Well, I would say, and non-fun, did you freeze one? Okay, so oh well, non-fun, if you want to respond, I'll respond after you. If you want to say something quick, then
Sure, yeah, the right doesn't get an apology when after every single attack ever, they conspiratize about how it's all the left's fault and how it's all trans ideology and how it's all because people don't have a family unit and don't have a Christian, and then one out of every 100 times they turn out to be 50% right. No, you don't get an apology for that.
No, non-fault. That's not what I said. Literally, this is what happened. I'll use an example because I know he's a big boy and he can defend his stance as he wants to on it because I'm talking to him later this week. But Wick posted a status, for example, and he said, "Oh, where are the right wingers apologizing when it came out this guy was from a conservative family?" And a lot of people on the right said, "Well, hold on. There's clearly leftist Antifa messaging, or it seems like, and there's arguments that the arrow thing is not a Helldiver reference because it's also a reference that Antifa and other movements have used.
No,
and we've seen that. Yes, it is. You can argue it, but we have evidence all the way back from 2018, which predates Helldivers. And so then on top of that, and that's not even the strongest. But the point is when they say, "Oh, we deserve an apology. This guy wasn't a trans shooter. Y'all were totally wrong," and then we find out, "Oh, actually the guy was dating a trans individual." Do you see that like not as a bait and switch when someone like Wick does something like that? Like, and once again, Wick's a big boy, and I'm not saying he had it, but it is this 1 degree of separation kind of problem, and that's the one that's coming to mind now. I saw other people saying similar things, where it's like, "Oh, there's nothing to do with the trans," and then it's like, "Oh, well, the guy's actually dating a trans individual." Even Prime sat here and just said, "Oh, well, it could just be a personal thing where he wants to defend his trans lover," and guess what? Even then, if it's even just that, that's still something tied potentially to the ideology, and it feels dishonest when you go, "There's no evidence he's trans. We deserve an apology. He's a right-wing conservative." Then it finds out, oh, well, he's actually dating somebody.
No, I agree. It could have something to do with the fact that he wanted to defend his transgender girlfriend or whatever, but you don't get an apology when you, prior to there being any evidence, conspiratize about this stuff, especially when there's so many people on the right, like who is it, whatever Christian nationalist on Tim Pool that was like, "Oh, transgender people are ticking time bombs to kill Christian children." Like, oh my God.
But you're putting words in my mouth again. I didn't ask for an apology. Your side asked for the apology from us, saying that it's a right-wing conservative, and then we see it's exactly or close to exactly what the people on the right were saying. You don't see an issue with that?
It's not close to. I don't see a big issue. No, I see a bigger issue with people conspiratizing before any evidence comes out about whether this person is transgender, especially
even
when, as I mentioned, so much of the rhetoric. Yes, even if the conspiracy is right, or even if the conspiracy is 20% right. No, you don't get credit for like saying that, for having this unhinged conspiracy theory that like transgender people are evil and fucking crazy and going to kill Christian children. and then after the fact, if some of it is confirmed, you don't get any credit for doing that because it's an insane.
What if it does become it was a trans terror cell, and even if they were extremists, what if it does end up that there were 4 or 5 people in cahoots, like, and they were like helping him plan, or we're gonna pick up, and they were all trans or transgender?
5 people is a terror cell now.
I mean, well, honestly, if you got 300 people total in your whole terrorist organization,
we
and you
took
spread them out,
terrorists, we took terrorists, and it just
means
means fucking anybody.
Hold on, how many people like
anybody is a terrorist?
How many people were? Hold on, okay, let's pretend the conspiracy aside. How many people were alleged in the 9/11 hijackings? Like 11?
From a group of how many?
Well, yeah.
11
Hold
was
on,
like from a group.
right?
That would be a
17
cell, right? That'd be what, 9? Okay, a 9. That would be a cell, right? So if we find out 9 or 5 people in that range, would you
A
call
cell
that a
breaking
cell?
off
Part
from,
of Al Qaeda.
From wait. From the idea is that they broke that they.
Well, wait, so you can't be a
had
cell
11
unless you're a
people.
part of something else?
It wasn't 11 people. 11 people aren't Al Qaeda. 11 people are a part of Al Qaeda.
Yeah, a cell of Al Qaeda.
Yeah, okay,
correct?
so these are 5 people who are a cell from where? Is there a terrorist fucking trans group?
Well, you could be in a terror cell and not be affiliated with any group. We saw ISIS do that all the time. They would radicalize people, and they would be lone wolves, and they would be trained by people that were actually in the group. That's still part of a terrorist network or a terrorist cell, even if they themselves are not part of ISIS.
I mean, you would assume there's a network, right? If
Yeah,
you're saying there are cells, there's a
trans
network.
equivalent of ISIS. Then?
Yeah.
What
I
would
mean,
that be?
sure. Well, okay. There is a group that today was I'll find the link. It's in my Discord. But they basically deleted their profile today after it was open that they were going to expand it, which is a militant trans organization, guns right organization in there. So maybe it's total coincidence, but hey, in my mind, I mean, I haven't seen any evidence linking them. However, it is a coincidence. If it turns out they were linked, would you then argue that's a cell?
Are you guys gun rights now?
No, I'm asking for changing it.
That could be the case that it was some weird transgender terrorist cell again to like
Okay,
sociological
exactly.
point.
Could
Like
be,
there's
and
no,
I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, exactly. But there's no point or there's no like organized network between like every single transgender person fucking organizing all this shit.
For a terror cell
it'd be
to operate.
one-
You don't have to be part of.
I know, I understand, but you're saying like obviously a terrorist cell typically is going to be part of a larger terrorist network. Like for example, what you mentioned with ISIS or whatever. There's no equivalent to ISIS on the transgender side or whatever. But to be clear, if you are transgender right now, you kind of should be freaked the fuck out because there are a bunch of people on the right blaming you and your quote unquote ideology for all these killings. And they want to take guns away and they want to do a bunch of insane shit. So you should be freaking the fuck out.
I'll answer your question directly, right? About at least what I think is your question. If I'm not answering, then I apologize. Should the right have to apologize over not quite getting the story right and saying that the shooter was trans, but it turns out their lover was trans? If that indeed is,
yeah, I mean, it just feels like duplicitous 1 degree of separation bullshit.
1 degree.
And we're being asked to answer for it, and then when it turns out it's like 1 degree, they're like, well, we don't hold no responsibility.
Well, hold on, but guys, right? Here's the thing, though, right? I want to half agree with you, right? Like to say, oh well, you're saying like trans, like this. Like, I just use the term trans ideology, even though I don't like that term. But I'm just
Sure, yeah. I mean,
yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
It's not a guy. That's
Yeah. And not an attack to you either. But trans ideology, like to say that trans ideology wasn't involved at all to them when turns out they have a lover, like that seems like a genuine statement, right? Okay. But on the other side, let's remember the timeline of what happened, right? It was just last week, right? We can all remember this. Immediately after this happened, we didn't have I don't think we even had a picture yet of this motherfucker. Immediately after this happened, it was blamed on a trans shooter. Immediately, right? We have people on the right talking about this. We have politicians discussing, hey, like, shouldn't something be done about these trans shooters? They're a danger, right? Trans people are a danger to us. There was a lot of that happening immediately afterwards, right? And we had no evidence at all, right? And so doing that type of thing, right, which is probably Kirk engaged in, doing that makes things more dangerous for trans individuals. So when people were saying, well, I don't want to speak for all these people because I'm not all these people, right? But I imagine what people were saying is like, no, we're not going to give you an apology. Is that Well, the right literally likes to fearmonger, and I think you actually agree with this, Gibbs, already, right? It's literally been fearmongering against trans people, right? They have reason to be afraid, which is what you said about your friends, right? They should be afraid. So that's what that's what I imagine these people are saying. I could be wrong about that, but like I imagine they're saying, hey, yeah, you are saying that trans people are directly a threat. They're out to kill you, right? That there, and I think this happened before the Charlie Kirk assassination, but I could be wrong, right? But someone's proposed within the White House, they were proposing the legislation of banning trans people from owning guns, right? Like Latcho and I had a discussion about that.
I would be against that, but I'm glad they did it.
I am against that, and I think.
But hey, but guess what it did? It caused the liberals to suddenly understand 2A is important. So I mean, maybe it was a good.
I guess
good,
take the W's where you can, but but I think one of the ways I think to combat this, because I agree with you, Prime. I am concerned that the administration is going to, especially maybe not now, but I was concerned that they might capitalize this to try to push like the trans gun ban or something. I think the best way to combat this is just to emphasize that the trans one is the one working with the FBI.
Yes, big.
Like that is the person that's being cooperative. The killer is not, but the person who is being cooperative is the trans. Like, what more do you want? I mean, that's what.
Would you also have said that it would have been better if the governor had not revealed their gender identity?
Would it be better? I don't know. I think that having information is good. I like that the FBI emphasized that the partner was in full cooperation with the FBI and being very helpful. I think that it'd be responsible to emphasize that a lot, and I'd be okay with the FBI taking kind of special care to really emphasize that this person has been particularly helpful.
Sure. Does this put the person mentioning their gender ideology in this moment in time? Do you think that makes it more dangerous for this individual? That the it might. I don't think it'd be particularly hard to find this person's name. The media won't say, of course, but like I don't think it'd be particularly hard to find them.
We already have the
they
name.
live in the same house, right? Or apartment. Oh, you have the name. Okay, great.
Who dropped their name? Was it the FBI?
I believe so, or a source within the FBI gave it to somebody.
So, do you think that makes it more dangerous for them? Just not the fact that they're a roommate, but specifically trans.
What I would have done. Here's what I would have done. If I was the FBI, if I had control, and by the way, I could be more competent than Kash Patel, honestly.
Easily, I'm sure you could be.
If I was in charge of the FBI, I would release that the partner was trans. I think that's important to counter certain narratives. I would highly emphasize that this person has been cooperative with the FBI and not a problem. I would not drop their name, and definitely not a picture of them. I don't know if the FBI actually did that. It's, to me, probably equally likely that some crazy 4chan people could have done that too. I don't know. I don't know exactly who dropped the name for the first time, but if it was the government, I don't like that. I would not have done that if I was in charge. I would not have had this person's personal information put out there, especially if they're working with the FBI. Like they are currently an active witness essentially and collaborator with the government. We probably shouldn't be, announcing those people for obvious reasons.
Okay, we're almost out of time, but sort of complete separate question.
Wait, do you think the news should be allowed to give out their name? Because say that FBI, I don't know how they released it. I'm guessing, but you said it wouldn't be that hard to figure out, right, Prime? Do you think the news is justified if they go and they find out independently this person's name? They go, oh, we find out this is the roommate. Do you think they should have the ability to do that?
I don't know what the newsworthiness of knowing the name. In this moment where people are looking for someone to blame, releasing the name of an individual close to a mass shooter, that seems like they would put them in danger. Now, if we found out this individual at all worked with them or encouraged them, that's a different story, right?
Yeah, I agree with Prime here. Yeah.
Yeah, if they were just in close proximity, fuck no. I'm sorry, there are a lot of fucking crazies out there.
The other way to look at this, Gibbs, and maybe this can convince you, Gibbs. This person is actively working with the FBI to put the killer in prison. This killer's got a whole bunch of fans on the left. The partner might be in danger from the left too, right? From certain aspects of the left, right? Because this person's like, working with the pigs, quote unquote, right? This person's working with a snitch.
No, I mean, that's absolutely correct. I think the problem I'm having is you also have to remember at the time that you said remember the timeline. This person was on the run. They did figure out who the person was before he got caught, right? And then it's like some people, this information was already quasi out there about this individual. So it's like if you are asking the public to assist you, and part of that information is his roommate's identity, and it's like something people are looking at. I don't know that you like in the case where it's an open manhunt and this person comes out that it's like oh, we can't release it. Like that might have been pertinent info to catch him potentially if the public had to help catch him, like the Night Stalker or something. Like you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like
What?
It's like
I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand that.
So okay, there's an open manhunt. They've asked the public to help. They've got whatever, and so then they find out who this person is. And part of it, like the information is like, okay, well, how should we be finding them? Well, they might talk to their significant other. So get your eyes on it. Who's your significant other? Their significant other is this individual. So like, it's maybe like that's something people would do. It's because like, say their significant other hadn't been cooperative and had decided to run. Oh, and they were gonna like flee together and meet up somewhere, and then it would be useful to know who that person was and watch for them on like. Well, right, but that's not what happened. They had asked before they found out they caught him for the public to help, and we did know who this person was. So it's kind of like if they do release this information, that could be a tool in order to help catch you. And now it turns out the trans individial ended up helping the FBI instead of running off with him.
Oh, no,
it could have been a very real
even if
possibility
they didn't help, right? Let's say like, hey, I'm going to use my constitutional right of not speaking to the police, right? If they decide to exercise that right, and like the fact patterns of the case, as far as we know, understand right now, is that the roommate had nothing to do with this, right? If that holds to be true, can't be sure, right? But if that holds to be true, but in this universe, they decided, hey, I'm going to lawyer up, right? I'm going to hire Lactoid, and I'm not going to say anything. We would still not release their name, correct? Even though they're not cooperating.
I agree with Prime. There's no reason to release a person's name.
Well,
I can't think of a reason.
Okay, I can. Right, I gave you one. Okay, would you agree? Say I was married still, and I killed somebody. Okay, and it was like a high profile like somebody, and they were on an open manhunt, and they know that I have money, and they don't know how they're gonna track me. But they know it was me. Okay, or they know or whatever, and so they go, okay, well, we're gonna release other potential associates of him, be aware that they might be with this individual. And my wife has decided, and my wife has decided at the time she's going to meet me. So someone sees her at the airport and talking to a dude dressed funnily, like, oh, I have like a big nose and glasses on. Would you agree then that would be useful in catching me if they could recognize my significant other?
Yeah, I agree in that very. Well, hold on. In this very limited circumstance where it's like we got to find the person, and we know that they're with somebody. So here's. I don't think that's what was happening.
Yes, it was. He wasn't a man. They asked the public to help.
Wait. The time period matters here. Did they release because I'm pretty sure they released the name and the picture of the partner after they caught the guy. Am I wrong on that?
I'm not 100% sure, but it was within a very short period of time around both.
Well,
whether or not they caught him or not, because
if they caught him,
people.
If they got him in custody,
they caught the wrong person and they want to look at other person's interests, like are you still? You're like excluding them.
If they caught no, Gibbs. If they caught the wrong person, they wouldn't know who their partner was.
Listen, I understand that, but if you release 6 names that are persons of interest, right, or you release 3 names because they had the first guy, it's not him based off evidence. They caught a second person, it's not that guy based on evidence. If they go, okay, we do know for sure it's this person. This person's a person of interest. These are people that are known associates. Have you ever had a problem with them releasing information on known associates of mob enforcers?
Gibbs. If they have the guy, because. I'm assuming that this guy, they only knew the partner because the partner was the partner of the guy. If they have the guy in custody, even if they have the wrong guy, that the partner wouldn't have anything to do with some other suspect out there because they are the partner of the guy that they have in custody.
Would the public be able to say this partner let's just say the partner wasn't cooperating, but like with him, right? Would you say that it would be useful for the public to be like, oh, I haven't seen the killer, but I have seen their partner at these XY things buying this gun or buying this ammo. Would you find that as useful information that could be given to the police?
If they have
so there's a bunch of different scenarios then where you need the partner.
Okay, hold up. hold up, Gibbs.
And I thought
If-
these were like 10 seconds. Like, so I guess
Gibbs,
stick
Gibbs.
to
It
lawyering.
took him
Don't
10
be a
seconds,
detective.
actually.
brother. If the person wasn't cooperating and they had some reason to suspect they may have been involved in the crime, that could be a reason.
Oh.
But as far as
What
we
if they're
know, this
cooperating but
person,
giving lies?
as far
But Your Honor,
my
I came up with
God.
these
This
I
reasons
mean,
is
these
under
are
10
just
seconds.
30 seconds.
Under 10
But
seconds,
so
Your
hold on.
Honor.
Lactoid said in the beginning, he could find no idea. I've given you 3 and 30 seconds where it's
You got me,
plausibly-
Gibbs.
3 and 30 seconds.
I'm just
Your
saying.
Honor.
If
3.
you're
I
the,
rest
hold on.
my
If you're
case.
the only L of the night, and it came from a fellow
No,
conservative.
No, you know what's really crazy though is you're framing this like, hold on, you're framing this like somebody has it like, okay, let's look at Tashiki 69. I mean, it's gonna be a great example right here. Tashiki 69 was involved in crime, and guess what?
Takashi
Yeah,
69?
whatever his name, yeah,
Thank you.
whatever. And he decided he was gonna turn on
Tahiti
like a
six-
snitch.
uh,
Yeah, whatever.
Tahiti,
Tahiti
for
69.
A fellow terrorist.
Taka Waka Waka, whatever his name is. Listen, he snitched, right? Okay, and he was involved in those crimes. It's not unheard of for people that have snitched and like reported several other crimes to not get busted, then get busted later after it finds out they were involved in other crimes or a partner. Like if we find out, okay, this guy did admit to this, helping because they're afraid they're going to get caught and be wrapped up as a conspirator. Guess what? Okay, maybe they get amnesty for that bullshit. But what if we find out they were actually plotting stuff later on? Like there's a ton of reasons to know.
Gibbs. Let me give you, but fair enough. Okay, but let me give you. I don't find those. I don't think a lot of those possible scenarios that you described are
Highly possible scenarios.
situational here. I think in this situation, this person is
Extremely
highly
probable.
cooperative, giving evidence. Doesn't seem to be like a lot was gained by like putting out their information. But here, we're gonna weigh the potentialities, the potential benefit that you just described. Let's weigh that against what I think is a massive detriment, which is, I have information on the killer, but I don't want my name and face plastered on TV. So I'm not going to come forward now and talk to the FBI. I would be much more worried about that
Okay, wouldn't the opposite be
withholding
true, though,
evidence.
as well? Wouldn't the opposite be true? Say you are the person. You might want your name and face out there because guess what? I'm the trans person that turned him in. You can kill all the other transes, but don't kill me.
Then you
I
can
want
come
his
out
life.
and say your name.
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
you
they
just do that.
did. Do you have any evidence they didn't tell the FBI to release their
Oh my
name to
God.
prove their
D-
innocence?
d-
I
hey,
don't.
that's
I
what
don't.
we're doing.
I don't.
Hey,
I got-
we're all
Lactoid. Are
speculating.
you in
You
the
don't have any
FBI's
evidence.
files? Do you
I
know?
don't.
You
Oh,
don't.
guys,
Gibbs is right. I don't.
Absence of
Another-
evidence isn't evidence.
another-
for that.
Two
Another
L's from the
W.
conservative
Yeah,
every time. Like, oh my
exactly.
God.
Yeah, hold
Do
on.
we know
But
that the
Gibbs,
trans
here's-
person isn't a jihadi working with Hamas?
No, we
I think we
don't
do. We
know.
do know that
We
because they
don't
don't like
Do
it.
we know that they're not jihadi?
What have they said about Israel?
I mean, we know that
Any
Can I
Hitler
just-
quotes?
Can I just take a moment? Can I just take a moment? Just like
Is America a
Thank God-
republic or a
thank God-
democracy?
thank God
Has the
the
trans
shooter
person been
Put
asked
your
this?
name on it.
thank God the shooter wasn't Muslim. It was a great day. It was a great week to be a minority. Just let it be known.
Yeah.
Well, what happened today, though, Ollie?
Great
What
week
happened
to
today?
be a minority.
Hold on,
Oh my
Ollie. What
God.
happened today?
You're
What happened
speaking
today,
facts.
Ollie?
What happened today? Something happened?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, there
A
was
Muslim
some
individual tried
Muslim
firebombing
individuals.
someplace.
Oh shit.
Well, no,
In the name of the trans.
Yeah, but Charlie Kirk is
So,
more
there-
important, so
there
it's
were-
okay.
there were
We'll,
these,
we'll
two-
cover that up.
I just read this story a little while ago. Yeah, and from their last names, I don't know if they are Muslim, but they have Nasir as last name, so I don't know.
Ooh.
And they put an incendiary device under a news van. And
not-
it
it
tried
In
to
Salt
set
Lake
it
City,
off.
Utah.
And yeah, and it didn't actually set off, and the bomb squad, got rid of it. But anyway, so
So
that's
it's a Muslim
thing that
trans
happened.
organ.
So anyway, hold on. Guys, so I want to ask you something. So on this note, and then we can wrap this up here and I'll move on for our lives. So Gibbs, right? I think part of the problem, one, I don't know if, and I'm saying I actually genuinely don't know if it is like routine for police to release known associates, right? And to combine that very loosely. Like when I hear known
Well, in the
associates,
movies, yeah.
one, I think like known associates like as part of crime. Like, oh, these are the people, like this is another, like this, we're looking for a drug dealer, and these are other drug dealers that he is known to associate with. One, I don't know if they actually release that on a regular basis. So I'm not sure how useful it is to do that, especially if those known associates might necessarily be informants or work with the prosecutor later on, right? I don't think that's a thing, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. But two, especially when we're talking about a nationalized, sensationalized crime, right? That is especially offensive to the public. Right? Let's say we're talking about a child molester, right? and we're looking for the child molesters out there, right? And you just did something terrible, and we're looking for them, and we let the public know about his known associates, and by that I mean his roommate, right? Hey, have you seen a known associate of a suspected pedophile? Hey, what do you think, people in the public, what kind of conclusions might they draw about this individual? Just a roommate. That's all we know about them. A roommate, known associate. Let's release their name to the public, right? Like that invites problems. Like it invites a violence or retribution against these individuals who might not necessarily deserve it at all. I mean, vigilante, they shouldn't be doing vigilante violence in the first place, but still, like it primes the public, right? It primes the public to think this person is a problem, is somehow related to the situation as well, and it makes their lives more difficult. And you can't take that back afterwards, especially if you have the wrong guy too, right? Especially if the suspect is completely wrong, then this person, whoever they are, their roommate, is now forever linked to a pedophile case. Like, would you understand how that might be a big problem?
No, I mean, maybe. I mean, there's all sorts of things. I think that this is somewhat.
I actually don't think we know the name, by the way.
What? The person?
The trans person. A picture has been floating around, but I'm not trying to find the name. I can't find the name.
People are able to find their TikTok and stuff. I don't know. We might not know the name, but we know some of their social
I know
media.
it's I think it's Lance Twigs is what it was.
Well, don't say it.
No, it's not doxing. It's already public knowledge.
Well, I know, but like, why are we?
It wasn't to me.
I mean, well, that's tough titties. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it when it's being reported by national news. Like, sorry, that's not.
I mean, what are they?
Like,
A coward?
Yeah, what are we, cowards? We literally just had a whole panel at this thing. In fact, are you? They're not a coward. If they're
You're making a good point, Lactoid. We can discuss it.
You know.
You want to take off your shirt?
If I put my name in here,
got you on
then we're gonna
site.
say
He just called me fat.
You brought it up initially, not me.
Okay.
I will gladly go toe to toe to you anytime.
I bet he will. Like, this was, I've never seen Corey be as toxic.
I like it.
He's on tea supplements.
I have no problem saying that. I don't treat politics like a game like Lactoid does. And I will absolutely die for all of my convictions. And I'll stand by everything that I say. Lactoid will not.
Oh, let him know.
Wow.
Let him know. Oh, yeah. Right? He said pry his convictions out of his cold, dead hands. What do you think about that, Lactoid? Huh?
Yeah, he's on the tea's making some progress. He's getting very masculine, very aggressive.
Okay. All right. I don't want. I'm not gonna say anymore because I don't want Corey to be mad at me. So what we're gonna do here is
I encourage it. Having that wrath thrown at you, kind of sexy, man.
Let's wrap things up. Hey, audience, if you've enjoyed this content so far, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give subs. Right? If you haven't done so already on Twitch, right? Support the channel that way. It's a huge help if you do. Thank you for anyone who does. Resubs also are very helpful. We appreciate our resubbers. Ad-free viewing, and our emotes and whatnot. And on Twitch, sorry, I still never get it right. On YouTube, thank you for people who super chatted, who supported. You also be a YouTube member. That's a help. So consider supporting the channel or following. You haven't done so yet, right? Like follow the channel, however you can on whichever platform you can. Follow the channel. If you found this entertaining, because we have big fights like this constantly. So we have an outro to all these wonderful, amazing, beautiful individuals, right? So I have our friend Lactoid. Thank you, Lactoid. You and Gibbs were carrying the mantle. I invited more people to be conservatives. They dropped out, right? They didn't want to face us on the battlefield of ideas.
They didn't want to face Corey.
But Lactoid, probably a good idea. Corey would have taken someone's limb off, especially with Scott. Oh man, Scott would ask for it. But Lactoid, battling a sickness, right? He didn't let that stop him. He decided, I'm going to be a part of this. I've got a conservative point to make, a bad one. Nothing's going to stop me from doing it. So, Theodore.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. I wrote it down so I don't forget. Don't worry.
Mhm.
This will be coming back again. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Look, I appreciate the invite. I appreciate everybody who talked to me. I'm just gonna, I guess, reiterate something that I wish would just sort of be in the public consciousness to just say, which is that this murder was horrific and inexcusable. You know, I'm like many people. I saw the video and like that. I've seen a lot of shit, right? Because of my job, like I've watched a lot of people die, a lot of gory accidents and stuff. That was particularly kind of jarring, and the like anybody who can watch that and then afterwards just be like jumping for joy and doing TikTok dances. I mean, I think it's despicable. And even if you don't, which you should, but even if you don't, this I think at the very least kind of paints a very kind of scary picture about the current political polarization of this country, which I have consistently brought up on this panel, how it's really bad right now, and it's probably close to the worst it's been since the Civil War. Not as bad as the Civil War, of course, but bad. So let's do what we can to move away from that.
Agreed. I can 100% agree with everything our good friend Lactoid just said there. I was gonna say something else there as well. Yeah, I forget it. But anyway, we'll go to our friend Gibbs. Thank you, Gibbs, for coming on again. I want you to have more backup on this, but as always, when Gibbs is excited about a topic, you can hold us on. So appreciate you for being here, Gibbs.
Yeah, I appreciate you always having me on. It's always good. I always look forward to it. Monday is my favorite night of the week when I can be here. Secondly, yeah, Lactoid's not the only one battling the sickness. I'm battling this sickness. I'm sick and tired of all this baby back bullshit that the fucking left keeps doing with this dishonest language and dishonest framing where they're playing piddly dicks with word games and thinking that nobody's catching on. That's what they're doing. They're playing piddly dicks, and it's fucking bullshit. It's disgusting, and they need to stop. They're actually worse, in my opinion, the ones that are doing that than the people celebrating. Because the people that are buying the Charlie Kirk 3D printed thing and selling it around, the people sitting here putting their name on this bullshit, they at least have the balls to come out and say and own this evil position, and so we know who the enemy is. But these other people that are these perfidious word games where they sit here and are duplicitous and have this plausible deniability, they're much worse because they're bad faith actors, and we should call them out, and we should call them out by name. And that's exactly right. Corey was right about that, for example. It is a little bit cowardly to be afraid to not put your name on something. I come on here. I came from a whole different sphere than politics. You can thank the leftist crazy ideological agenda for me being in politics, because it got so bad that I came in here and stopped doing what I was doing in streaming and started doing this pretty much as my main content. And I'm not afraid to put my name on shit. And it's crazy to me that we're going to sit here and have this conversation about, oh, we shouldn't put the name to these. It's wild because they're sitting here doing this every day. And I'm sad, I'm disgusted, and I'm sick of it. So if you want to continue this conversation, we're going to be continuing Thursday with a large panel of people at 7:30. And it's going to be exciting. I'm sure it's going to be more heated, especially as more details comes out. I don't see this issue going away anytime soon. Charlie Kirk won the debate. We are Charlie Kirk now, and the sad part is that we are Charlie Kirk. Y'all couldn't beat him, so you killed him. And Blacktoid may be worried about putting his name and face out there. I'm not. You're gonna have to kill me to shut me up. It's gonna get worse, and there's gonna be more of us. I'm just, y'all thought he was the white radical one. Wait till you see who else is out there. And I do have concerns about that. And I encourage my right-leaning brothers and sisters to maybe don't embrace the evil extremists on our side, because that is a concern. But come back and fight for your actual beliefs and stand up and speak your beliefs loudly instead of letting an evil group take over his name and run with it. That's what you should be doing on the right wing. On the left, stop being so goddamn evil and playing these duplicitous games. And thanks as always for having me.
So two things. One, we can all agree on both sides of the aisle that Lactoid's a coward by not telling us his real name. Luckily, I doxed him for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Theodore Fournier, all right? Look him up.
There's no way Theodore is actually the most popular name in Canada, is it really?
Yeah,
It wouldn't
yeah,
surprise me.
I looked up a list.
Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that?
Yeah,
from?
yeah, no, I'll tell you.
Ted makes sense. Ted being the most popular name in Canada makes sense.
Yeah,
baby names.
yeah.
Yeah,
that
so
makes sense, actually.
in 2023, it was the third most popular name in Canada for baby names, Theodore.
Yeah, that makes
there were
sense.
others,
Ted.
but they weren't as funny as Theodore, so I picked that one instead.
That's a pretty Canadian name. Yeah.
So, okay, well, shouts. Lactoid. Also, just one more thing, Gibbs. One day, will you tell us the rules of Piddly Dicks? You always say people are playing it all the time. I'd like to. Is it like it's like hopscotch? Like what is it?
It's like the rules of Piddly Dicks is you're playing some bullshit ass game. It's like kind of like my dad used to say, when you're bored, you get your hands like this and you through your thumb this way, right?
Okay.
And then when you get really bored with doing that, you go the opposite way. That's playing Piddly Dicks. You're sitting here cockfighting instead of coming out here and doing anything of substance. That's what it is.
Okay, understood. Piddly Dicks. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. So I appreciate you, Fred.
That was the
let's
most
go.
Texas thing you could have described.
I mean,
All right.
listen, they come in cattywampus. We got to explain it to them right.
Cattywampus. Okay. Another time. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey. That was intense, right?
Sure.
We expect that nonsense. People don't expect anything better of me, but like Corey, like you're
Courageous Corey, actually.
Yeah, courageous Corey. Courageous Corey, who's got his name out there, right? And in case you don't know, I mean, like, you can say your name. But
Yes,
like,
you can look me up. I don't care.
Okay, well there you go. Thank you, Corey, one way or the other, for being here. We like all sides of Corey that show up. We haven't found a bad side of Corey yet. Well, actually, I might disagree on this one, but like found a bad side of Corey yet. But thank you, Corey.
Thank you for inviting me. And again, I find it again a little bit strange or interesting that Lactoid essentially said, why can't just all the left or the people just condemn the violence? But like, so here's the difference. I can do that. I can say I condemn all political violence. Corey Campbell. I condemn all political violence. Lactoid TV. Okay. Wow, such impact, such courage. Okay, and the difference is I tried to pin him. I tried to pin him to just one position that he knew was nonsensical, but he can't actually attach any sort of name to it. Either his pseudonym, he can't say, I'm a lactoid, I'm a lawyer, and America is not a democracy, it's a republic, because he's a coward. And he has the ability to do that because he can remain anonymous, okay? And he's gonna say, well, I'm afraid, okay? I'm gonna get shot. I'd be curious to know who do you think is more in danger? Someone like Destiny or someone like Lactoid, okay? Where I'm pretty sure Destiny, who is banned on Twitch and pretty much denounces all Marxist-Leninists, I wonder if he received death threats. I wonder if people know where he lives, okay? And like Lactoid, do you consider Destiny a cuck?
Literally a cock?
Sexually, literally.
Okay, so you would agree. You would agree that
Politically.
Destiny the cuck is more brave and courageous than you. You would say that.
Let's go.
Kind of base.
You're gonna say it? You're gonna say it, Lactoid?
The Destiny's the cuck is more courageous than me.
Stephen Bennell the third. His name's out there
Stephen
pretty.
Bennell
He
the cuck.
lives too. At least a broad area.
Yeah. You're gonna say it?
We also know Nick Foot is where he lives too. Yeah.
He's probably more courageous and more reckless than me,
Okay, good. For once, you can say something
especially
with
with other people's stuff.
Yeah, or just politically, because yes, my beliefs are if you want to be in the political arena.
He is bold politically. If I could give him one thing, I will give him that. He is bold politically.
Yeah, you would agree. Destiny the cuck is more bold politically than you are and braver than you are,
Yes.
right?
Hitler was more bold than me as well.
Okay, yeah, sure. And you're definitely making a great equivalency there.
Am I wrong? Was Hitler more bold than me, Corey? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would agree. He is more courageous than you.
And
yes,
braver
absolutely.
than you too.
Hitler was more bold than me.
Even
brave.
Nazis, right? Like, when does the Lactoid even ever get a win? It never happens, right?
Literally,
Okay,
Hitler's even
Lactoid will it will take him a long time to grow a backbone. Okay, and I find it also hilarious that he invoked my tits. Okay, again, I will gladly take off my shirt. I will gladly take off my shirt.
Please,
Yeah.
please.
You want to
take your shirt
go?
off.
If I do it,
Yes.
you promise to do it to Lactoid?
Yeah, Lacto, both of you
Okay,
take your shirts off. Take your shirt off.
You're gonna
In
do
Lactoid's defense, right? And Lactoid, you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? I feel like you weren't actually making a comment on his, like your physical appearance there. Is that
I know,
correct?
Yeah.
I know the overall sentiment, but still, you want to take me up on that offer?
Hey, you want me to go
Shirts off,
shirtless on
shirts
cam?
Yeah, go.
For
social
sufficient
contest right now.
for a donation for a sufficient
No,
sub.
no.
Yeah, I would do it. Yeah.
But it's
I'll
funny.
donate
Okay, I think
$10 to the
think-
charity of your choice.
I think just
Yeah,
last
Charity
week-
of my choice.
$10 to the shrimp fund.
$50 to
$10
Prime
to the
Time. We got a
shrimp.
you go to the
I
super
think
chat.
just
$50
last
for-
week, Lactoid was pointing out how Gibbs was mogging me. Am I mogging you yet?
Mogged.
What was the context of Gibbs
Yeah,
mogging
you don't even remember that. Okay, I'll pull up the
You don't
clip
even
later on.
remember.
Exactly.
I
You don't even
don't.
Remember the
a joke.
mog.
A joke. But anyways, like I sort of suspected, the conversation was not all that productive to me. And Lactoid, yeah, no courageous, and I think he's largely a weasel. But yeah, this was a pleasure.
Damn.
You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. That is my name. Okay, there's enough information on my social media that you can know my city, you can know my province. Okay, because yes, I will absolutely die for what I believe in and say it. But non-fawn, always a pleasure. Ali, always a pleasure. Doobie, always a pleasure. Gibbs, always a pleasure. And Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Thank you. And oh, wait a minute. $50. Hold on, no. $50 super chat.
To you, that's not to
It
me.
is not. It's yo. $50
No.
Super chat. Come on. Shirts
Wow.
off. Shirts off.
No.
Come
Do
on.
it
No
for the
Shirts off.
meme.
Shirts
I-
off.
no. I'm not doing
top
my shirt
of-
off for
on top of
$50 to
on top of
you.
being,
Yeah, to
you're,
me.
you're a
I said it.
scammer.
You do your shut off for your money
Yeah.
to you.
You
Yeah, hold on.
scam the
They
audience.
want to see.
I
you.
said a sufficient sub for me.
The audacity of you to scam
okay, how
the
about this?
audience.
Nice
How
word
about this?
choice.
If I take my shirt off, because I've done that before on stream, that was years ago. If I take my shirt off, will you take it off as well? And Corey, all three of us.
Absolutely,
No,
yeah.
look, I would need some kind of sub for me, and then I
I
would.
get a black chest in there too. Awesome.
Like, what
Look at the
this?
courage on display.
This is
Look at the
This
courage
must
on
be a very
display.
exciting porn, let me tell
This
you.
$50 does come to you because it helps me do the reverie, right? And this is your favorite night
Right.
of the week, right? Like
A little
you
reverse
said it before,
Oreo,
you-
let's
you-
get
you-
it.
You really enjoy being here, and I appreciate the fact that you enjoy it, right? The $50 helps make that happen. Thank you, Audacity. For the $50.
Look, I don't want to.
Can't
I
do
don't
that.
want to take my shirt off, but like I said, I will do it if with sufficient donation to me. But I don't want to.
No,
do it.
you're just saying sufficient. We don't even know
What
what
does
that
sufficient
means.
mean?
How
I
about
said sufficient.
How about
What
I
does
do
sufficient
I do it with you? Will that make you feel better? I'll do it right now with you. I'm the fattest one here. I
50?
actually have to. For
50.
free. Well, they already gave 50. I'll do it with you right now.
Okay.
Hold my hand, like come on.
I
Let's
apologize.
take our shirts off for
Audacity.
these men together.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
Well, wait,
No, I
Corey,
gotta do it.
Corey,
Okay, I
will
gotta
you
do it
still
for the
take your
50.
shirt off?
Yeah, of course.
50, One
Yeah.
second.
Yes.
One second.
No. It's Lactoid. My deal
Oh,
was
I thought you were
Lactoid
just
just
doing
calling
for
out
the free
Lactoid.
ski, for the love for the boys.
Standing off on my channel, you donate $20 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, and I put the shrimp costume on. That's what it's for. So,
Only if you take your
Send
shirt
your
off
link-
will you
your
get
send your
money.
link
This
says it's
is
full, by the
a
way.
strip club
It's not
stream.
on.
I can be naked under
There
the
we
shrimp
go.
costume. How about that?
Not fun. It said earlier when they did it that it was full. I don't know if you noticed.
I think he's just
Alright.
confused because we
So
reached
Prime
the original goal.
It's shirtless. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Right. Prime, more bold.
Absolutely
than
more
Lactoid,
bold.
apparently. Again, Audacity, I do apologize. All right. Even though Lactoid is always here, like all the labor I put in for Lactoid, he doesn't want to show his appreciation at this point in time. Okay. All right. Lactoid doesn't actually want to follow through. Very cowardly. Like Corey said. Okay. Corey, do you want to
Very
take off the shirt?
anti-libertarian of you to put out a contract
sure,
and then
why
break
not?
it.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Not living by your
Oh my
libertarian
God, Corey!
values.
Fuck.
Wow.
Corey.
Look at
Oh,
Corey.
Those
We love
traps,
to see it.
they tell the future. He wakes up, he looks at his traps every morning, goes, "What do you guys
Ooh,
think?"
We love to see it.
He's
Corey.
ready.
Whoa! Look at those shoulders. Oh my God, very sexy. We're
Corey, you
earning
should
that
just start doing the
$50.
shows like this. I think that.
I used to do my workouts. Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Okay, Gibbs,
Lactoid.
you said
Lactoid.
Oh yeah, I mean, Lactoid. You want to do? You ready, Lactoid? Come on.
Lactoid.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've said.
Yeah, exactly.
Lactoid.
What
I've said my
a,
choice.
what a masculine man. He's gonna.
Yeah, hold on.
Non-Juan, I believe you're quite young. Okay,
Oh,
take
yeah.
take notes.
Doobie-
Okay?
Doobie
Don't ever
losing his
listen to
mind right
anything
now.
about Lactoid, about masculinity.
Yeah,
There we go.
Masculinity
We're
glory.
gonna earn it. Okay.
Come on,
All right.
Masculinity. You ready? Yeah.
Now, our friend Ali.
What happened?
What happened?
What do you guys
Ali,
want?
Right? Come on. We need those
This is really gay.
It's only gay if you look into the
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah, we need those Lebanese chest hairs. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Look at that. Look at these men. These champions, right? Here with their chest out. Yeah. Roar.
Yeah, a lot
That's
of
how we
men
doing it,
slapping
all right?
me.
Yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it. Real men. Okay. That's non-fun. It's hard to make a request for him because he's
$5 for the Shrimp
non-fun.
Welfare Project. I'll do it. Anyone in chat or one of you guys, okay?
Non-fun.
$5 for
for
the
the
shrimp.
service of providing the revelry to you, and you'll be invited again, non-fun. I think you're doing a great job here, non-fun. Can you take off your? Would you be so willing to take off your shirt?
Like I said, $5 for the shrimp, buddy. That's all it takes.
Oh my God! Come on, hey, we don't know what we're gonna do. Come on, non-fun. You can do this. You can do it. Don't be a lactoid.
I have some
Do it.
obligation
Yeah,
to try to
lactoid.
raise money for the shrimp, all right?
Oh
He's
my
not- he's
God!
stand-up
Okay,
business for his
all
cause.
right. So, I mean, we can clearly separate the boys from the men here. All right, there's a clear denomination. Yeah. All right. And if our friend Doobie could, I know from personal experience, he likes to.
Lactoid doesn't have an excuse
other
now. He
men.
just got a bunch of donations. He has to do it.
Oh,
Was it
did you get a
50?
bunch of donations, Lactoid?
Yeah, someone gifted
Hey,
a
I
lot of
just went a
subs.
bunch
You got
of
20 tier 1 gifted.
Oh,
How much money is that?
That is
20 times 5?
20.
That's 100, right?
No, it's gonna be 20 times 275.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
okay.
Twitch takes a cut, but
How
yeah.
much is that?
Hey.
Is that 50?
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the
yeah, it should
yeah.
be close to it.
Yeah.
You said 275 each?
That's what you should get in the revenue. Yeah,
Yeah.
not counting the benefit you get from
Lactoid.
the promotion.
All right.
Yeah.
Is the
There
cam
we
going
go.
off?
There we go. All right.
We don't get
All
the
right.
show, Lactoid? I thought usually when you're at the club you pay for the show.
That's right. Yeah, I gotta do the dance.
Well, I think
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
gave
all
me
right.
10 subs, which I will,
Oh,
I guess, donate to
honor.
the shrimp on behalf of them.
Okay.
So,
It's time. It's time. All right. Hey, ladies, this is what we provide, right? If only we had a bigger, you know, well,
Yeah, one of you out there.
So Audacity, thank you for setting this off. I do appreciate you for the $50. Awfully kind of you, Audacity. So shout out to that individual. Oh, okay. Hold on. We're gonna take Audacity's thing down for a second. Oh, we gotta get more of that skin. Oh yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it.
Good on you.
Oh,
Lactoid.
it's finally done. Yeah. Okay. We
I've said.
provide. We provide.
Another sub got gifted. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Any subs to me? Any subs to me? No.
We do have a shared hype train, level 7 right now.
What is that? I don't know what that means. Does that mean I get any money?
You get different emotes, and then it makes you more likely to promote you to like other stuff, like the Kappa trains that you get, which give you something specific. So
Okay,
like,
so I don't get
yeah.
money. That's okay then. Never mind.
it
All right, and
leads
then-
to more
There we
money.
go.
I
Dude,
said
we
earlier. I said earlier that you guys are getting like really gay with the fashion shit, like, all the labels and shit. And at the end of the stream, you guys were all shirtless. Like I don't know what the fuck's happening here.
More comfortable with. Hey, listen.
No labels, bud.
If Fabian was here, he would tell you this is part of becoming in a fraternal society where men can be men.
Or men can be men.
Yeah.
That's
well,
not-
I'm not bashing it. Okay, you guys want to get naked with each other? That's fine. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we provide. So we'll continue on with the outros here. All right. This is it's been a weird
My
day
shirt's
so
going
far.
on now.
Okay. No. Why? Hold on. We can wait till the end. Come on. You're not cold there. You're good. You're good. Put on a blanket, okay? Put on a blanket. You're good. Okay.
Oh
All
Lord.
right. We're almost done. So,
Yeah?
Doobie, thank you for being here. Thank you for stripping, I guess. And thank you for being you.
Doobie.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doopy. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. And yeah, you'll find me there.
Always underwhelming, but I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Ali, thank you. All right, thank you for sharing those beautiful Lebanese chest hairs. All right, thank you for joining in, being part of the crew, right, and not having to be harassed into it, like Lactoid. Thank you for coming through and being part of the whole panel conversation.
Yeah. So I was thinking about it, and it's I think you guys are being honest, Lactoid and Gibbs. You guys are being honest in your perception that you guys do think Charlie Kirk is a moderate, and you do believe that, you know, the Republicans see him as a moderate, so on and so forth. But then I think that's the issue, right? If the issue on the left isn't dishonesty, but it's perception, to the point where, like, you see Charlie Kirk as a moderate, and then when I ask you, you think the alternative to Charlie Kirk would be a Rachel Maddow, someone whose name isn't going to be as known as recognizable as Charlie Kirk. When I went out last week, the local vape shop, people were crying about Charlie Kirk. There were like random aunts on Facebook that I saw, like just going to like memorials in Michigan about him. This guy's name was like pretty fucking out there, and he had some pretty strong influence. And the influence was further right than what I guess we perceive as moderates, right? Because then my argument back was, well, then Hassan is a moderate if Charlie is a moderate. And no, your comparison was Rachel Maddow, which I thought was dishonest, right? But I believe you. I just think that perception is fucking insane. And so that if your perception is that like Charlie is moderate, then all the criticism of Charlie that you've seen this week would have been the moderate left. It wouldn't have been the crazy or radical left. These are the response to his rhetoric. So these were the people he was battling with, the far right versus the far left.
Okay, thank you so much. And finally, non-fawn, right? Also needed to be harassed and cajoled.
Only a little.
Only a little. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Much appreciated. Handsome guy, handsome bastard. Sean, thank you for gifting membership on YouTube. Awfully kind of you. Thank you, as always. But yeah, thank you, Non-Fawn, for joining in, for being part of this. We actually did this one time before. Just putting out there. We just kind of did this one time before. We had, like, way back when I first started this channel, we had like a bunch of people on screen topless. Even some people who may not have shared my gender. Anyway, I don't know. I didn't look at their genitals, so I wouldn't know. I can't be sure. But in any case, that was an exciting day. But anyway, thank you, Non-Fawn, for being part of the whole.
I mean, yeah, I know I don't always come here, but I'm glad I had the opportunity to show up to the ones that I'm more interested in. You should check out my YouTube channel if you enjoyed anything I had to say. I've been busy defending the glory of capitalism to all those people who are on the Jubilee video with Patrick Beck David, who are arguing against it.
Jubilee Therapy by Non-Fun.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to like 7 of them at this point. I think I think I've one more lined up to defend capitalism too. But yeah, that's what you can find all that stuff on my YouTube channel, where I also stream, and I multi-stream to Twitch, Twitter, and Kick at Non-Fun420. You should come check me out if you want to help me do an IRL stream at the Unfuck America tour.
Okay, love to see it. Much appreciated to everybody. We're gonna raid out. All right. This has been we got a lot of viewers. Got shout out to our friend Gibbs, who made us do the link thing.
Yeah,
but hey guys, we got a lot more viewers. Hey, if you haven't done so yet, follow our channels. All our individual channels are part of the shared group chat there. Follow me at Prime. I'm not sure how that works. How can you follow individual?
Yeah, they'll be able to click your channel and follow you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it shows all the different people in the chat.
Follow me, Prime Kai, right? I put this on. It's a lot of fun. We do these things. If you found that at all entertaining, come back in the future. We'd love to have you, right? Follow our friend Lactoid. Follow our friend Gibbs, and everyone else here, including Corey, Non-Fawn, Doobie, go to his Discord channel, and our friend Ali. I am going to rate out to, let's see if we can find a woman. Let's see. Woman, is there any ladies out here? Okay, this is woman who's just laying down and doing literally nothing.
With
Nice.
1,000 viewers, I'm sure.
Seems like the right person to write on out to.
Does anyone have a suggestion? I'll do that.
No,
if you
that's the
want.
proper moral
Yeah,
choice.
you could raid Enemy Charlie or why not?
Oh, okay. Charlie, what's her name?
Enemy Charlie.
I said
One,
enemy.
one word.
Okay.
Enemy like a foe.
Yeah. Okay. 451 people. Okay. Yeah, she's got a lot of people. All right. We'll read out to Enemy Charlie. Again, thanks everyone for being so kind. And we will be back in the future. Go.
I gotta go as well. Bye. I'll be good.
Okay. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Fun time.
Bye,
See you later.
everyone.
Peace
Anyway,
out,
thanks, you
fellas.
guys.
Take care.
Well. 1 second, folks. Should I keep the shirt off? I don't think I have an obligation to keep the shirt off. Oh my god, what a weird panel. Okay, I'm sending the people on this short stream, if there's any of them, over to the regular stream. Redirect, add, me, save, end stream. Whoa. Inshallah, keep it off. Yes, you do. Do I? It wasn't even one of you guys. I don't even think the person who donated to it was watching my stream. I'm pretty sure it was Doobie who gave the 10 gifted subs. We might be talking to my buddy who wanted to talk, but I don't know if he is or not. We'll see. I have an old. I said if you are in the Discord server, which you all should be in, !point Discord and chat, you would know I have a buddy. He was like, just out of the blue DM me. I didn't post anything in my story that prompted this or whatever. But it was just like, oh my god, if you still defend Israel, you fucking disgust me or whatever. And I was like, I'm not really mad. Like I told him like my views. I was like, pretty. I said like I'm pretty aligned with Benny Morris and like sent him the article about that Benny Morris wrote relatively recently, and he was like, you have a platform, you should be condemning Israel hardcore all the time. And he's like sending Andrew Tate clips and stuff. So if he wants to talk, I told him we can. But and there's one other person who wanted to chat as well, but I don't know if either of them are free and or will actually show up right now. We'll see. We did go a little longer than I said. It's 12:10. I said we'd be done at about 11:30. Had to spend time taking our shirts off, obviously, apparently. Give me one more second. Then we'll see. That was pretty hot. It did make for a good tweet. So there's that. Discord will radicalize you, watch out. Dude, the Gibbs complaining about the furries was funny. Oh my god. I will be radicalized by Discord. You just wait, folks. Actually, my Discord server is the radicalization center, okay? You enter into my Discord, 10 minutes later, you become transgender, okay? There is transgender for everybody in the non-fun Discord server. All right. Good lord. I'm just curious.
And they're two separate, and they work in.
Corey used to do go to gym streams. I know he is a gym bro because like his Instagram is a bunch of gym bro stuff.
In tandem, and so that the church is against the church. That's no longer nationalism because the state is actually in opposition to the church. So like all they're doing is just doing a definitional debate.
And Bob.
What I'm
It is definite.
He believes the same thing that we do.
to define what we had to do in order.
Nation at the top of the nation is its
Okay, incredible.
bandwidth because he doesn't sound distorted.
I know.
He sound all
Wait,
robot-y
Tron,
and
okay.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay. I need to make my own. I should be able to do this. It shouldn't be that hard. I just need to figure out how to do it. I wonder if my own consistently updating version of where is it? This chart, because it's based on the data from these manufacturing surveys, which we just got the New York State manufacturing survey of the survey of all the manufacturing businesses there, and it turns out, hey guys, they actually aren't really doing well. Massive decline is a good chart. It's just taking from these surveys because there's 4 other states that do them. So it's taken from the 5 surveys the input cost and capex plans, and then just charting the z-scores of them. And I should be like, all this data is like publicly accessible. I should be able to just recreate this chart with more updated data, but I don't know exactly how to do that. But it'd be nice to have that on hand. Non-fun forces you to read the Nicholas Decker article when you join the Discord server. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's one of the rules. Okay, is you have to read the when must we kill them. Oh my god. Yeah, this was below expectations even, I think. So, truly incredible work we're doing here, folks. I don't know if I want to watch the fucking Piers Morgan thing, because we just talked about it for
President Trump's senior counselor.
Peter Navarro. It is funny that he got fucking Peter Navarro for this shit. We just talked about it for 3 fucking hours. It was the most mind-numbing shit ever. Do I want to spend another hour watching Destiny 1v4, a bunch of retards on it? Do I? Destiny was so shit on that panel. What did he do? I might not. I might rage quit this video halfway through. We'll see.
We'll get him back. Well, Andrew Wilson referred to Destiny's insane tweets a little earlier, which were disavowed by Anna Kasparian. Well, Destiny joins us now. Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet.
That's the thing we take issue with?
Ordering people to fly their flags.
I don't think Steven's going to make it to next year. It is funny that he didn't really condemn postpone any of the events he was doing, I don't think so.
Flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday, ending every conservative debate call out I do in 2026 with don't dodge, bro. That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Oh, no.
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump should have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old.
A guy described. No, Destiny.
No, Destiny. A guy whose family said he was influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do
the furry Discord server.
I'm sorry, excuse me, when?
Yesterday, you said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the event. You may not want to hear this.
Ongoing investigation.
I think the thing I've heard, I'm pretty sure that one of the press conferences they just announced basically that his family said that he had been like left-leaning and convinced of, or like started to resent them because his family was like Christian Trump-voted people. Destiny's already retarded. Yeah, I don't think he. I mean, I don't know kind of exactly what point he's making here, but what is no left-wing commentator want to admit that he's a left-wing dude? Well, for a while, to be fair, I don't think we knew for sure. No, I think it's very likely at this point that he was a pretty left-leaning dude, but you know.
I don't want to hear it, Destiny, but the reality is the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
Not true.
Let me just ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay, you're accusing the governor of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But sure. If it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk.
It's pretty clear early on he was left-wing since his first press conference after they caught him. I mean, I think once they got the bullets or whatever, it was like pretty clear. What did they say at the first conference exactly? I forget. I don't remember. Remember they saying, how can people admit to it when they have no information on? Well, I think, like I said early on, it was somewhat contestable. I mean, I think like your dash shit, like it sounded like Charlie Kirk was shot. Like naturally, I think it is just going to be more likely that it's someone who left wing that did it. So you should at least be willing to admit that. And there are definitely some people who don't do that. But yeah, like as the bullets were pretty good evidence. The fact that, like I said, I believe what Pierce is referring to here. I don't know if that's true, or I don't know if what exactly what Pierce is saying is true. I think what he's referring to is I'm pretty sure the family said he was like he was radicalized, but I don't know what else. This was clearly leftist ideology. Blah, blah, blah. Friends have confirmed that there was kind of a deep dark internet Reddit culture and these other places of the internet. Okay, blah blah. Obviously. First, it was the bullets, and at the press conference, they confirmed he spoke to his family about disliking Kirk feet. Yeah. Yeah.
Would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So you won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why would you expect anybody, Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can you
Trump
answer this question?
All of us should be less violent.
Why do you think?
Say that?
Why do you
Why
think?
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
Insane right now.
Why is your
let me
behavior
ask you a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me ask you a question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the
Destiny. Let me
You have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience. And because of the fact that you have a huge audience, you have a responsibility.
This is the thing, and I don't know if I got through to anybody on this. When I was on the Prime panel, it does feel like Trump, not only is Trump literally the president, Trump also is kind of uniquely powerful as a politician with regards to his control over the base, right? Like it does seem like Trump is able to make issues out of things that conservatives didn't, view as an issue before or whatever. It's like Trump does seem to have that power. He does seem to have that cult of personality around him. If he came out and said shit, like that would be probably relatively meaningful. I don't think Destiny saying stuff on the margin is going to be that meaningful, but like,
to not turn, no, it hasn't. It hasn't been broken. I actually care about the country and want to bring people together. You do the opposite. You represent the worst of us, Destiny. You're embarrassing.
You should tell Donald.
All right, let me ask Destiny a question. Don't shut at once, please.
Donald Trump would have come.
Destiny does a lot of mushrooms.
We should all be less violent. I have no problem saying.
I have one
I
question.
thought he did coke now, didn't he? I thought he had one really bad mushroom trip. Okay, now all he does is coke. Okay, so.
Why can't conservatives do that? Why can't conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question.
I think I don't think he does coke that much. I think, to be clear, what he said on stream once was like he did 2 lines of coke or something. He didn't feel anything.
Why do you think, in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk, when she posts an image of her at the coffin side, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United States is not able.
You're mocking his widow. You're mocking his widow.
We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you mean it's turning up the temperature?
Why did you mock his widow?
Why
did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now for conservatives to continue. What do you mean? Wow, she's literally doing.
Her husband just got murdered
on email. Yeah, she's using it to drive up recruitment.
And you can't even condemn the murder. You won't condemn it.
You're
so deranged about Trump.
It is, to be fair. Like I don't think you should give a fuck about people just like memeing on to death or memeing on his wife, like whatever. Especially when, like that's what he said, his wife is like actively trying to recruit people, trying to do shit to get people on her side, using her husband as a pawn. Okay. Mr. Trump, pretty please, could you turn down the temperature or we'll... Charlie Cook's death was a skill issue. Me personally, my spidey sense would have activated dodge that bullet. Real. Imagine getting cooked by Piers Morgan and Anna Kasparian. I think Anna Kasparian made a better point so far. Piers Morgan, I think Piers Morgan. It's just Piers Morgan. Okay, he's doing what he does. Why can't you condemn? Why can't you just condemn Hamas? Why can't you just condemn Israel? Why can't you just condemn the shoot? Like, oh my God.
But you cannot condemn the murder because you're waiting for Donald Trump to...
They're confused as to what they expect from Destiny. They expect more from Destiny than the president. The president has control over armed forces. Well, in fairness, I don't know if they do. They expect more out of Destiny than the president. They just also think that like the more relevant point is like, should your behavior be actually contingent on the president or whatever? Like, is it like regardless of who we should expect more out of, which I'm sure Andrew Wilson and the Jack Posobiec do, don't give a fuck about what Trump does. Maybe Anna Kasparian does a little bit. They certainly, like you can still condemn this. You can try to unilaterally lower temperatures. When Destiny says it's not possible, I don't know if that's true or not really.
Make money off of it.
Well, Destiny has control over like nuttiest chat trolls, and LOL Destiny chat is super hilarious, by the way, real. I will say though, like as a big streamer, you should always be careful about what you say, because you're always gonna have some crazy people watching you. Not that I think it's horribly does Jack Basso run and wokeness? I think from what I've seen, probably, right? I don't know. Like I'm no expert on that or anything, but from what I've seen, wasn't that whatever AI analysis of the language or whatever conclude that he probably did or whatever? It wouldn't surprise me. So big streamers should always just be careful about what you say. Not that I think any of the people on the right are any more responsible. In fact, I think many of them are less responsible, but
Let me bring in Jack Posobiec. I gotta say,
there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say,
which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say we all need to turn it down?
Fine.
Like Biden could, like Obama could, like the Clintons could, like Kamala could.
Oh, I know. She's using him as a pawn. It's a clown take. I mean, she like is like politicizing his death. Not that like it's always bad to politicize a death or whatever and try to get shit done, but like absolutely she is using it as sort of emotional ammunition for her movement. Well, really Charlie's movement. Doesn't legit seems sociopathic. Well, kinda. But of course, Micker is going to keep the movement going and growing. What do you expect? I don't have, I don't have high expectations of conservatives, so there is that. If that's what you're looking for.
Look, why not?
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable. I'm not the president.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it.
Yes, it was. It actually was your side that caused it. It was your side.
This guy was raised in a white Christian
household.
He was a
radicalized leftist ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what the investigators are saying.
Was a conservative, just like the people at Firebomb Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were conservative, just like the Proud Boys were conservative. Every single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Posobiec. What, the author of Unhuman? Another person that Charlie's putting a good one, dude.
I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk.
You're acting like an unhuman.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump condemn violence?
All right, you won't condemn it. Okay, we've all heard you repeatedly refuse to condemn it.
We've heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn it. For some reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening that when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging him, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know, all elections are rigged.
Fancy new ballroom, whenever someone asks about Kirk, just like Trump did. Dude, that was so fucking funny, yeah.
It's the radical Democrats. That's insane to me. And then the fixation is, well, who on Twitter and YouTube isn't condemning the violence?
All right, Jack Posobiec.
You have a great example here of the type of cancer I'm talking about, where when you present direct information, they refuse, they obfuscate, they refute, they say it's not true, they lie. You could see from the bullet casings, you could see from postings, you could see from everything out there that it's very clear what happened here. This is the same people who supported President Trump almost getting assassinated twice last year, Corey Capatore being assassinated last year in a situation. Again, see, just lies. That's all they do.
If you're watching people condemn on stream and play out its logic, and I mean, he does do. I haven't seen him do that with the Kirk assassination, to be clear. But I have absolutely seen him do that with like the Trump assassination. Is like perfectly willing to condemn it when he's not talking to people who he believes are responsible for heightening temperatures, or who he believes doesn't like lay out the facts, or doesn't like live in the same factual realm or actively spreads lies. Like he will absolutely condemn all the Trump murder and things. I'm sure I would expect he said similar things about the Kirk stuff, but I have not watched him that much. So
They don't even let you give a chance to speak, and something needs to be done, Piers. Something.
oh, what's up, man?
Hello?
What's up? Yeah.
Hold on. How do I? Hello?
What's up? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, bro? How you been?
I've been mostly good. Mostly good.
Good. All right. I have my little Ben Shapiro here ready to debate you on why Trump is a better president than Kamala Harris.
Hey, I didn't say I was gonna. Bruh.
Are you ready? Are you ready to debate whether Trump or Kamala is the better would have been the better president?
I mean, if he wants to do that, we can. But also, I like you did have issues with the. I'm so curious what the big issue with me not condemning Israel enough is. But okay.
And speaking of it being midnight, I'm grabbing a beer.
Oh shit!
Incredible.
He said he's gonna beat you in a debate with a beer in his hand.
Wow.
How does that make you feel?
I debate a lot of drunk people, so.
Have you ever lost to a drunk person?
I don't really think so. I think there's really only two people I debate who are drunk usually. So.
Who, like fucking Andrew Wilson? Do you still talk to him?
No, I have not spoken to him in a while.
Dude, have you seen what happened?
Yeah. You told me about that. So I have no way of contacting Andrew Wilson because.
Dude, do you know what was up with that? Like, what the fuck was that?
No, I have no clue what the fuck was up with that.
But I showed you the video?
Yeah.
Adding one up so nice about this beer.
What?
Means I have less than a year until I can legally buy one.
Hey, how many Bapples do you got left?
There's only one more after this.
Okay, this is the guy, dude. Get ready. This is the man that would 100% beat you. Look at it.
What's up, man? How's it going?
What's up?
Wait, are you Jewish?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
I thought you were talking to your buddy. No, I'm not Jewish.
From that angle, you look a little Jewish.
Incredible.
Are you ready?
Dude, I didn't.
Do you want to or not? Do you, come on, bro. You're so.
I fucking suck at debating.
You got it. You got it. All right.
God damn it.
And then I'll debate you after. But first, you got to. I know, because I'm gonna debate him on why I believe in free Palestine, and I need to get my arguments ready.
Well, what?
You're debating.
You're literally just springing this on me.
You don't even. It's not that you just agree with free Palestine or whatever. It's that you like. I think that I should be almost like using my platform to constantly call for free Palestine or whatever, right? Like it's. I don't know what you.
Well, I just suggested you should use it. I didn't say constantly. I said you have a platform. You shouldn't be. It doesn't matter. You can rope me in this later. First, you got to stage. All right. Hold the phone. Just hold the phone. God damn it. Okay, fine. All right. What's up?
What's up?
Wait. So I don't know how. So how does this work?
I don't know. How do you? What do you want to
say? So this is how it's gonna work. All right, Jake. You say a claim that you think he will disagree on. Like, just make a claim that you think is true, that you think he, as a liberal, would disagree with.
Why don't I just lay out my general case against him, and we'll see what we.
Okay.
So I think generally Trump has a lot of really bad policy done in a really bad way. Not only do I think deportations are typically bad, or at least the type of deportations that Trump wants to do are just generally bad, but I also think he's going about them in a authoritarian way, in the way that he's invoking the Alien Enemies Act and deporting people as fast as possible with as little due process as possible. And in fact, there's already been 2 Supreme Court case rulings in which the Supreme Court has said, hey, actually, the people that you deported did not receive a effective level of due process. Not only do I think defunding USAID is bad, but I think it's bad when the president is able to defund USAID via unilateral executive action, not working through Congress the way that it's been, for decades at this point. In order to defund some of these agencies, you would have to actually get stuff passed through Congress. Not only do I think tariffs are really bad, but I think it's really bad that Trump is doing tariffs unilaterally, again, without going through Congress and via invoking emergency powers that probably don't even give him the power to actually do
Don't
tariffs.
let him talk you, dude. Like if you feel like he made a wrong statement at any point, you just
no. I'm just listening to what he has to say, and I'm trying.
So, it's basically the last thing was good. The last example I was going to get. Not only do I think the tariffs are bad, but I also think it's bad that he's going about them unilaterally, using emergency powers that probably realistically don't even give him the legal power to do these types of tariffs.
Well, I think that, utilizing his executive power to implement tariffs like these, I think he has to, because, well, the Republicans have a very slim majority in the Senate and in the House too, to the point where as long as they sway one or two Republicans, it's gone.
If you want a king, that's fine. But I live in America. I don't want a king. I don't want someone who has the unilateral authority to raise taxes, not just taxes, but very inefficient, regressive taxes on Americans. I don't think that's good.
But the only issue with the fact that he's not a king, I voted for him.
You just said that you think it's good. You don't want Trump to have to go through Congress. You want Trump to be able to raise taxes on Americans without having to go through Congress.
I just said that in this particular instance, he would not be able to pass a policy that he unilaterally.
I agree. It's an insane. Hold on. I agree. It's an insane policy, and the Republican Party would serve as a check on his power. You don't want the Republican. You don't want Trump's own party. You don't want Trump's own party to serve as a check on his power, because you want Trump to be a king who can do insanely bad decisions like 10% tariffs on literally everybody, 60% on some countries, unilaterally.
Well, those tariffs are good. How else are we going to pay down our national deficit?
Tariffs are not going to. Do you know like a 20% universal tariff raises about as much as a 5% VAT? Do you know what a VAT is?
Frankly, it's 12:30 in the morning, and I am not prepared for this. If I prepare for this,
tariffs are like a pretty especially bad way to raise revenue. They decrease productivity a lot more than other taxes do. Tariffs distort decisions about where to consume. Right? Other types of consumption taxes don't distort decisions about whether I consume a domestic product or foreign product. Tariffs do distort that decision, and that's generally going to come along with more deadweight loss. Tariffs also lead to retaliation from other countries. They place tariffs on us, and that tends to, that's a negative effect that tariffs have that almost no other tax has. You don't see other countries retaliating on us for our income tax. Tariffs tax a lot of intermediate goods, and are a function essentially equivalent to a corporate tax, which just reduces the corporations' ability to invest, to make new products, to sell their own products that exist currently. And they're also regressive, obviously. Poor people are going to pay a disproportionate amount of their income towards tariffs.
it is too early. It is too early for this shit.
Don't tell me you lost.
I'm just telling you, I never knew how to start this in the first place. It's like,
well, you gotta disagree with what he said and give like reasons why you disagree.
I will say, yes, sometimes. Oh man, I can't really put this in a way. Fuck, I haven't really. Damn. Well, I'd say tariffs do have their uses, especially in protecting domestic industries that would usually get outcompeted by foreign competitors.
Do you agree that there's an opportunity cost to protecting that domestic industry?
There is an opportunity cost to protecting that domestic industry, but when it comes to a vital
the net effect is going to be typically negative, which is why we observe, not only in theory is the net effect usually negative, but we have a fuck ton of evidence, both from Trump's first term and just historically from countries all around the world, that typically you see a net decrease in productivity, a net decrease in employment, a net decrease in economic growth. Like, for example, the IMF has a study looking at 151 countries over the course of like 50 years, finding all of these things. And we have evidence from Trump's own first term that the steel tariffs he did not only cost jobs on net, but cost even manufacturing jobs on net.
But I'm talking about like industries that are vital for our national security. Like, I'll use.
Sure, then you wouldn't be supporting Trump. Then hold on. Then you wouldn't support Trump because
Trump.
Whoa.
You don't even let him get a thought process.
Well, that's a debate. But
you just let him finish.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine. Let him speak. What were you saying?
Yeah, if you wanted that, then you wouldn't support Trump, because universal tariffs are a horrible way to do that. For one, why the fuck are we tariffing our allies and alienating our allies if we want to protect these strategic industries, especially when a lot of our strategic industries rely on imported goods? Just for example, semiconductors are a very strategic industry. They rely on specialized equipment that can only be made in the Netherlands. If you put a 10% tariff or higher on the Netherlands, I think we have 19% tariffs on the EU right now. Well, you're going to end up with semiconductors not being made here, because in order to import the specialized equipment that you need to make semiconductors, you're going to have to pay millions of dollars in tariffs, and that's how you get production not in America. You get it in everywhere else.
Well, that's in concerns to the actual equipment is needed to manufacture the semiconductor, not the actual semiconductor itself. Whereas if you go to, let's just say in this hypothetical scenario, let's say the Chinese decide to take Taiwan. Taiwan goes down along with the majority of advanced semiconductor production. But what if we outsourced all of that production, which if we had no tariffs on that industry, if we outsourced all of it to Taiwan, then all of a sudden, boom, there goes all our advanced chip supplies. The U.S. tech industry comes to a complete stop. Whereas if we do what Trump is doing with the CHIPS Act, investing in companies like NVIDIA, investing in companies like Intel, even investing in companies like TSMC to build those fabs in the United States.
The CHIPS Act is Biden. Trump is the one actively trying to get rid of a lot of the CHIPS Act provision. For example, Trump just took the 10% stake in Intel with the money that was originally supposed to be granted to them by the CHIPS Act. But I agree in principle there are cases where a national security reason can justify protecting domestic industry. I don't usually think tariffs are actually the best way to do that for reasons I can get to in a second. The issue is you're supporting a retard who, for one, has just a fundamental misunderstanding of trade. Like, Trump does not understand why trade is mutually beneficial. He constantly speaks in terms of trade being zero sum, of trade deficits being being evidence of us losing in trade. Trump doesn't even like when trade isn't for like national. He doesn't not like trade for national security purposes. He doesn't like trade for like very stupid, dumb, misfounded economic populist ideas. Secondly, I just gave an example. The universal tariffs that Trump is doing are hurting our strategic industries. When you tariff steel, when you tariff goods that companies use to make strategic industries here, you end up hurting them. It is harmful to tariff steel when some companies that make national security goods rely on steel. It is harmful to tariff the equipment used to make semiconductors when you rely on that equipment to produce semiconductors. Additionally, scale is a very important factor for manufacturers in general, as well as strategic industries. So the size of the market that you can sell to influences how big essentially our sectors can grow. Trump is very directly reducing the size of the market that these exporters can sell to by, number one, tariffing our allies, who then sometimes respond with tariffs on their own, and just the uncertainty alone means that people are going to trade less with the U.S. And I think we've already seen that to some extent. And two,
I'd say the main purpose of these tariffs is not necessarily to be tariffs themselves, but to create God fucking damn it! Could you give me another beer?
Sure, man.
Incredible.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely incredible. Yep. But I think one of the main purposes of tariffs is it's less of an actual economic tool and more of a negotiating tool. Levy tariffs to reduce tariffs, almost to create a better trade balance.
Do you agree that Trump just outright lied about how the reciprocal tariffs that he placed on other countries? Like, do you agree all those numbers were just made up?
Well, I got to be honest. I have not paid attention to the figures. I focus more on international events, more on foreign policy.
All those numbers were made up. If you look it up, most other countries, actually, technically on average, they charge less tariffs on us than we charged tariffs on them. Although, obviously, tariffs are actually paid by the imported company. But you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They charge, obviously, on average, tariffs on the U.S. U.S. exports were lower than the U.S. tariffs on imports. That's especially true from all of our close trading partners, like the EU and Japan had less than 2% effective average tariff rates on us. And every single deal that Trump has made, quote unquote deal, none of these are legally binding deals yet. They're all phase one agreements to maybe one day further look into agreeing to more things. Every single deal has not been what you said. He has completely abandoned this reciprocal agreement because he's leaving at least 10% tariffs up on every single country. With the EU and Vietnam, I think he's leaving 19% up. The UK got lucky. He's only leaving 10% up on the UK because, again, Trump just has a fundamental misunderstanding of trade. And notice also these two goals that you stated are in conflict with each other. Either one, we use tariffs to get rid of tariffs so we have the free trade empire later on, or two, we have tariffs to protect domestic industry. There's a direct trade-off between those two goals.
Wait, is he turning you into a liberal?
He's not turning me into a liberal. It's just I don't know. Frankly don't know enough about this subject. I did not prepare enough for whatever this is.
Do you agree that Trump has deported about 200 immigrants without a proper amount of over that by now, but at least some 200 without a proper level of due process?
Oh, by due process, do you mean an immigration hearing? Do you mean...
Nope. I mean, Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act, and the Supreme Court ruled that even if the Alien Enemies Act was constitutional, and like it looks like the Supreme Court essentially can't even really rule on that. Even if the Alien Enemies Act is unconstitutional, there were people deported who weren't even like notified of what act they were being deported under. There were immigrants who were rushed onto planes for deportations before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act was even made public. There were immigrants who were only given English documents to sign when they probably didn't understand English that well. And they were sent to CCOT, where human rights abuses are common. Do you agree with everything I just said?
Well, it's only the most violent of offenders that get sent to CCOT.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Again, these people.
Are you gonna give me some shit about Carmel Abrego Garcia? Because, dude, are you kidding me? That's
I'm not
Democrat poster boy. Let's look at this innocent wife beater who got sent to a terrible,
I don't know why you're pivoting to this. I don't know why you're pivoting to Abrego Garcia, but I mean, he obviously was illegally deported, which is why the administration itself said he was mistakenly deported. He was deported to an administrative error. I think it is important the president try to follow the law, but we don't give a fuck about that now. Apparently, there were a bunch of other immigrants in similar deportation flights to Abrego Garcia who never got a trial, who were deported not because of any sort of like suspected violent crime or whatever, but just on the basis of them having certain tattoos. We know for at least one of those immigrants, I think we probably know for several of those immigrants by now that they weren't actually part of Trendagra or whatever, but they weren't even given the right to contest. They weren't even given the right to contest what they were being deported under. Some of them weren't even informed what they were being deported under. And the Supreme Court has already ruled on this. The Supreme Court, just to be clear, has already ruled that some of these immigrants who were deported were not given a proper amount of due process. That's fucking evil.
Yeah, Loki, are you still vegan?
I am a vegan, yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
I was just curious, because I mean, I don't know. It's been a while. Usually people like switch around some point.
I don't know. I'm just going with the flow of the conversation. You are definitely very, very well informed. That is for sure.
Wait,
but what y'all both agree on? Oh fuck!
Oh. One sec, I'm good.
What y'all both agree on is y'all both are pro-Israel.
I'm not that pro-Israel.
Yes, you are pro-Israel, are you not?
Oh, I'm not even pro-Israel either. I was just telling you kind of the way things are, rather than what I believe they should be.
Okay, well, are you done with the debate? Because
I'd say I'm done with this. I gotta be honest. I was not prepared for this interview. I didn't think I'd be given it.
Pro-Israel by his definition. I would not.
If I knew I was, I would have prepared some better arguments.
He's blue pill, you're red pill. You Muslim, don't worry.
Okay, whatever that means. Well, hey, it was great talking to you, man. You were definitely very, very well informed, and I do really appreciate that.
Yep.
All right, I will hand you over to Adam.
Woohoo. Okay, I'm going to tell you, I'm confused what you take issue with like, I'm going to lay out my position. I don't know. I said this in DMs. I don't know what you take issue with now. So I think, like, it was probably just in principle to start a war after October 7th. I don't know if we disagree on that. I think for about the first 6 or 7 weeks of the war, Israel did not give nearly enough protections to, and my mind is changing this over time because I used to think they were better. Israel did not give enough protections to civilians for most of the airstrikes and the air campaign they did for the first few weeks of the war. I think after that, they got a little bit better. They started giving more warnings. They started letting more aid in. They stopped doing their complete siege or whatever. And then essentially, after the ceasefire that they signed in January, they signed that ceasefire always knowing that they were going to break it from what I've seen, and essentially went to war afterwards and have been entirely like reckless since then.
I'm completely aware of the history of the situation. But I'm sure you know a lot about IFC, right?
ISC?
Yeah, IFC.
I don't think so. I don't know what you're referring to.
Is it ICF? IFT?
IDF? Is that what you're trying to? The Israeli Defense Force?
No. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, it's just war crimes are never okay.
Oh, do you mean the ICC?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, they gave arrest warrants for Gallant and Netanyahu. I think
Wait,
certainly.
Tell me what ICC is.
The International Criminal Court.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, the people who want to arrest Netanyahu and Gallant, Yoav Gallant.
The proportionality of civilians to terrorists being killed is unlike anything ever seen before.
I don't think we have especially good numbers, but I don't think that's true. I don't think it's numbers unseen by other types of urban combat. Although I do.
There's not that many Hamas people. There's not like there's like a few thousand of them, right? And if you look at the numbers of people,
so the estimates I've heard from before the war were 40,000, and I don't know.
Well, there's like a few thousand left.
The issue is they've been constantly recruiting throughout the war too, and I don't know exactly what you I don't know exactly what the numbers were since the war started.
Wait, what are we debating right now?
We're debating essentially how large Hamas is. That's a claim and dispute right now. I don't know how. So I know about 40,000 militants were in before the war, but since the war started, the issue, I don't think we have good numbers because obviously a lot of Hamas militants have died, and Hamas has recruited a lot of people. But it's probably less than what they started at still.
I'm trying to look up what I was talking about because I said IFC.
I'm pretty sure you mean ICC. They sent out arrest warrants to Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu. I think that there were a few things they accused him of. The starvation as a method of war crime, I think you can definitely, if they were at all.
100%. Isn't there some kind of rule where like you're supposed to send some form of aid to civilians, like in order to you can't just let them starve.
Kind of all this international law stuff is complicated and a bunch of exceptions.
There's starvation and siege rules,
Yeah. But to some extent, belligerents have a right to engage in siege warfare. I don't think it's not just holistically illegal all the time to prevent some aid from going into whatever place you're sieging. But
I think it's called IHL.
IHL is international humanitarian law. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. It's just Israel is completely disregarding like majority of all IHL, and America is aiding it, and it's just very frustrating because I actually feel like maybe not majority, but at least 50% of Americans don't agree with this. Don't agree with sending aid to Israel, whether you're liberal, far left, far right. Everyone agrees that aiding Israel and being allies with Israel is doing more harm than good and could save us a lot of money and save us a lot of war and save us a lot of people dying and American soldiers. Like we do not need to be Israel's main reasoning for why we should send them money is because they keep check on the Swana region for America, but that's just not true. We still go to war with countries in the Swana region. They're not really doing shit besides making things worse and causing more problems. A majority of the Swana region only dislikes America, if they do dislike America, because we are allies with Israel, and cutting them off just seems like it would benefit us in every way. But obviously that's never going to happen because there's just too many donors, and there'll never be a president that we could vote for. You trying to make fun of me because I said I didn't vote. If I voted for Kamala, we would be in the same scenario. There's
no shot that Israel would have frozen aid for 3 months under Kamala Harris. There's no shot.
Kamala advocated for. I watched the debates. I wanted to vote for somebody, and you want to know what else?
Probably more
I think
pro-Israel
the
than
voting
you.
age should rise to 21. I don't think 18-year-olds should be able to vote.
Wow.
I don't think majority of 18-year-olds have enough life knowledge, and I certainly did it, and I didn't at that time, and I still don't think I do. I'm still in college. I haven't even experienced life like as an adult yet. I'm still I lived in a dorm last year. This is my first year actually living in a house, and my case is similar to us, but like you know, maybe I don't know about majority. I don't know what majority of people my age are doing, but a lot of you're still living with your parents, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I think the age should rise to 21. I think 21 is probably the time when you actually start doing truly adult things. And I don't think I was ready to vote. I probably would have voted Kamala, but watching the debates, they both sided with Israel equally, in my opinion. You could say, oh, Kamala would have done this differently, and Trump did this that Kamala wouldn't have done, but we don't know. We just can never know. We only know.
You can use a little bit of critical thinking skills, buddy, and guess that Kamala, who said that she wanted a ceasefire in Gaza, and Biden, when she worked with Biden, and Biden's record was largely one of trying to restrain Israel, probably would have been better than Trump, who said that we need to kill terrorists' families along with the terrorists. Trump, who escalated the drone war majorly. Trump, who obfuscated that he escalated the drone war by getting rid of a lot of the transparency requirements that Obama had in place to make sure it was reported on whenever we did, drone strikes.
Okay, before Biden, when Trump was president, were we in war with any countries in the Swana region? The answer is no.
I believe we still had troops in Syria when Trump was president, and we bombed Somalia when I don't know if it's not in the Swana region, right? But we were bombing Somalia when Trump was president. Still, like we were still.
Yeah, Somalia is South Africa, right? No, that's not Swana.
But I mean, it's part of the. It was part of the war on terror kind of that we were bombing Somalia for. So we were bombing Somalia under him. We were still in Syria under him.
What was going on with Syria?
A lot of stuff is going on with Syria. There's been stuff going on with Syria since like 2011. Syria was in a civil war. There's like American supported troops in the south. They've since kind of taken over the whole country. There was the Assad regime, which is kind of tacitly supported or explicitly supported in some cases by Russia, and there was ISIS and the Kurds in the north.
Okay, in the last 12 years, would you say there have been more wars in the Swana region from Trump or from the other Democratic presidents like Obama? I almost said Obama and Biden.
I think it's kind of. I don't have a good way to assign blame for that over the last 12 years. I don't know. Like the reason we were in Iraq in the first place was because of Bush, right? The reason we were in Afghanistan in the first place was because of Bush too. But I think anyone would have gone into Afghanistan.
I'm just saying, you told me to use critical thinking skills. I went off of what the president said in the debate. And when it was brought up, they both sided with Israel equally. And Trump said, oh, we're going to put it, you know how he's going to talk. He's not going to give you any actual facts. But he did say, I'm going to just put an end to it. Because that's what he says anytime a war gets brought up. He's like, oh, don't worry.
Didn't Trump use Palestinian as an insult in the debate with Biden? I think he literally said, this guy Biden, he's like a Palestinian. He's cucking out to these.
In 2016?
No, in 2020, the debate when Biden dropped out, I think.
Can you pull that up?
Trump literally said in the debate with Kamala that Israel wouldn't exist, I think, in 2 years if Kamala was elected.
I mean, that's just what Trump said. Kamala says, "Oh, we're going to."
Kamala's for ceasefire. Everyone, the majority of
I kind of vividly remember Kamala because I was siding with Kamala, thinking she was not going to side with Israel because I just assumed at that time that presidents on the left side sided with Palestine, but it seems like neither do. Nobody fucking sides with.
They don't side with Palestine as much as you do, but I think the Democrats are definitely better. There are Democrats who want Palestinian statehood.
Yeah, I just remember specifically watching the debate, and when the topic was brought up, are we going to aid Israel? Kamala was like, yes, we're going to aid Israel, and that's when
Kamala would have continued aid to, Kamala would not have unilaterally cut off all aid to Israel, right? I mean,
realistically, I don't think either of them can because Jewish people. I mean, they could, but they're not
Oh
going
my
to risk
God.
those sponsorships. Yeah. What do you mean? Oh my God.
I think people vastly, yeah, I understand you think the Zog is controlling our government because you watched Andrew Tate say so, but I just don't think that's true, buddy.
Yeah, are they not? Are there not a lot of Jewish organizations that are
Yeah, there
huge
are a lot
sponsors?
of Jewish donors. A lot of Jewish donors don't even support Israel nearly as much as Trump does. I mean, certainly most of them probably want Israel to be funded at least somewhat, but you know, a lot of Jewish donors
Did you
donate
just
to
say
Democrats
there's
for other
Jewish
reasons.
people that don't want Israel to be aided as much as Trump does?
Absolutely, there are Jewish donors who think Trump has gone too far with Israel.
Do you think there are Jewish donors that are upset with
there are a lot
Trump
of-
for aiding one of their fellow Jewish countries?
Because they think that Israel is going too
You
far.
think there are Jewish
Believe it
donors
or
that are
not, there's
upset?
a lot of Jewish voters are left leaning to begin with. So like, yeah, obviously if they like,
You're telling me there are Jewish donors that wish Trump isn't aiding Israel as much
that wish
as
Trump
he is.
held Israel back more, essentially. Not that he cut off all aid. I don't think. I mean, there might be one or two out there that are big donors, but I don't think most Jewish donors want Trump to cut off all aid to Israel. Obviously, you don't want anyone to cut off all aid to Israel. But I do think there are probably a decent number of Jewish voters out there, because Jewish people do tend to be left leaning, who do think that Israel deserves to be held back more, and Israel has gone too far in the Gaza Strip, and Israel is, should stop building settlements in the West Bank and things like that.
That's just an outrageous claim that has no standing.
George Soros.
Oh, you're
is
gonna
Jewish,
find
right?
like one person in an article or in an interview. Okay, I mean, like,
Well, what can I look up to confirm one? I mean, there's probably polls of Jewish people. We can probably look at that. I mean, like, I understand you're talking about the donors, but like, just look at college campuses where there's like college protests. Like, half the Jewish people are in the fucking protest for the Palestine encampments. Like, what do we like?
No shot at all.
You don't think there's a decent number of Jewish people in the encampments on universities?
I think majority of Jewish people side with Israel and majority of Muslim people side with Palestine,
It's
and
gonna
that's
depend-
just
it's
for
gonna-
obvious reasons. Regardless of
agree,
where they
but, like,
lean politically.
This is all gonna depend on how you phrase the questions on whatever poll and everything. If you just ask people whether or not they side with Israel Palestine, most Jews are probably going to say Israel. If you ask Jewish voters whether they want to see Israel restrained more than they are currently, I don't know if the majority of them would say no to that.
I'm not really. I'm just gonna move on from that because I think we're just getting. I don't know where we're going.
This is a more holistic thing, but like, this is 74% of respondents on this poll that was asking Jewish people should they disapprove of Trump's handling of foreign policy. But I don't know if that's not, I guess, specifically Israel. Oh, 69% say they are emotionally attached to Israel. 52% believe Trump is anti-Semitic. 61% have unfavorable views of Prime Minister Netanyahu. 74% oppose Trump's proposal to transfer Palestinians in Gaza to Arab countries and have the U.S. take control of Gaza and redevelop the land. Like, I don't think, like, a lot of Jewish voters are, like I said, relatively left-leaning. So, like, it makes sense that, like, they wouldn't support, for example, the displacement of the Palestinian population to other Arab countries. Like,
I think any reasonable person would agree that what Israel is doing is very, very bad. So, I mean, if even Jewish people that have a lot of cultural ties to Israel and, like, have that connection to Israel think what Israel is doing is bad and don't want to side with Israel, I think that just tells you a lot about the ethical bounds, like how bad ethically what they're doing is. Like, literally just trying to move it and like ethnically cleanse a country is just a ridiculous thing to pursue.
I don't think you would have seen the same plan floated under Kamala Harris, or certainly Kamala Harris would have been against it. Like Kamala Harris, I don't think would have ever supported moving 2 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and redeveloping the land. Like, I don't think that's something Kamala Harris would have ever like dreamed of. Like, that's insane.
Do you agree that it's bad what Israel is doing under Trump's aid?
Yeah.
So you're pro-Palestine.
The issue, like my experience, there's a lot of to be fair, there's some purity testing on both sides, but there's a lot of fucking purity testing from the pro-Palestinians who will never like feel comfortable calling me pro-Palestinian. I'm pro-Palestinian in that I want a Palestinian state. Ideally, I think Israel should, like, at this point, I don't see any reasonable goals Israel could even accomplish in the Gaza Strip that they haven't already without killing way too many fucking civilians for it to ever be worth it. But like, there's gonna be a lot of pro-Palestinians that are gonna be upset that, like,
I think you're just not putting enough weight on the fact that there are thousands of children dead.
Motherfucker, you don't care. You don't care. Wait, motherfucker, do you support Trump cutting USAID?
I don't know anything about that, and I don't.
Yeah, of course you don't care. You don't give a fuck about children dying. Trump unilaterally, without even going through Congress, cut like 83%, I think, of programs from USAID, and even the percent, the small amount he kept, those were still disrupted by the insane fucking actions he took with the OMB freezing memo, which I'm sure you don't know about either. That is going to kill probably millions of children over the next 10 years. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck.
Right now, but so me not knowing.
Hold on. You're virtually signaling to me that like thousands of children or whatever are dead because of the actions in Palestine or whatever, but you don't give a fuck that even more children are going to die because Trump, the man that you like don't, I understand you didn't vote for him, you didn't vote against him, the man that you don't care enough to vote against killed probably millions of children.
So you're saying because I am unaware of something, like I have no idea what you're talking about, it therefore means I don't care? Because I'm uneducated in the whatever you're talking about, it means I don't care.
If it was true that Donald Trump would probably kill millions of children over the next 10 years, and probably about 300,000 children are already dead because of the cuts to USAID, do you think that would justify voting for Kamala Harris? Would you regret not voting for Kamala Harris?
Like I said, I think the age
yeah, you don't care.
I think the age for voting should be raised to 21 because I don't know at that time who I would have voted for, and majority of 18-year-olds aren't going to educate themselves that deeply into being able to infer that a president's going to end up killing millions of people and know that people don't spend that as much time as you did when you were 18, like to learn these things. When I was 18, which I freshly turned 18, August 4th was my birthday. When could you vote? Because it might have been after. Like I might have not been old enough, but I'm assuming I was old enough. I would have never ever done enough research to know anything that you're talking about right now. So you just telling me that I don't. You're just making an assumption right now by saying I don't care. That is just a really far reach.
You just virtue signal to me that I'm not putting enough weight on Palestinian children being killed or whatever. I'm asking you, let's just suppose it was the case. I understand you're not research there or whatever.
If I knew that, then I would have voted for Kamala. That's not a question.
So do you think it is the case that the cuts to USAID probably are going to kill millions, at least hundreds of thousands of children over the next 10 years or so?
Could you explain what that is? Is it a policy that's being put?
Yeah, USAID was an agency that essentially gave out humanitarian aid to a lot of countries, right? It had a budget of, I think, like $40 billion, and most of that money went to things like food aid and medical aid to desperately poor people in desperately poor countries. For example,
in Central Africa, if it's being sent to Central Africa, then that sucks.
That sucks if it's sent to Central Africa. A lot of it was going to Africa, like specifically Central Africa.
No, I'm saying if they cut that to Central Africa, it sucks.
They cut it, yeah. Trump got rid of it
Is that where
unilaterally,
it was
basically.
going? Central Africa?
A lot of it was, yes.
'Cause-
It was going to Central Africa. It was going to the Middle East. I think most of it did go to Africa.
I think Central Africa region is really the only region where I can see aid not having aid genuinely leading to children dying, and that does really suck. Yeah.
Yeah. If that is the case, like just that's probably going to lead to way more children dying than have died in the Gaza Strip. Like, do you think that would be bad that you didn't vote for Kamala then?
Yeah, but is it reasonable to say? Is it reasonable to say that I don't care about children dying because I didn't vote at a time I was uneducated on any of this, on any of what Trump or Kamala?
If you're willing to admit that it would have been bad not to vote for Kamala in this case, then I suppose, yeah, sure, you care about children dying. I assumed that you had some minimum amount of knowledge, but you in fact did not. My bad. Should have assumed less of you.
Buddy, I'm gonna let. Oh my god. Do you have some kind of like hierarchy from this? I mean, I'm really like you are very educated on. Like, yeah, I don't know, I'm drunk right now.
I don't know your hierarchy.
Like, I don't know. I just feel like I gotta defend my intelligence right now because you're definitely coming at it. I am studying to be an electrical engineer at NC State College, ranked I think top 10 in the nation for electrical engineering. You can go ahead and look that up. So my where I put my efforts is completely different from where you're putting yours, and I can go ahead and show you. You know what I mean? Like if we wanted to talk about currents and voltages and transmitters and binary numbers, I'm gonna run laps around you similarly to how you're running laps around me. It's just not fair for you to insult my intelligence like that because I don't put my efforts into the same things you do.
I mean, I agree. I'm sure you're perfectly intelligent in many other areas.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I do want to learn more about politics, obviously. But I just don't think I think you should be a little nicer. I know you're going for the Destiny 2.0 approach, but it's not really going to work.
All right.
I mean, am I wrong? Like you're doing the same thing, like where you're being very passive aggressive constantly. It's just not.
I'm not ever doing it with the mindset that I'm trying to be Destiny 2.0 or anything. Not that I'm sure.
So you're just doing it from your own heart. You're just being an asshole from your own.
Absolutely.
So, like, do you agree that making that statement was ethically wrong?
No.
To make a joke out of thinking less of me, do you think that was ethically wrong?
No, I don't think that was ethically wrong. I don't think it decreased net utility.
But it decreased my feelings.
Yeah, but it increased mine. It increased everyone in my chat watching me right now. Increased their feelings too. When I upload it to YouTube later, okay, it's gonna increase everyone who watches it their feelings. All right, it's gonna make you potentially make it more likely for you to vote for Democrats in the future. In that case.
Wait, I don't think I agree to be uploaded to YouTube.
I mean, I won't upload a video if you don't want me to. I am streaming right now, but
you can stream right now, but I don't know about YouTube. That's like forever.
That's true.
And I've had a can in my hand, so it's just I don't want that being. But you can stream right now. But I would appreciate it if you don't put a video of my friend and me who are underage with consuming alcohol.
Well, you didn't have to admit to being underage, but sure.
Oh shit! Are your streamers gonna like fucking?
No, I don't think no one cares.
Okay. No one's gonna like try and like report me.
No one knows who you are enough to even figure out.
I said the college I go to, so hopefully they don't.
I guess you did do that, but yeah, no one cares enough to do anything. So
Do they know what high school you went to?
I've never said it. No.
Wait, ask your chat and see if anyone types it in the chat correctly.
I don't
Just
I don't believe I've ever mentioned what high school I
well,
went to.
well,
and-
just because I don't see your chat right now. I just want to see like if any of them can get it right.
Well, I'll tell you if anyone knows what high school I went to. I think I've really only ever said what state I live in, and that's it. So
Do they know your name?
they do know my name.
Do they know your dick size?
Don't believe so.
Do they want me to tell them?
I don't think that you know, but
No, I don't know.
yeah.
How you been, man?
Like I said, pretty good.
You look a little healthier.
A little healthier? What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, I still think you should take up some of my advice on looks maxim, just for health reasons.
So much work, opportunity cost. I could have read more.
Is there opportunity cost there? I think there's more opportunity cost in looks maxim because it could, looks realistically do get you very far. I'm not saying I'm a 10 out of 10. But I will say that, in my opinion, I do look slightly healthier than you, and that itself can go a long way.
Chat was saying you look like Luigi Mangione earlier. So
is that the guy that shot the
healthcare CEO? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a lot of women fantasize.
A lot of people did find him hot. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want the chat to start flaming me right now. I'm not saying I'm a fucking 10 out of 10, but I'm just saying it goes. I don't looks max myself, but I know about it. I know what you're supposed to do. I'm just too lazy to do it myself because if I was chopped cheese, yeah, maybe I would put more effort into it. But I'm not saying I'm handsome, but I know I'm not chopped cheese on the other side of the scale, so I don't really do anything. But I'm saying I think you are.
You think I'm chopped cheese? No.
A little bit. And I do think that you could become a lot more successful and gain maybe a lot more viewers because I mean realistically some people would just listen to an attractive intelligent person over a not attractive intelligent person, and I think you have a lot of potential. I think you just don't care.
I'll consider it. Okay. I don't know if I'm ever gonna. I'll never enter a gym in my life. Okay, but.
Well, why wouldn't you? Do you not care about your health?
So much work. It would be annoying too. I mean, there'd be some. At most, I do like home workout stuff. I do go on walks basically every day, but that's the extent of my exercise. I don't know. I don't think I wanna go to a fucking gym every day or week.
I think you're afraid of how people will portray you, and you only want people to view you for your intelligence because you think it's
I think I just don't want to go outside that often. I think I just don't like having to drive 30 minutes to a gym.
And you look like someone that doesn't like to go outside, and that's not a good thing.
That's real.
You got to go out in the sun. You got to take care of your skin. You got to you look, I'm not going to lie, and you're vegan. You look malnourished.
Heard of the Shrimp Welfare Project? You see the shrimp costume behind me?
No.
You don't see the big ass shrimp costume behind me? What?
No. I'm looking at you through Discord.
Yeah,
I don't even see your hand right now. You're like your arm gets cut. It's like a square.
Okay, well I guess you're cropping me somehow. Okay, but I got a big shrimp costume behind me because of how much I like the Shrimp Welfare Project. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I remember you talking about it, like on your story. Here, when you make
posted my Instagram story about the Shrimp Welfare Project, I guess, yeah.
when you if you do want to post on YouTube, just cut out the parts of and cut out this part. Just cut out the parts of anything revolving alcohol.
Okay.
Or me saying I'm drunk or anything like that. Like just cut that out. You can post it because I guess I don't know. I should have assumed you were gonna post it if you're live streaming. How many viewers you reckon?
Right now, let's check. I have, I think 3 on Twitch. Let me see.
What are they saying? Are they just flaming me?
No, not really. Yeah, I got 3 on Twitch. I got.
Are they being nice to me?
2 on Kick, and I got.
Are they
8
saying I'm
on YouTube.
Wait, did I say anything that they agreed with?
Some of them are gonna kind of agree with you, because some of them, not all my viewers agree with me. Like one of them is relatively pro-Palestine, so he's obviously gonna agree with a lot of stuff he said. Bob Marley said, "Bro is tripping over alcohol." This guy said, "In the honor of Charlie Kirk." Then the Lord said, "Blah blah blah." I don't. This guy's not saying anything related. He's right now on fine. You need to hook up with Vegan Gains. So, Vegan Gains is like a vegan bodybuilder.
Wait, there's a guy named Vegan Gains?
Yeah, he's a vegan bodybuilder and internet debater, streamer.
Dude, no, seriously, please, like your nourishment also, like your, like it relates to your intelligence as well. Like how you treat your body. Like there's so many studies showing that like exercise like is a direct correlation to like neurons firing and cognitive function.
Surprise me.
Huh?
I mean, I don't know how high like I said, I do go on the bare minimum, like, hour-long walk basically every day. So
okay, cardio is the last thing. You need to shut the hell up about cardio. Cardio is the last thing you should be doing. You need to start eating and moving weights.
I need to start eating weights.
How much you guess? If you were to assume how much I weigh,
155.
I weigh 190.
Wow.
I weighed 155 back in like junior year of high school when I was wrestling and cutting weight like crazy. That was when I was cutting 10 pounds of weight for wrestling. And at 155, I was shredded, but I definitely wouldn't consider myself healthy. You know, like being like I looked good as fuck, like muscular, but like that low body fat, which I'm assuming is what you walk around in every single day, is just not a healthy, like, you know what I mean?
Sure, man.
If you're doing cardio and then eating just vegan food, that's like, I can't even imagine. Like, you must have zero fat whatsoever. I'm looking at your face and like I see the bones and the structure. I can see the.
I was shirtless earlier on stream. You can go back and look at how skinny my arms were. So.
How do I go back?
Actually, I can just send. Someone took a screenshot in Discord. I guess I'm gonna send the screenshot again.
Dude, why don't you start doing shit like Speed does?
My viewers don't. First of all, I don't. What does Speed do that I should copy exactly?
He'll just start like doing backflips and like being funny.
Yeah, I can't do backflips. I'm funny sometimes, I think, but my viewers are not around for that type of stuff. They're around for debates and reactions and boring.
How many of your viewers agree with you and how many of them disagree with you?
I think probably over 60% of my viewers agree with me on most things. I think there's like
Is there anyone from our hometown?
No.
You got any bitches in that shit, bro?
Not really. I guess there's one sometimes. She doesn't come around as much anymore. There used to be one, kind of.
Is she hot?
Decently.
Is she far left?
Basically, yeah.
Does she think you're hot?
Probably not that much. I don't know.
Okay, can we start doing a segment on this show? On your Twitch?
Mm-hmm.
And
what? Sorry.
are you? Huh?
Huh? I like interrupted you a bit. You were saying something. You said
Let's
segment
do
this show
on your
something.
show where I tell you exactly what to say to get girls. Like you show like your snap or something, and like you texting or on Instagram, and I tell you exactly what lines to say.
Yeah, believe it or
and
not,
we
I've
see,
had.
we see if you score or not.
You know, I've had a panel or two like that recently, actually, but you know.
Who's been telling you what to say?
You're not gonna know him. There's this guy. There's a guy who organizes like debate panels. His name is Wick, and it can't like I think I said like I was a virgin, in a panel with him once because I was epically owning someone, and it came up.
You were owning the other
like,
person.
Oh, I'm gonna. Yeah, I think it was like I forget even the exact context or whatever, but this one guy was just like, "Oh my god, you're such a like young idiot," blah 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 blah, and I was like, "Yeah, you're losing to a 19-year-old virgin right now, buddy." I think that was the context, and
Why
Wick was
would
on
you
that panel.
do that, bro?
Because he was losing to a 19-year-old virgin. Okay, so
You could have just said 19-year-old vegan. That would have done just as.
I wasn't.
That's
I was vegetarian back then. I wasn't vegan, but yeah.
But it's just as degrading to say you're a 19-year-old vegetarian as saying you're a 19-year-old vegan, virgin.
Vegan is a principled stance, okay? Virgin is just a loser stance, all right? So
So you're not virgin by choice?
what's your definition of choice? I don't know.
I could so help you.
I've had don't worry, people helping me for a bit now. You know, we're working on it, but don't worry.
Nah, bro. You just gotta. I mean, usually the problem here is obviously number one. The number one problem or the number one easiest solution is you just gotta lower your standards. There's always someone who has a crush on you. It like always like you just might not have a crush on them. You know what I'm saying? Like back in high school, dude. I honestly, back in high school, I never had to lower my standards. But in college, I've been hammered a few times. It's late at night. It's like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. and nobody's up. Nobody wants to come over. I've had to lower my standards low. And when you're just like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you're drunk, you don't care, dude. Is the sad thing. Like when do you fucking drink, bud?
Nope,
Are you even further?
Never drank before.
That's rule number one. I'm just kidding. Don't drink. It's not. It's not like a good thing at all. But yeah, that's rule number one. Is you just got to lower your standards and crack. Because like this is what's gonna happen, and I'm gonna keep it real with you. Let's say you do find someone that's higher than your standards, like you're just really happy. You're going to be, and it's your first time. You're 19, 20 years old, and you got a bad bitch on your bed. Let's just say like 20, maybe it happens around 20. You're still a virgin. This is your first time you're going to lose your body. You're going to be fucking sweating, dude. You're going to be shaking. Like you can make these faces, man. But I remember when I lost my virginity.
Any bad bitch on my bed is probably gonna know I'm a virgin. Okay, when I am losing my body for the first time, so I think I don't anticipate that being a big problem.
Look, you'll be surprised, man. Like I'm just telling you, telling someone you're a virgin, telling a girl you're a virgin, especially at this point in time, is usually a huge turnoff for women because they don't want to be that person. They don't feel like they deserve to be that person unless you have that intimate connection with them. Your best bet is to honestly say like, or try and make it seem like you're somewhat experienced.
because that's probably your best bet to get laid at this point in time, at this age. Just make it seem like you've done it before, and it'll make it more casual on their end, and they're not gonna feel like, dude, if you tell a girl you're a virgin and she realizes she's gonna be your first body, that puts a lot on her plate. She's gonna be like ethically speaking, she's gonna be like, do I want to be this guy's like memory, like for the rest of his life, of the first time he lost his virginity? It's just like, usually that's supposed to be with someone you've been dating for a very long time, and you know what I mean. You just lie, say you got 7 bodies, and you got to play it off like Hey man, it's part of the game. There's a lot of line to it. You gotta say you got money, dude. There's been so many times I'm at the bars and I'll just make shit up. I'll just be like, oh yeah, I drive a nice car, or oh yeah, like I'm trying to think. Oh, your favorite color is blue, so is mine. Like, sometimes you just gotta lie, bro.
I don't like lying. I try not to lie that much. Not really. Especially to a woman, because I respect them so much.
Well, oh my fucking
Also,
God.
my chat makes a good point. Yeah, totally believable. Non-fun be like, what up, Shotty? I got 7 bodies. You think if I approach a woman and say I got 7 bodies, bro, they're gonna be like, oh, that makes sense. He seems like a guy that would have 7 bodies.
Yeah, I guess not. Here's rule number 3.
Okay.
You can respect them, but don't give them too much respect.
Right.
Like don't treat them. Don't put them on a pedestal. That's the problem. I got a perfect example.
Wait, chat wants to know how many bodies you have.
I don't really want to tell chat.
Okay.
How many you said 3 of them are in there?
I have 2 on Kick. I have 7 on YouTube and 2 on Twitch. But that sometimes Twitch lies to me.
Well, because here's the thing. You know how I say I lie?
Yeah, I do.
I gotta keep the real number unknown so that I can fluctuate when need be. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. Obviously.
If I'm with a whore, I'm gonna bring that number up. You know, if I'm with a a nice, maybe I'm trying to actually take this girl on a date, get her some flowers, I'm gonna bring that number a little down, make it seem like I don't, it's a game out here, man. You can't.
Can you give a range?
People are gonna starve and people are gonna feast. You gotta do what you gotta do to be one of the eaters, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
So, anyways, rule number 3, you can't give them too much respect, like I'm saying. So, I will smoke a cigarette here and there when I get drunk, and I'm trying not to do that anymore because I'm noticing it's directly causing heart problems for me. Like, if I smoke too many cigarettes, I think it's because the nicotine will like do something to your blood vessels, like constrain them a little bit. But anyways, like, so I'm trying to stay away from, but when I get drunk, I'll just start smoking cigarettes. And we were walking back from the bar to our house, and it's low-key a far walk, but we tried to get an Uber, and there was 6 of us, there was 5 of us, three guys and 2 girls. And I was the one that was fifth wheeling because we were at the bars. And, I ended up talking to another girl and by the way, being at the bars, there's like a 60% chance. No, there's like a 80% chance you go home with nothing. It's very rare to get with a girl, like take a girl home from the bar. Because girls at the bars, they're constantly playing defense. They're in groups, you know what I mean? they're ready. They're ready. Like at any point, like you come up to them, are you gonna buy me a drink? I just wanted to talk to you. Get the fuck away from me. If you're not, you know what I mean. They want their drinks and they want to go home, and you know what I mean. And they've had a successful day. So 80% of the time, you're gonna come home with no fish. But this time, I ended up, just talking to a girl, whatever, and my two other friends that I came with. They were running a 2-man, and they succeeded. They succeeded. I guess they said not succeeded as in they started making out with him right then and there, but they convinced them like, hey, come back to Adam's house. We can drink and continue the night there. So they say yeah. I'm like, okay, bar closes. We start walking to the Uber. There's 5 of us. The Uber driver, he was like maybe Pakistani, I'm assuming, or maybe Indian or Bangladesh, around one of those 3. He was like, 4, only 4 can get in this car. I got so mad. I was like, and the other 2, they were like trying to plead with the guy, right? I just immediately say, fuck you, and we start walking. I'm like, fuck you, dude. Like, you're seriously not gonna let us lap up? Like, you're a fucking piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, he was making such a big deal out of only 4 people can sit in this Uber, right? So we start walking home, and I start smoking cigarettes because I'm pissed off. Oh my God, we gotta walk 15 minutes, 20 minutes to my house, right? And then one of the girls that was talking to my friend, she notices that I'm smoking a cigarette, right? And she starts complaining about it. She was like, ew. And by the way, my friend was smoking one too. Like I gave one to him, and we're both, and she was like complaining. She complained at me specifically, not at him. And she was like, ew, why are you giving him a cigarette to smoke? Blah, blah, blah. Like that shit's nasty. Like vaping is way better. Right. And I'm just like, I just say like I think I said something like, what would I look like hitting a vape? Like I'd look like a bitch. Like that's like a feminine thing. And I kept hitting it, but my friend, he threw the cigarette away. And I'm not saying like that did anything, but I swear, like I low-key didn't say anything to him, but I got mad that he threw the cigarette away because she said something about it. She swayed. Like she started like slowly migrating from him to me, and this was after I'd been finished the cigarette. I think it's directly linked to me like standing on business, like not because I didn't think I was gonna get with her. I thought my friend was gonna get with her. I didn't care what she thought. Like I just wanted a cigarette, and he threw that cigarette. I swear to God, I mean I think that's the direct reason. But as I'm saying, you can't give him too much respect. You got to stand on business. Stand on your ground, and and that attractive.
I mean, I think I just have enough respect to not like lie about my body count so that I can like have sex with them. Like that seems like an acceptable amount of respect to have in my view.
You think girls don't lie about their body counts, bro?
I mean, obviously, I think some of them do, but that doesn't really change. I don't see how that should influence how I behave that much, at least.
Okay. So with that logic, should Hamas committing war crimes be a good reason for Israel to commit war crimes in return, based off of your logic?
No, how's that? That'd be more similar to your logic. In my view, just because someone else does something wrong doesn't mean you should. In your view, you're saying the fact that
just because Hamas does something wrong doesn't mean Israel should.
I agree. And just
based off of your logic.
Just because a woman lie about their body count doesn't mean I should lie about my body count.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So just because a terrorist,
you think that because women lie about their body count, men should lie about their body count.
I'm just saying it's just kind of mutual ground where neither person really cares that much, but it just makes the interaction a little easier. For the most point, you meet a girl at the bar, a college bar. Yeah, I know.
because you're not in college. I'm saying a college bar specifically is a different vibe from a regular bar. It's like more of like a party club kind of
Well, I
thing.
would not go to.
You
probably. I don't drink, so and I don't plan on
right,
drinking.
but I'm just trying to explain to you. You go to a college bar. The girls you find there. It's kind of just an environment where like. It's a lot more acceptable than I'm assuming you're imagining it to be. Like, it's kind of like a mutual thing. Like, oh, she lies a little bit, I lie a little bit, whatever. We both go home, do our thing. Neither of us really cared about the real answer, but it just makes the interaction smoother and makes everything easier.
I mean, sure, I guess there are environments where like honest communication isn't like expected that much. So like, I don't think it's like super wrong to do that then. But I guess for like any, I don't think I would go to. I don't think I would go to environments in general where that'd be the norm, and especially because I don't think I'd go to environments where I'm just trying to like hook up with a girl for a single night or whatever. I don't think I.
Well, because you're a virgin, dude, you think it's like this magical fucking thing. Like, I'm sure if you had a few bodies, you wouldn't mind. Like,
I don't think that's the. I mean, I just don't. I'm not that like. I just don't see that being that beneficial to my life. But
what I was trying to get back to is I think you should lower your standards. Just get with a fat bitch and make things a lot easier. Like, just get that one down in your belt. You know what I'm saying? Just have it down. Like, understand the mechanisms. You know what I'm saying? Just get it down so then when you do find that high standard person, you'll be a little. The edge will be off. You know, like, it's not going to be your first time. You're not going to be shaking. You're not going to be sweating. You're going to be ready to go. You're going to know how it goes. You're going to know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Just get with the fat bitch. Make her happy, you get happy, you gain experience. It's a win-win for everybody, and a win-win for your future partner. Because she's gonna be like, "Ooh, man knows what he's doing." I'm assuming you're gonna date a black ghetto.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that.
I'll take maybe a little bit of your advice.
Does your chat get pussy?
Some of them are married, so.
Oh fuck no! How old are these people?
I mean, it varies quite a bit. Some of them are like my age. I don't think many of them are younger. And then I mean anywhere from 20 to 40 years old.
No way you have a 40-year-old in your chat that's typing in the fucking chat.
I don't know if any of them are. I don't think any of them watching right now are 40, but I have a few who I know are.
Tell them to say their age. Wait, where can I look at the chat? I want to talk to the chat.
Well, I have a lot of different chats. On my stream, you can see all of them, but they disappear on my. I mean, you can go to my Twitch and look at that chat. You can go to my Kick and look at that chat. Kick chat is not very active. You can go to YouTube and look at that chat.
Is YouTube active? Because I don't have Twitch.
Yeah, YouTube is semi-active at least.
Like, are they saying what was the last thing they said? Do I just look up your name and I'll see it?
If you look up, non-fon, NONFON, you'll see my channel, hopefully.
Oh my god, non-fon 420. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I smoke.
That's me.
Buddy.
Just non-fon on YouTube, not even a 420 on YouTube.
Nah, I look like chopped cheese. It's like inverted. Yo, this is crazy. I'm like watching myself.
That's crazy.
Save yourself a nice, wholesome woman.
Real. I like whoever said that. I'm gonna take their advice.
Buddy, you are not finding. You need to find a fat bitch. Wait, he said, yeah, he kind of gave a more balanced take on the topic. More balanced than.
He's talking about a Krugman interview, I think.
Oh, not about me?
Yeah.
I don't see. Yeah, there's no one on here.
Non-fun is gay. No, it's over.
Wait, where are the new chats?
Well, that one was in Twitch chat, so you'll see it come up on my screen in a second. But it's not going to be in YouTube chat. Non-fun, you are a base. This is true. I'm just looking at
the YouTube comments.
Yeah, if you're watching the live stream itself, if you look in the bottom left corner of my stream, you can see the new chats from every platform, but they disappear after
Look,
a little bit.
A Giga Herger said this guy is spitting non-Fron.
He did. I remember him saying that.
Pitch the Indian eye brown threading video. What the fuck? True, look at Hassan. Those are really troubled women. Are they talking about the women in the bars?
I don't know what one they're talking about. Some type of woman that you were speaking about, yeah. So.
Yeah, no, they're definitely sluts.
Okay.
I'm trying to look at what's. I don't see. Wait, look where on the left?
In the bottom left corner of the live stream itself, when someone types a new message, the chat will pop up. It disappears about 30 seconds later, I think. Like you can see two people just sent messages. You should see two on the left corner of my screen. If you're watching
On
the live stream
YouTube?
itself.
I'm watching on YouTube right now.
So you won't see it in the YouTube chat. You'll see it on the actual live stream itself, where you can see my screen and you can see I have something open.
Is he fucking talking about me?
Probably.
A localist party. You a bitch. Who the fuck is what the hell?
Okay, yeah, you're looking in the right place. Their name is well, I don't know if it's the real name. I call them Jack. Because they're in the Discord server as Jack Daniels, so.
I'm pretty sure that said wow. Come on, that was funny. Oh my god, dude, you're no fucking fun. This is why you get no pussy.
True. Told me a lot about my body count more.
Now you're making me so bad. Damn, what's with all the Koreans? This is a English Christian national stream. He said LMAO hi. Yo, what's up, bro?
This is true Bob Marley. I am so much fun.
He's cool, dude. Is your name Jack, bro? You're cool. Non-fawn is so much fun, dude. This guy's a loser.
Tell us how my boy Bob Marley like that. What the hell? What the hell? Bob Marley #1. He's my goat.
Let's be honest. Non-fawn wouldn't be able to take it.
Real.
Yo, your fans do not respect you, bro.
Oh, Localist doesn't. Localist is a interesting fellow.
Yeah, well, what does he just get on your chats to hate on you? Hey, Jack, I fuck with you. I don't know, but I fuck with you, Jack.
He enjoys watching me sometimes.
So why is he shitting on you now?
Non-fun will get the ladies when is rich shilling for corporations while we're all lose our jobs to AI. This is true.
Yeah, that's actually one reason why I decided to do electrical engineering, because I could branch off into software engineering and, kind of, if you can't beat them, join them kind of thing. Like, I genuinely just might get into AI development, because if it's going to just take over a majority of jobs, I might as well hop on the roller coaster and not get left behind. Like, I think I'm in one of the best majors for what could be going on in the future.
Maybe.
And I mean, maybe YouTube, because YouTube is, and majority of like streaming services are demonetizing content creators that include any AI in their content. So you could be fine too, but also I don't think you're gonna blow up because you're just not doing the right things.
What are the right things I should be doing to blow up? I'm so curious.
Dude, I could be your manager and I can just make you more entertaining. I mean, like, obviously you can stay informative, but like bro, like you're clearly at a halt in views. Like, what is it? Like, if you make like 60, if you get like 60 viewers a stream, you can actually have some form of income, right? Like 60 to 100 viewers
a stream like on Twitch or Kick, right?
Yeah.
Like that's like a genuine income that you could live off of, right? I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know. You might not be able to live off 60 viewers. It'll be decent income though. I mean, it also depends on how generous they are and how much you can get them to donate.
Sadly, you have to be smart if you want to get into AI development. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can definitely see why these guys don't think I'm capable of it. But I am actually very smart when it comes to, I guess just electrical engineering.
Those jobs are going to foreigners based. I wish more of them did. Let's go.
Dude, yeah, tell me about it. Like, I can't fucking understand any of these professors.
These professors?
You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Professors and TAs, like, they're majority of people that are truly that truly do the research in these fields are from foreign countries where English is their second language, and it's just very hard to understand them sometimes.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. I mean, yeah, immigrants are very upwardly mobile. I mean, they typically move to America because they have the drive and knowledge to be successful. So, not surprising that they grow up to be professors.
My GPA is a 3.65 at NC State University Electrical Engineering. I am ranked top 28% in my grade.
Wow.
That's what one of the chats asked.
I saw. Yep.
Are you an American? Yes, buddy. Are they talking to you or me? What kind of fucking dumbass?
Chat.
Huh?
They're talking to someone else in chat. Neither of us. That's why they started with an at. Yeah.
Oh, they're asking you.
Yep.
No, I fuck with you.
Incredible.
What is he, bro? Is he not saying? Oh, he's Japanese.
He's not Korean. Yeah, it's Japanese.
Yeah, I fuck with talking to you, deadass.
Wow.
What's your fucking deal? I'm a fucking, and you got a fire ass haircut because of me. You're welcome.
I got my haircut by that one dude one time, and this is a Great Clips haircut you're seeing right now. So.
No, I know. Like back in the why'd you like? Is it because I just recommended him to you? You just were like, sure.
Yep, basically.
Isn't he so expensive? Did he spend a lot of time on your hair?
Kinda. I mean, not like a ton of time. I mean, longer than average haircut probably, but yeah.
Longer than average, yeah. He spends like 2 hours on my hair each haircut. It's crazy.
It was not 2 hours, but it was, yeah. IRL stream with this guy. Adam, you want to go to the Unfuck America tour?
What the fuck? Unfuck America?
Yeah. Oh, you've not heard of that?
No.
Oh, they were a tour that was well, they are still a tour somehow. They just go to college campuses to debate people. Basically, they were following around Charlie Kirk's tour, but you know, Charlie Kirk's tour is now canceled for.
No, are you part of White Boys for Hair? Oh, don't tell me you're making a joke out of it.
Making a joke out of what? That Charlie Kirk was killed? I think it's very unfortunate Charlie Kirk was killed. I think it shows our country is going in the exact wrong direction. I just don't like I don't have issue laughing about the idea of inviting you to go to the Unfuck America tour, considering the
Well, okay, I think it's just too soon to make a joke about his death.
Never too soon.
So okay, it's not like cool to joke about because, like you said,
I even joke about his death.
Like,
I joked about inviting you to the Unfuck America tour.
No, you made it okay. All right. Did you not just say? Did you not just make a joke about Charlie Kirk's death after that?
It wasn't not really. I said it was never too soon.
You said that him going to other colleges is canceled and then left.
Well, yeah, the joke still there is more about the Unfuck America tour than it is. Well, I guess it's about his tour too. It's not like a set up punchline joke. I don't know how to classify it. Like the direct thing is not about Charlie Kirk dying.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. I understand you. I didn't like the guy either, but you know, you should never die.
I mean, I think even if you like people, like I don't view it as like evil or horrible to just like
ask Broccoli Kid if he's a nullifier and a localist.
I don't like 9/11. I can still make 9/11 jokes. Like,
yeah, that's fine because that happened a while ago. Okay, so ask me if I'm a nullifier and a localist.
Mm-hmm. You know what? So localist is, as the name suggests, a localist. He wants everything to be done at the local level. Essentially, he wants everyone, instead of relying on corporations to build their homes, to build their own home. He wants everyone, instead of relying on a bunch of companies to grow food, he wants everyone to grow their own food, things like that. Localist believes in nullification. Nullification is something that the courts have ruled illegal, but is the ability of states to nullify federal laws if they believe it conflicts with the Constitution. Yeah.
Should I be a localist?
Well, I would say no. But...
Okay. Then I guess no. Hey, localist party, should I be a localist? He said he's going to start calling me Brock. All right, let's keep debating. But let's debate something I can actually debate about. You want to debate about like philosophy? I know you have a little philosophy segment.
What about philosophy? I don't know.
I think I already told you my theory.
What?
I think I already told you the apple in the box theory.
Oh, I mean, it's not something originally you came up with, but I mean, I've heard.
No, no. I came up with it, but not originally. Like I came up with that theory of my own, and then did research later to find out that I'm not the first one to think of that theory. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you independently came up with it.
But it was, yeah. And I brought it up to you as an original thought because at that time I thought it was an original thought. And then later in life, after our conversation, I did research and I found out it's called the apple in the box theory. So now I'm presenting it to you as what it's actually called.
Sure. I mean, I don't know what the implications you think are from that are like relevant. I don't know.
To philosophy? I don't know. It's just something to talk about.
Wow. I don't talk about that much philosophy.
You tell me something. Can you tell me something philosophical that you think I'm gonna disagree with?
Yeah, I'm an hedonic utilitarian.
Okay, let's break that down.
Okay, so ACT means I think that action matters. Essentially, like you should do what maximizes utility. Based on what action maximizes utility, you shouldn't abide by the rules that we create that maximize utility, essentially. Although I will say, like, even for ACT utilitarians, the sort of norms that exist do matter. Hedonic means the hedonic is the thing I'm least confident about, but the hedonic is essentially I care about pleasure and pain, and like it's of sentient beings. I don't think there's much I don't really think there's sort of intrinsically valuable things outside of that. So like, even though personal relationships or whatever are like good typically because they maximize human well-being, I don't think they're good intrinsically. I think they're only good instrumentally because of the fact that they have implications for human well-being. Essentially, utilitarian just means I think you should take the action that kind of has the highest expected value. I'm concerned about maximizing utility. I'm not concerned about natural rights. I'm not concerned about whatever intrinsic rights people think exist. I'm not concerned about any Kantian ethics stuff. Yeah.
No, I don't disagree with it. I mean, that's just what you want to be. That's fine. It's kind of hard to actually hold up to those. But
don't worry. I donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project, which is the most effective charity. Okay, so.
Oh my God! Fuck.
Well, Why do you hate the shrimp, bro?
Dude, I eat shrimps and they're delicious.
Well, you can eat shrimp. Well, I don't think you should eat shrimp, but you can eat shrimp as they can be electrically stunned beforehand to die a painless death instead of a painful death.
Huh?
What?
Water cockroaches are having painful deaths.
Yep. Typically, they're left.
Man,
They're buried. They're buried alive in ice and left to freeze to death and suffocate over the course of 20 minutes. They also live in pretty horrible conditions on the farm that they're in. I think it's like close to 50% of shrimp die in farms before they're even harvested, right? Female shrimp undergo eye stalk ablation, where they have their eyes ripped out while they're alive, which is very painful for the female shrimp, and also tends to lead to disability in the shrimp that they in their offspring. Essentially,
you see how passionate he is about the death of shrimp, but he will completely disengage with the death of Palestinian children anytime it gets brought up.
Disengage with the death of Palestinian children? I don't know what you...
As soon as I bring it up, you start trying to talk about,
because we're talking about who you should vote for. And I'm saying you're voting based on...
Okay, so is that not disengaging? Is that not disengaging when I bring up that you don't care? You brought up who I should vote for. Is that not disengaging?
I do care about dead children, which is why I vote for Kamala Harris. She would have led the way those children dying.
You clearly are more excited to talk about shrimp.
I think
to talk about fucking shrimp.
That's real. That's real. Fucking shrimp. I mean, I think that as a charity, right, the Shrimp Buffer Project is more effective than the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. So if you want to hold that against me, I guess you can. But I'm concerned with the death of Palestinians. Obviously, it's still, believe it or not, guys, it's really bad when Palestinian children die.
Brock, localism isn't local self-sufficient. It's that political. All right, localist party. I'll be a localist with you. Don't worry. You don't gotta. Wow. You don't have to convince me into it. I'll do whatever you want. Localist party. I love you. He won me over, bro. He's the fact. I just like the name Brock.
Okay.
All right, motherfucker. I'm a localist now. Fuck you. Why aren't you a fucking localist? Seriously.
When I think it's very silly for the most part. I think usually there are gains from scale that he just completely writes off and ignores. I think if localism was so efficient, you'd already see people be doing essentially what he wants with localism or whatever. I think most of his views on the Constitution are just idiosyncratic bullshit.
Exactly why you're wrong. Localist party, get his ass.
I've had many conversations with localists. Every conversation with localists is the same. Localist is one of the people I debate who is usually drunk. Yeah.
Localist party. What you got to say? Because I don't know shit. You gonna let him just call you drunk?
He is usually drunk when I talk to him, or high, or both.
He look you how old is it? Well, how old is he? You know?
I think he's 20 something. He's still pretty young, but
he like an intelligent guy in general.
Is he what?
Intelligent guy in general.
I don't think he's particularly dumb, but when it comes to the localist stuff, it's a pretty dumb ideology.
So he's not typically
wrong. He's talking about local self-sufficiency. Localist, obviously, local self-sufficiency is a big part of your worldview. I don't know what you think I'm misapplying here, but okay.
What's Jack's real name?
I don't know.
Is he just I feel like he disengages anytime someone asks him what's his ethnicity or his name, he just doesn't say.
Yeah, but he's a Twitch chatter. He's online. I don't think people have an obligation to tell you their real name or their ethnicity if they don't want to. So
I mean, you just have such a small viewership. I feel like it's a tight-knit community where we should all be friends and talk to each other.
Corey would disagree. I mean, I'm,
Who's
I know
Corey?
some of my chatters well enough to know their ethnicity and stuff. Corey is he's a guy I was just on a debate panel with. He was arguing that he was that you're a coward if you don't disclose your name on the internet, essentially. He was yelling at another dude in the panel, Lactoid, about, you hide it behind your fucking username. You won't die for what you believe in because you're hiding your name or whatever. I don't know. I think it was silly, even though I agree with Corey more than Lactoid on basically everything.
You know, I do like that that is a very good thing that you're doing, like to get more viewers, is that you clearly have some sort of connection with every viewer. Like you know different, like it seems like you could say something about each viewer that chats. Like you have a story or something behind them. Because anytime I've seen someone, you're like, oh yeah, I call him Jack. Oh yeah, I debate him all the time. Like you seem to actually, like, these guys seem to be your friends, man. It seems to be your life.
Kind of. Well, yeah. I mean, I stream quite a bit, so.
Easy money, more than yours.
Wow, nice one.
It's okay. I'm kind of told localist. What? I'm from Venezuela. Okay. Based non-front. Man, shut your ass up, Venezuela.
I'm based. It's true.
Wait, do you play video games?
Yeah.
Do you watch UFC? I know the answer.
Nope.
Do you have? I do believe that you are financially stable. Am I correct?
My family is. I don't have a lot of liquid wealth personally, but
I have a very huge request.
uh-huh.
Would you be willing to buy UFC 5 and play it with me?
No.
Fuck you.
Dude, Mr. Sunheim wants to get me into hockey, but it's never happening.
Oh no, you still talk to Mr. Sunheim?
Of course, of course.
Wait, really? Are you guys like good friends?
Basically, yeah.
No, I feel really bad in that classroom. I just was me and Andrew were just really terrible. I feel like it was mainly Andrew. I don't think I ever would. I mean, I don't think I ever did anything unless provoked. Like I never would like come at, like I would never just get up like Andrew was doing and start fucking going on a rant. Like unless I was like being talked to, I wouldn't. Right? I mean, I don't know. I do feel like I'm a much different person, and I honestly hated that fucking class so much. You have no idea how much I dreaded that class every day just because of how fucking chaotic it was and how embarrassing it was to go in that class every day and just know something embarrassing would happen. You know, it was just so stupid and chaotic, and that class felt like a fever dream. And yeah, if I could go back in time now, I would have just sat in that class and been dead silent every single day. I would have never said a word, sit in that corner, and just done my work, and just I wouldn't have interacted with any of Andrew's retarded fucking arguments ever. I hate that guy. Dude,
Bro, I want to talk to him again, but I don't. Like I said, I don't have any way to contact him. I've been trying to capitalism
Dude,
kill
why
a lot
would
of people recently.
he beat his meat and posted it on.
You don't have to. You don't gotta go over that on stream. We don't have to. We don't have to mention that.
Stream. There's this guy. Why can't
Oh
I
my
bring it
God.
up?
It's not
Stream.
nice. It's not nice. It's not nice.
What? Your morality is fucking with me, dude. Oh, that's not nice. But then you'll fucking just say crazy shit.
What's the craziest shit I say?
Dude, these guys don't know Andrew.
Yeah, I know. It's still not nice. I don't know if people would be able to find him, or I don't know if people would be able to, or like if Andrew would see it and feel bad or whatever. Like I'm not gonna. There's no.
Does he watch this?
I have no clue. He could.
Yeah, I can bring it up. There's this guy named Andrew. Can I just say his full name and address?
No, definitely not that.
I can say his full name though.
No.
His name is very popular. You can't lie. I feel like his full name is a very popular full name.
Just say his first. You can say his first name, but I don't. Well, you shouldn't say the story at all, really. But
Okay, so there's this guy named Andrew that was in our because we took
I'm just gonna server mute him real quick. Do you think he'll notice? Do you think he'll notice, especially when I'm talking about what I did?
Why would you server me?
There's no need to.
You just said I could.
Did I? I'm pretty sure Easy Money told you could, buddy. Not me.
All right, I guess he's gonna server mute me if I tell the story.
I don't want you to tell, bro. Tell us the story, bro. $20. I'll say this. It will say the story. Okay, I'll extort you. Okay.
Boy, ain't nobody sending you a donation. Do people send you donations?
Sometimes.
Wait, how much is the most you've made in a stream?
Are we counting for charity? Technically, I got like over 500. I did it relatively recently. I did like a charity stream. It was like a 100-hour long stream. I think it was 115 hours at the end. For the Shrimp Welfare Project, I raised like $500 for the Shrimp Welfare Project, and then also made like $120 personally, just because people donated or like gave subs to me. So technically, that was probably the most from a single stream. But
dude, I'm sorry, Jack, but I am probably nothing like Nick Fuentes. I
you like Nick
I think Nick Fuentes is funny, but he definitely cares way more about these subjects than I do. He's a lot more extreme than me. And maybe like, I don't know. I think you're just saying the persona he puts on is similar to just how I'm not putting on a persona. You can ask. This is just genuinely how I know. But like, what? Appearance wise, Nick Fuentes, the white guy.
Wow,
you know Nick
Fuentes.
Huh?
Making it about race, unbelievable.
Guys saying I look like Nick Fuentes.
Yeah,
of course I'm a break.
I don't think you look like Nick Fuentes. I don't know what they're saying, but
why wouldn't I bring up? Are you just making a joke? Why wouldn't I bring up the race of when it's about looks?
I was making a joke. Yes, I don't think it's improper to bring up race when you're making comparisons about looks.
Oh, do I have thick eyebrows?
I think so. Yeah.
Is this a masculine trait?
Whoa. To get them, there's a term I'm looking for. Fucking microblade them or whatever.
What is that?
I think that I'm not using the right term. It's what fucking women do. Yeah, eyebrow microblading. It's just where you just like cut you like shape your eyebrows by.
Yeah. They would be a lot worse.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing.
I know what you're talking about. Just like you take it and you just like shape it like that. Like you're just talking about a razor.
Yeah, I think that's a specific term for doing it with eyebrows, but
I do that sometimes. Hey, y'all don't have to call me Brock, by the way. You can just call me Adam. I'll say my full. Actually, no, they're good. No, actually, this chat's cool. I feel like they don't even care.
Probably not.
Like, they're not gonna like dox me. Parley Kirk Panel, Israel MAGA debate after. Ooh,
that's you, buddy.
Can we start gooning?
I'm always gooning.
Wait, can you put the camera down?
What, my camera?
Yeah, so I can see.
Not really. Believe it or not, I'm not always gooning. I can.
Easy Money wants to hear the story. Wait, why is Jack saying Adam?
Well, where Easy Money wants to hear this story, but I don't think it's proper to tell the story.
I think everybody needs to hear this story.
Why?
Because this is what the fuck people want to hear stories. People want to hear something interesting. This is what your viewers want, and you should do what your fucking viewers want because they're watching you. And don't you
like true, but I also have
stop doing what you want.
I have considerations for just like how I would feel if it happened to me, and then someone told a story about it to his audience. Like I don't think I would like that, so I don't really want to do it to him.
Easy Money seems a bit too interested in a jacking off story. It's a really crazy story. Let me just say that. It is very, very acceptable to be interested in this story because I'm telling you, the story is actually outrageous. I'm not gonna tell the story, but I'm just gonna give like a little.
I'm just gonna make them want to hear the story more by telling them how interesting it is. Fuck, now I want to know. Yeah, see this bullshit. Like $20, like I said.
Okay, yeah. Then let me help.
$10
you
for
get
the
the
Welfare Project. I support your decision. Not fun. Thank you, Kissy Cat.
Fuck. Now I want to know. Here, let me just put it into perspective. Imagine someone your whole school or like majority of the school knows, and you know very well for being, I don't know, just a very out there person, magically posts a video on their story. And
oh my god.
And I'm not going to say what it is, but it's essentially a video that looks like the person is being blackmailed into making, and it's a video of them doing the most volatile, degrading, sexually harassing, like
You're
all of
basically
those
just
words.
telling them oh my god, okay, incredible. And by the way, I now realize I do have a second baddie in chat because Easy Money pointed it out. Okay, Kissy Cat is a baddie, all right?
Kissy Cat, hey, put me on the Kissy Cat. Put me on the Kissy Cat.
I don't know if Kissy Cat has Discord. She can join the Discord, I guess, but I don't know if she does or not. She's just an occasional chatter.
Hey, someone find Kissy Cat, bro. How do you know she's bad? Have you seen her?
I mean, I've seen her profile picture. I don't actually know if she.
You just assume every girl on here that every girl viewer you have is bad?
No. But I don't have many girl viewers, so, it's also not, I'm not assuming with Ophelia, though. I can say that, so.
You're what?
I said I'm not just assuming with Ophelia, the first baddie I mentioned.
Kissy Cat is bad.
I guess technically fully I don't know if she truly is a baddie, but I'm guessing that she is, okay? She's my chatter and supporter, so I'm gonna say she is until I'm proven wrong.
Bro, what if I try and what if she joins this video thing and she's just the baddest fucking
I'm an old woman, she says, so,
Oh, she's there?
In chat, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kissy Cat. Oh, hell no.
Kissy Cat,
Kissy Cat.
I think you can be a baddie and an old woman, okay? So.
Kissy Cat, how old are we talking?
Oh my god.
No, I gotta know. Like, are we by old woman? Are we talking like 30s or 40s? Because I wouldn't really call it. I wouldn't be too. That's not not too bad. If you're
37.
saying
37 ain't old, okay?
We're
chill.
working with that. Okay. Kissy Cat, what do you do for work? I'm seeing the chat delayed, by the way.
I mean,
I'm not supposed to ask what she does for work, or I'm not supposed to ask her age.
A clinical pharmacist. Probably the
Kissy
age
Cat.
you're not supposed to ask.
Kissy Cat, I know I'm not the most appealing and to female I don't have the greatest female appeal, but would you just make an assumption here? Do you think you're at an attraction level, even based on your age, where I would be interested in pursuing a further conversation? Because I genuinely don't know what you look like, and I'm not saying everything is about looks, but looks do play a part in this. And I just want to know, like, do you find yourself as a conventionally attractive woman? Oh wait, I'm getting a Clash Royale ad because the only way I can see these chats is through your YouTube. Let's see what she says.
Let's go. That's giving me money. The Clash Royale ad is. You better not skip it. I get more money if you don't skip it.
Oh, I already skipped it. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Does that ass make you money?
The ads don't make me much money, but it does technically make me money, yeah.
Where's Kissy Cat?
I'm a goodie, not a baddie. Well, by baddie...
That's what she said?
Yeah. He just means...
Oh, fuck no. That's exactly what an old lady would say. I'm a goodie, not a baddie.
Wow.
Hell no. Kissy Cat, like, I genuinely, the way you're texting, like, in this chat, like, it's making me think you're a very attractive and intelligent person. And I honestly, do you have Instagram? Like, I wanna talk to you further on Instagram and get to know you.
I don't know if I should enable this or not, but you know what? Go for it, buddy.
Why? I'm 19. Oh wait, I'm not gonna say my age because I want her to think I'm,
an old man.
I'm of legal age.
He is above the legal age. I can't confirm that. So.
What the fucky wucky is this? This guy. Shut the hell up, chat. I'm trying to spit game to Kissy Cat. Don't hate, bro. This is a moose. Are you doing some coding right now?
No, I'm opening Minecraft. Mod of Minecraft, so it shows the code because it's got to load some of the mods. This is the world I played during the Shrimp Welfare Project, subathon I did to raise all that money for the shrimp.
Oh, they want to. I think Kissy Cat wants to see my Lambo.
No, it's not Kissy Cat. That was okay, but
I know that's Jack, but I'm just saying, like, that's good. Here, I'll show this bottle I got.
Wow. Incredible.
This is the book I'm reading right now. Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. It's actually a very good book.
What is that about?
It's about negotiation. It's just this FBI negotiator turned into a professor at Harvard for business negotiation, and he's written many books, but this is like his most popular, and it just talks about his stories in the FBI, like when he was in like high very intense like FBI negotiations, and what he did to save as many lives as possible, and how he applied it to day-to-day life and how it works. Like, just because he says like negotiation is actually like a very important tool to have, and it's just simply, and I think he makes a lot of claims. Like, he says like you can get anything. He makes this claim, and low-key, I think he's right. He says you can get anything you want from anybody if you just know how to ask. if you just say the right words.
How much do you
With,
remember from our economics class? I'm so curious.
Huh?
How much do you remember from our economics class?
Demand and supply chain, buddy. Don't play.
Demand and supply chain.
Did Kitty Cat say anything? Or Kissy
Yeah,
Cat?
she said that she doesn't do social media, sorry. And then now she asked, how many shrimp did we save? I didn't check back in on that. We saved about 9 million shrimp altogether from painful deaths.
God damn it, Kissy Cat. Can you fucking lock in? Kissy Cat, lock in.
Can you define like comparative advantage? Remember that at all?
Comparative advantage. My definition would just be based off of how it sounds.
Okay. So if you were to give a definition, what would it be? What does it mean to say a country has a comparative advantage in something? What does that mean? What does it imply?
They have an advantage comparative to a local country. Like a business has an advantage over another business because they're a little closer to the customer than the original, so the customer will go to that.
That's not what comparative advantage refers to. Comparative advantage refers to opportunity cost, the ability to produce at a lower opportunity cost than another country or business, really. But
You remember what was it called when like a business like gains more customers because they're like at a closer location?
I don't know if there's a term for that specifically. I think what you're thinking of is sort of the game theory stuff with the like Nash equilibrium when it came to how companies place their businesses. Like I think that's what you're thinking of.
Yeah. You got it.
Yeah.
Fuck, my phone's about to die. Why isn't my charger charging? Oh, there we go.
What's like the big reason that demand curves slope downwards? Or typically slope downwards, but
Are you playing Minecraft?
I am indeed.
Why can't you download UFC 5?
Well, I'd have to buy it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to spend money in a game that I'm not particularly interested in. How much is it? Is it like a $60 game too?
Do you have Xbox Pass, like Game Pass?
I don't. Nope.
Well, if you invest in that, you'll get a lot of free games, and I'm pretty sure UFC 5 is one of them.
I got too many subscriptions already, mate. I'm not gonna buy Xbox Game Pass. Had it before, but I don't need it. I don't know. I'm content with the games I have for the most part. I don't play any sports games really.
Chat, I'm gonna just tell you something that y'all definitely don't know. When Jared did the like whatever 115-hour live stream, any money you donate to Shrimp, he actually pockets it. And he's not telling y'all this.
There's no way I could have done that because it was through Tiltify, and Tiltify just gives the money right to the charity. I never touched the money that people donated via Tiltify, so there'd be no mechanism for me stealing it even.
Really thought he cared about Shrimp is what blows my mind. Yeah, he pockets all the money.
There was literally no mechanism for me doing that. If I did, there wouldn't be $3 in my bank account right now too. So.
Bro, Easy Money wants to hear the story still.
Bro, $20, I said, and they can hear the story, all right? That's the only...
I can't believe you care much about them donating to fucking Shrimp.
All right, $20 for me. It's not even for Shrimp. I'll do it if someone gives $20 to the Shrimp, too, but... You can give $10, $20 to me and or $10 to the Shrimp. Okay, that's the deal.
What if they give you $1?
Exclamation point TTS in the chat. Then that's not enough. Then someone else would have to give $19. Although a single dollar given to the Shrimp Welfare Project does save about 1,500 shrimp from a painful death every year for the next 10 years. So.
And how they die?
They die painlessly and instantly via an electrical stunning machine.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What?
Just eat the shrimp and shut the hell up.
I mean, you still eat them after they are stunned. They just die a less painful death. Although you could just not eat shrimp too. And I don't eat shrimp. I think actually, if you want to, the best animals not to eat are probably like shrimp and fish. Like, it's not that, it's still pretty bad to eat cows in my opinion, but like, it's not as bad because there's a lot more suffering per kilogram with regards to shrimp and fish than with regards to cows.
Well, we don't actually know to the scale of like we can very strongly infer like how mammals suffer, but it's
Well, I think we can
very
know- I think we can know
it's
that,
very likely scientifically that that these shrimp and fish don't really have the consciousness
That's not
to
true. You don't. There's no
to-
way that you can be saying that. You haven't read any of the fucking evidence at all about this. No, I mean, I think we observe behavior in shrimp that showcases that they are likely to some degree sentient and feel pain. Like, for example, you know, they tend to
I'm
their
sure
wounds
I'm
and they
sure
will they will delay eating when they're wounded, and they
it in the
tend.
manner, and you think that because you've done a lot of research on it, but it's just a very obvious fact that shrimp do not have consciousness.
It's not a,
like
that's
that's
not
just
obvious. Why is that an obvious fact? That's not at all an obvious fact.
if they had any form of consciousness, they would be a far more advanced species and
That's not
would have
true.
created.
What do you mean?
What
First
do
of
you
all,
mean,
even if they
Glenn?
had the same level of consciousness as humans, they would not be a far more advanced species. If I turned you into a shrimp, you're not going to accomplish much that shrimp aren't doing already, buddy, okay? But secondly...
Hey, look at ants. Hey,
you can
hey,
obviously-
dumbass. Hey, dumbass. Hey, dumbass.
What? Mhm.
Look at ants.
Uh-huh.
If shrimp had the same consciousness, if every single shrimp in the ocean had the same amount of consciousness as a human being, I promise you there would be an Atlantis in the ocean. They had the sheer amount of
I don't think
the
that's
sheer
true.
amount of
What do you think they would do that we don't see shrimp doing already? But also, like, you can obviously have degrees of what I would
they
call
would
sentience or
create-
whatever. Like, you can
they would
be
create-
a
they
minimum
have-
level of
they-
conscious without having much consciousness or whatever, or enough intelligence
Huh?
to do something super meaningful. Just think it like mentally disabled people are not going to create Atlantis or the human version of Atlantis, but mentally disabled people are still conscious, right?
So it depends on the extent of their disability to whether they have consciousness or not. There are mentally disabled people that
Do you mean
that
mentally
probably
disabled, or do you mean brain dead? There are brain dead people who aren't conscious, but mentally disabled people, they're basically all
well, I think in a philosophical standpoint, there are human zombies that exist out there, and I don't think those human zombies necessarily have consciousnesses. When I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about the ability to and the active thinking, like actively thinking and acknowledging that, hey, like death is inevitable and I need to, it's just this like
That's what's required from consciousness? Do you think babies are conscious?
when they hit like 3 they become conscious, not before.
Okay, thanks, Peter Singer. I don't think that's what most people mean by conscious.
Yeah. Okay. Like I get what you're saying, but I'm talking about like, I'm thinking of the wrong word, not conscious.
I wasn't gonna post the
Intelligent,
video today,
smart.
but a lot of people was asking me to give.
No. Maybe I am thinking of conscious, because you're thinking of conscious as simply like being awake or being brain dead as conscious. Like if you're
Being,
up and
like,
awake,
the
and I get that.
ability- kind of broadly the
There's also
ability to experience emotions, or like the ability to feel, the ability to like do stuff like that. Like
you like, I'm thinking of like the ability to have philosophical thinking when I think of consciousness.
yeah, I don't think that's real. Obviously there are people who can't do that, who we still consider conscious, or at the very least, we still consider them worthy of some moral consideration. Like just because, like, we still consider babies worthy of moral consideration, even though they can't have philosophical conversations or whatever. Like,
yeah, because a baby will eventually gain that consciousness. A shrimp will never gain that.
so if babies never gain that consciousness, if someone who's at a baby level of intelligence for their whole life, would it just be okay to kill them or torture them? Like,
I mean, I'm pretty sure they do give you the option for abortion when they tell you beforehand.
Prior to the baby being born, and it depends on what state you live in, how late you can do it.
Yeah, so that kind of tells you the moral aspect of it. They give you that option, like, hey, your kid,
What do you mean? 'Cause there are states where it's banned after, like, banned almost entirely, and like that doesn't. I mean,
I'm sure. Do you side with abortion?
What did you ask my side?
Yeah, don't you side with it?
Kind of. I'm probably like pro abortion up to 20 weeks, probably for the most part. The issue. So the issue is, like, in my opinion, like I don't think a person probably becomes sentient until about like 20 weeks, but I do also just value future sentience. Like, I think, regardless of whether or not like an entity exists that is sentient, like future good or happy sentience is just like a good thing. So, it can still be immoral to prevent that, but like I don't think abortion prior to 20 weeks is kind of more immoral than other ways people would prevent future sentience from existing via like abstaining from sex to begin with. Like, yeah.
How do you feel about the option of, you know, like you being able to give an abortion if you realize your kid is gonna be mentally disabled?
It's it. I mean, I don't, like I said, I wouldn't have any special like carve out for that or anything. I think like, is it before the cutoff or whatever? Like, then I probably don't really care, but.
I guess. So I guess after the cutoff.
Well, after the cutoff, I don't think I would let any abortions happen, really, other than like life of the mother.
I agree with you on that, but a lot of people would get upset. But that's just like a normal thing. That's just like an uneducated woman that would get upset with that. Like, that is very normal. You have 5 months to decide. Like, I do think it should be lowered a little bit, probably like 4 months, 3 months. But I mean, still pretty similar basis. Like you like, I don't know why like a lot of women complain about their rights. Like, they have time to decide. Like, they've always had some amount of time.
Some states, but you know,
in some states they still give you like what, like 4 weeks. Like, even at the, like, they give you, they don't just say like.
Some states have bans. I think some states have bans at 6 weeks, and some women don't even know that they're pregnant until 6 weeks. Like,
I guess you would find out within 4 weeks for sure because of the period.
No, you don't.
Like, if you,
there are other reasons you can miss your period.
I think if you're a somewhat intelligent woman, you would be able to and have some bit of worry of the situation. You would be able to, because it is a very scary thing for a majority of people. Like, and it would cross their mind, like, you know, I had sex with this person at this time. Oh, I missed my period. Reasonable thinking. Let me go check if I'm pregnant.
I don't even think though. Like, some, I don't know how the female body works.
I'm sure there's
for one, I don't.
Where,
I mean, there are like rare cases of people not knowing they're pregnant until they literally give birth, but like it's fairly common to not know that you're pregnant until like 6 weeks, is my understanding. When do most women know they are pregnant? Most women are aware between 4 or 6 weeks, typically when they experience a missed menstrual cycle or other early symptoms. But like, there are other reasons, like other reasons why you can miss periods. So like,
Is there any other reason? What's another reason?
I think it can just vary based on your
Besides-
diet. I think it can just vary for totally natural reasons. Like, I don't think it.
Can we ask Kissy Cat?
We're not asking Kissy Cat that.
Kissy Cat. Is she still? Is she still here?
I don't know.
Damn! If women are fairly in tune with their body, they know later that day. Patrol. Ooh,
I
Kissy
don't
Cat
know
said.
patrol. I don't know patrol about that one. That doesn't seem accurate. It can take over 24 hours just for implantation to happen. So like, no, a shot.
Non-Fron hates Adam. Yeah, what the fuck is your deal, bro?
True.
Do you hate me?
I'm here, but I wasn't really paying attention. Oh no, I know I don't hate you.
Oh, let me look at her profile. Is that her?
I think so, but I don't know.
I can't zoom into it. Kissy Cat, how do I zoom in?
It can take like almost a week for implantation to happen. Wait, what? Yeah, there's no shot you're knowing later that day. It's not even implanted until days later. Report non-font for hatred, true.
Dude, how do you get a close-up on Kissy Cat's profile?
I don't know. Non-font a 19-week-old baby or a shrimp to like save? I think like that it depends on how you're phrasing it. Probably. Well, actually,
Holy
no, I don't
fucking
think it does.
shit, dude. You're ridiculous. It depends on how you're phrasing it.
So the issue is, I don't actually think it does because I realized something. But so the issue is like people, I think most shrimp like probably live net negative lives. So when people ask like, not fun, 1 million shrimp per person or whatever, it's like, okay, well I think the shrimp are net negative anyway. I just think it's good to help shrimp live less negative lives, right? But like a 19-week-old baby, assuming that baby goes on to live a good life, I think would obviously be the choice there. I just don't think it's like
Oh my god, this is not even something you gotta.
I would also choose a 1-week-old baby over a shrimp, assuming that they went on to live a good life. I would choose a potential good person who's not even fertilized yet over a shrimp, assuming they lived a good life, right?
Charlie Kirk or 50 shrimp that are gonna live a good life.
Are we like Charlie Kirk just disappears or Charlie Kirk gets shot?
Like Charlie Kirk gets like to live his 31 years of life, or 50 shrimp. Like
Well,
it's like one of those.
Is Charlie Kirk gonna? I think it's horrible that Charlie Kirk got like shot, and like that's gonna sow political division. If Charlie Kirk just like died unexpectedly one day, I don't think that'd be nearly as bad. It wouldn't incite the type of rhetoric and stuff that we're seeing in the country right now.
Why is Jack saying that's crazy, Adam?
I don't know. I don't know exactly. So if the hypothetical was like prevent 50 shrimp from being tortured, we'll say, versus like Charlie Kirk just never exists in the first place, then I might choose the prevent 50 shrimp from being tortured. But if it's like 50 shrimp being tortured versus Charlie Kirk getting shot, I'm going to choose we'll get rid of the 50 shrimp and save Charlie Kirk from getting shot.
Are you even looking at me, bro?
Not really. I'm playing Minecraft.
Okay, we're
19-week-old baby or 10,000, or is that 100,000 shrimp that lives good lives? I bet. Again, the issue Metro is like I value future sentience, so the weak there means nothing. But you could say a potential human, a human that's not even fertilized yet, versus 100,000 shrimp, and I'm still gonna have the same answer, which is probably the person, but I don't know exactly where the line would be drawn on shrimp versus good lives versus human with good lives. No, you saved the 19-week-old baby from being aborted. No, I understand. Again, it'd be the same because like most humans today live pretty good lives, and I value the future lives that they are going to live, right? Like I value future positive experiences versus kind of the, future positive experiences at a shrimp, which I don't know would be as high as future positive experiences at a human, and any potential. The baby's going to live a bad life. Well, how bad? If it's a net negative life, then I'm just going to save the shrimp no matter what. But if it's just like a so-so life, then I don't know. Maybe 100,000 shrimp is a good number then. What? Laughing?
Yo, chat, are y'all noticing this? Has any of the chat noticed?
He showed as? Did he? If I go back, am I gonna see that?
Are you scrolling back?
I'm skimming back, but yeah, I don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. They're tripping, bro.
Really? When I'm not seeing anything, I don't know. But
Yeah, that's not what I did. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm serious. That's not why I'm laughing.
Okay.
Showing my ass? What the fuck?
Okay. Is there anything?
Wait, who said he's showing his ass?
Metro.
Metro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you're in the same time zone as me. It's almost 3 a.m. I don't know if there's anything else you would need to talk about.
Oh yeah, my fault. I got carried away.
Yeah, I gotta
No,
go.
yeah, I did show my ass, by the way.
Incredible. Wait, how bad? Because I might have to take down a Twitch bot if it was bad. Was it like... Was it bad, or was it just...
I just did this.
Oh, that's probably fine. Might have to take down the Twitch bot. We'll see. I don't know.
That's what I just kept doing. All right, bro. I'm gonna catch you.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on. Sure will. Talk again at
Yeah,
some
dude.
point.
This was a fun conversation.
Yeah, you should go to the Unfuck America tour on October 24th in.
We'll live stream it together.
Yeah, I think I might. I don't know for sure if I'll go to that yet, but I think I'm probably gonna go to it and hopefully live stream there. So.
You're gonna drive?
Yeah.
Is it in Virginia Tech?
No, it's at Liberty University in Virginia.
Why would they be holding it at Liberty University?
Because that's where Charlie Kirk was going.
Oh my god, no way you're laughing at it again. All right, bro. Okay. I'll catch you, bro.
Catch you later, bro. Appreciate it. Wow. Interesting. Ugh. I got places to be. I'm gonna go edit some shit and then go on a walk, or maybe go on a walk and then edit some shit. This stream changed my life. Well, I appreciate it. Well, head over to fucking food shops, I guess, on YouTube and on Twitch. Let's see if I can send you over to anyone. Going on a walk? Yeah, I like going on walks. I go on a lot of walks at fucking 3 a.m. It's a routine of mine, okay? Well, when I go on it depends on my sleep schedule. Head over to One Hand Politics on Twitch. I go on 3 a.m. walks. Based. Oh, Twitch does not like me doing that. And bike rides hit even harder. I don't actually know how to ride a bike. I never learned. You gonna go with? I would go with Isaac if I went to the Unfuck America thing. I'm assuming is what you're talking about. we'll head over to Carbon Says, I guess, then. Later, skaters. Well, I appreciate you all being here. Yeah, I love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. I'm going to stream again, hopefully tomorrow. I don't know for sure about tomorrow because I think I have plans with my grandparents, but probably tomorrow. Thanks, Victory, for follow. I'm assuming it's a bot. But yeah, yeah, I think I'm talking to one more Jubilee person on Thursday about capitalism and such, and I'm sure over the next week we got a bunch of stuff to react to. I think that there's another like Jubilee capitalist video, by the way, that we're gonna react to tomorrow. Then we'll see if I reach out to anyone from that video as well. I guess I will stream tomorrow then, so I can react to that. But yeah, I appreciate it. Everyone stopping by. Appreciate y'all being here. Love you guys. Love streaming. Really cool that you guys all stop by and watch me, and I can do cool things like the Shrimp Buffer Project Stepathon, like hopefully do an IRL stream on Fuck America. Really helps me out. So like, subscribe, share. Okay. There's been essentially daily uploads on the YouTube channel for quite a while now. I'm hopefully going to continue the daily uploads for a little bit. So make sure to check out the YouTube channel if you have not. And if you only watch the live streams on the YouTube channel, also watch all the other content on the YouTube channel. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate it. And I'm talking to a baddie here. You guys are both in the Discord, right? You can continue the conversation there. Exclamation Discord and chat, you guys. You want to Discord to see when I go live, okay? But yeah, appreciate it. Love you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Cool content coming up. So like, subscribe, watch my old content, all that jazz.